Hello everyone, welcome to this full stack web development course 2024. Through this course, we will teach you fundamentals of web development such as HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Later, we will help you design the functionality part of a web application using NodeJS. This particular course has been designed and taught by our top industry experts working in companies like Google, Meta, Microsoft. Now, before we start with this free full stack web development course, let me tell you more about some of the most important concepts that we have covered in this course. First of all, we have HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now these are the scripting languages that help in designing the look and feel of every website on the internet. For designing a web page, HTML helps with the structuring, CSS helps with the styling and JavaScript builds the functionality. You can visualize this as, let's say you want to design a cloth. So there'll be some sort of stitching structure like a pullover maybe. Then there'll be a print design and a good looking color over it for styling. Also there will be a hoodie to make you feel warm, which is like a functionality. So in a basic sense, HTML will be like stitching a website, giving it a proper shape and alignment. Then CSS will be used to give a proper appearance to web pages. And finally, JavaScript will bring the functionality part into the action. For any website, these components will always be in a play. You can actually go over to any website and see its HTML structuring by right-clicking on it and then entering into an inspect mode. All these things that you see here are HTML structuring elements. Now, let me help you guys understand what front-end and back-end are in the context of full-stack web development. The front-end is the part of the website that generally is accessible to all the users. This is the part of the website that you could see on your systems and interact with. Whereas, the backend is the part of the website which makes front-end functionalities work. It runs on the company's server and contains a database, system designed for applications and APIs. Full stack development is the field that covers both front-end development and back-end development. By the end of this full stack developer course, you will have a better understanding of both these important web development functionalities. At the end, you will go through the important full stack developer interview questions asked in large MNCs or even startups. But before we begin, make sure you enable both the subscribe button and the bell icon for the Intellipaat YouTube channel.
So let's understand who is a full stack web developer. A full stack web developer is a person who masters all the technologies used in creating an end-to-end web application, including front-end and back-end services. Let us first understand the front-end web development. Front-end development or client-side consists of creating the GUI and visual components of the website, such as web pages and user interfaces that people interact with through their web browsers. The front end is developed using tools such as HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now let us check what actually is back-end web development. Back-end or server-side development is a process to add functionality to the components created in the front end of the web application. It focuses primarily on databases, back-end logic, APIs, and servers. The following are examples of back-end programming languages: PHP, Ruby, Python. A full-stack developer has the skill set of both front-end and back-end developers. In addition to that skill set, a full-stack developer should also have a few other tools in his tech stack. Below mentioned is a comprehensive list of all such tools and technologies. First is HTML, CSS and JavaScript, then comes third-party libraries like ReactJS, programming languages like Java and Python, database CRUD operations, version control tools like Git or GitHub, computer science fundamentals like networking, data structure and system design. A full stack developer is one of the most in-demand jobs and the salary trend is as follows. A full stack developer's salary varies from INR 5 lakh per annum to 14 lakh per annum, while in the United States the average income for a full stack developer is $74,958 and can go as high as $114,000 based on skills and experience. So that's all about full stack development. Happy learning.
Okay guys, now let's just discuss the basic components of a web page. So every time that you open a web page, there are various different things going on every different web pages that you see. And for every different element, there can be various different things which are responsible for that particular actions. Today we are going to be discussing about three of the most basic ones, and which are, these components are basically considered as the front end or the client side part of the web applications, and it majorly consists of three technologies which are very basic. Of course, we're going to be talking about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So when you see a website, these are the three most basic primary things which you will see present across almost every website which is out there in the world. So let's talk about what are these things real quickly. Let's begin with HTML. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So it is basically used to define a structure to a web page and give the structure to the elements inside of a web page. So what does an HTML do to give you an outset of things? Just think about like this. When you open a web page, right, sometimes there are some loading issues, right? When you see a complete page opens up in black and white, that is what basically HTML can do for you. HTML basically provides the structure to the page. So let me give you an example to make things more clearer. On the left hand side of the screen, you can see in the black we have a basic
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
HTML code which is out there, and this is the most basic HTML code which is out there. So you can see it just consists of the part where there is a head to the page, and there is something in the body where you write different context related things. So you have a title, and then you have with respect to a title you put a content inside of it, that is inside of the body, and you can put different elements of different sizes inside of this, and it is majorly in black and white, and this is how you basically structure a page. So HTML is responsible for basic structure and giving the how your page will basically structure inside of this code. That is what HTML provides. As you can see, the left hand side of the code results in what you are seeing on the right hand side, barring the border. So there won't be the black border generated by this. We have just made that so that it stands out from the white background. So you can see this is heading is bold, and it is written inside. This is a paragraph. So you can see the title version is much more bigger and bolder, and similarly there are different elements to it when you are talking about an HTML code. So HTML code basically does. So what does CSS do? So CSS is basically something which stands for cascading style sheets, and this basically gives design, color, and makes your website look much more beautiful. So HTML is responsible for structuring your page about how elements where the text will be there. So it is basically responsible for a text. CSS is responsible for styling of the entire page. So the colors in the background, the moving elements, and different things that you see, they are all coming from CSS. And these CSS files can be imported from the other websites. So let me give you an example of that. So on the left hand side, you will see the similar example that we saw for HTML, right? So this is the heading, this is the paragraph. The same thing is out there. The only difference that we have introduced is we have introduced a new style sheet, which basically gives us the this red background in there, and this is basically a container which is defined by this style sheet that we have imported. So same code, entirely the same code, just the difference is that we have introduced a style sheet in here, and you can define the style sheet as mentioned in here, and there is various different elements to it when we are talking about CSS itself, which we'll be discussing sometime later on. But having said that, just think of it like this. HTML basically gives you a black and white page, and CSS is responsible for giving it style, giving it color, giving it a different aura, so that it looks much more beautiful. So when you're talking about what makes a static web page, so if you just want to write text and make it look beautiful, all you have to use is HTML and CSS. So why does the third element kick in? So third element is very important, and this is called as JavaScript. So JavaScript is responsible for bringing interactivity to your web page. So it is not as much of a static element. It basically helps you define logic and define different things. A very good example of what JavaScript can do is, for instance, when you are using Chrome or any other, or traveling through any website, sometimes you see that pop-up coming, right? So do you want to stay on this page, you want to leave this page, and there is an option of yes and no. That pop-up is basically generated by JavaScript. That is one of the examples of what JavaScript can do. Other things that JavaScript can do for you is it can introduce logic, it can take inputs from the user, and it can basically make your web page look much better. What basically can do is, let's say let's say when you are signing up for Facebook and you type something and that @gmail is not present, that instantly the website tells you that this is not working. That is form validation, which is done by JavaScript. And then sometimes when you want to put up some alerts where it asks that the current website wants to send you notifications and different things like that, that are all generated by JavaScript. So when you want to give more asynchronous communication to your web page, then you have to use JavaScript. And that is about the basic components of the web page.
Okay guys, now let's look into web hosting. So first of all, let's understand what is web hosting, and once that is done, we'll discuss the various types of web hosting which are available. So first, what is web hosting? It's pretty simple. Web hosting is an online service that enables you to publish your website or web application on the internet. So when you create a website, if you're practicing, you basically don't want to put it on the internet. You just want to create a website and design it so that you can view it locally and you can practice creating websites using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But when you're building it for a company, or when you're building it for, let's say you're doing it as freelance, you want to test your application running on a web server. So for that you need web hosting. So when you create an application, a web application or a website, you want the website to be hosted on the internet so other users can visit your website and use it. So that is the main use case of web hosting. So it is a service which helps you publish your website online. So a server is a physical computer that runs without any interruption, and the web host keeps the server up and running. So we all know that to run any website or databases, we need certain established servers. For example, if you're running a website, you need a web server. If you're running a database, you need a database server. So if you're running a web server, the web hosts are the ones which are keeping the server up and running so that your websites are always available for customers to use. For example, if you have a website running, the website should be available in the morning, in the evening, in the night. So anytime I am trying to open the website, it should be available, and that is because of the web hosting service, which is making the website to be available all the time by keeping the server up and running and like basically removing all the malicious threats incoming, all the vulnerabilities, any other interruption coming into the server. So it is all stopped by the host. So this is basically web hosting and how web hosting works. So a simple set of how exactly it works right now I'll show you. First of all, you are the owner of your website. So you're uploading a website to a hosting server. So once it is uploaded, you are also buying a domain name and registering for your website. For example, we have Intellipaat.com. So we have registered Intellipaat.com for this particular course page. So for websites, for our home page, we have put Intellipaat.com. For a blog site, it is intellipaat.com/blog. So like that, we have registered the domain name Intellipaat.com, and that domain name is associated with the hosting server. So basically the server will have an IP address and associated with the domain name. So whenever an end user is searching for the domain name Intellipaat.com, the domain name is associated with the server's IP address. So this domain name will redirect the user to the IP address of the hosting server, so the website is displayed to the user, but the user will only know that the person she has typed the website's name, but it has taken to the server, so the backend part will not be shown to the user. The website which is in the hosting server will be displayed to the user, because they know that by providing the domain name, it gives you the website. That's it. It's pretty simple as that. Now coming to the types of web hosting services, we can say there are so many different types, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but so let's say as a whole, as like commonly used, most popular, there are around 5. So these are the most commonly used 5 top hosting services. First there is shared hosting, then dedicated hosting, then cloud hosting, then VPS hosting or virtual private server hosting, and WordPress hosting. So even Intellipaat, we use WordPress. So WordPress is one hosting site. So now coming to shared hosting, dedicated hosting, all this we'll look into each and every one. So first of all, shared hosting. Shared hosting, it's considered as a beginner level. For example, if you're practicing web hosting, you can go with shared hosting because it's cheap. But there is a drawback, that is the shared hosting server is shared with other users who are hosting their website. So multiple websites can be hosted on a single server. So this might slow your website down because let's say that server is sharing around 5 different websites. So one of the websites is getting a lot of traffic means all the other websites in the same server will be affected because most of the resources will be used by one of these websites and the other websites will be having lesser resources and users will be struggling to access it. It might crash because it's not having enough resources to accommodate these many users. But the thing is, it's very cheap, it's very easy to start, and it's very easy to host your application in shared hosting. Next, dedicated hosting. So the word dedicated itself shows that this particular server is dedicated for you. This server is just for you. So dedicated hosting gives website owners the most control over the server that their website is stored on. So let's say there is a server and you're hosting your website on it. If it is a dedicated hosted server, then you have more control over that server. That is, you can basically log in into the server, delete whichever files you need, or add more files. So the complete control over that host is provided to you because you are paying for the exclusivity of the server. So the server is exclusively rented by you and your website is only one stored on it. So shared hosting, it is a server with multiple websites. Anybody can host their website on it, but nobody will have any control over the server. They can just host their website on it. But if it is dedicated hosting, you have more control over the server because you are exclusively paying for it, so that you can just keep your website on it. So there are no other websites. So your website will not slow down because all the resources are just for your website. So dedicated hosting can be an on-premise setup. Also, you can do it using cloud. So thus coming to cloud hosting. So cloud hosting allows users to employ as many resources as they need without having to build and maintain their own computing infrastructure. It is cheap considering the payment model. So let me explain it very simply. So if it is an on-premise setup, so let's say you are using dedicated hosting by your own. So you're buying some servers and setting up the servers, configuring everything, you're uploading the website, setting up the softwares, and your website is running fine. But you have to pay upfront for this because you're buying a server. So to buy a server you have to pay money. So for example, you're buying a random laptop as your server. So you're buying it by giving money. So once you get the laptop, you're basically configuring it, you're installing softwares and hosting your application or website on it. Now coming to cloud, so in this case you can have any number of servers at any point in time. It has auto scaling, that basically means the number of servers will increase and decrease according to the traffic, and that will basically affect in your cost. It will help you save a lot of costs. And also the payment model is pay as you go. That basically means right now if you are running only 2 servers, you only pay for the time you have used those 2 servers, and suddenly your website's traffic goes down and you're only using 1 server. In that case, the second server will be deleted and you will be only using 1 server, and that 1 server is the only one you are paying for at that particular period of time. So you can stop these resources whenever you want, you can start them back again. You don't own it, but you still have all the control over the servers on cloud because you're renting it. Okay, now VPS hosting and WordPress hosting. So VPS or virtual private server hosting is another form of shared hosting, and you're still sharing a server with other users. So it is the same as shared hosting, but there is a catch. So however, a web host allocates an entirely separate partition for you on that server. This means you get a dedicated server space and resources. So let's say there is a server. If it is shared hosting, that basically means the resources are commonly used. The resources are completely shared. Let's say if there is 4 GB of RAM, one website could take up around 3 GB of it, and other websites can be left with the remaining 1 GB. So basically the resources are not shared properly. So if you come to VPS hosting, it is still shared hosting, but if the server has 4 GB of RAM and there are 4 websites running, each website running on that server will be equally partitioned into separate dedicated server spaces. That is, each website will be provided their own storage amount, their own RAM. So every resources will be segregated and provided so that even though one website's traffic is increasing, that will not affect the other websites because every website have their own dedicated server space and resources. Now coming to WordPress hosting, so WordPress is a company which does web hosting for you, one of the most famous companies. So WordPress hosting is a particular form of shared hosting created for WordPress site owners. Your server is configured specifically for WordPress. That is, WordPress is a website which provides you templates. They provide you hosting services. They provide you, for example, blog services. They provide so many different services regarding websites, and WordPress hosting is especially for WordPress site owners. That is, if you buy a website from WordPress, then you can take WordPress hosting, and it makes it really easy for you. So now your server is configured specifically for WordPress, and your site comes with pre-installed plugins for crucial tasks such as caching and security. So if you take up the WordPress hosting, you don't need to set up anything. Everything is already set up. The caching part, the security part, and other plugins which are already available in the hosting site. So WordPress provides you all that. You just have to pay them money. So this will make your task easier because you're not going to install any more software, because everything is available over there. You're just going to buy it and use it. So these are the types of web hosting services, guys. So I think you understood the point of this and what exactly is web hosting.
The different types of networks which can be created when you're working inside a network, which can be a combination of multiple systems. So the first kind of network that you need to understand is LAN. So what is a LAN? A LAN is basically a local area network, which basically is a connection of computers with respect to the area. The area could be an office building, it could be a residence building, it could be a university campus, or it is basically a confined area. It has to be limited within a specific building, you can say, right? So for example, if you are in an office, and if all the computers are connected to a specific router, which is the case in most of the companies, because when you are connected through LAN, there are a lot of things possible. For example, you can share the hard drive, or you can do the software. Your administrator can perform software updates on all the machines from a central system. So that's why LANs are created when you are in an office system. So that kind of a setup would be a local area network. As the word suggests, local, it is confined to a very limited space. The next kind of network that you have is basically WAN. So WAN is basically wide area network. So as the name suggests, it's a bigger network than local area network. And WAN is basically a combination of various local area networks, right? So for example, if let's say you work for a company called Amazon, right? And they have headquarters in multiple countries, or if they have headquarters in multiple states of a country. So if all these offices are connected together using a network, that would basically be wide area network, right? So if you look at the definition, a wide area network is basically a network that extends over a large geographic area. It could be across continents, it could be across cities, it could be across states. So that was basically a wide area network. So the basic thing that you need to understand over here is that LAN is the smallest unit which is there for a network, right? So when two or more computers are connected to each other, that becomes a local area network, right? And when you connect different networks together, could be LANs, right? Could be a different kind of network topologies. In that case, it becomes a wide area network. When you're covering a larger geographic space, then it becomes a wide area network. So internet is an example of WAN, right? It's an example of wide area network. So with that, guys, this was about the different types of networks which are out there.
There's a lot of different things when you talk about a website that you can display upon. So there are things like images, formulas, and different web pages for that instance that you can add to your web page and embed them. So there are different ways of embedding different things into your website. Let's discuss those one by one. So the first one is that the fact that you can embed these things, like same things, using a lot of different methods. So using embed, and there is something called as an object, you can embed images or videos or audios for that matter, but it is recommended that for a particular thing like an image you should use the img tag, and for embedding a frame, you should frame by frame we mean that you can import some documents or html websites or something like that, you should use iframe. So if you want a website inside of your website, use iframe. And then there is if you want to have some videos embedded, the video tag should be used, and if you want to embed some audio tag, this audio should be used. Apart from these things, you can embed a few more different things, like there is an option for embedding canvas. So you can embed an entire canvas using the canvas thing tag. And apart from this, you have object, you have math. If you want to include, let's say, some formulas, fx by 1 by fx or something like that, you have to use math for that, embed math tag for it. But majorly these are the things being much more in use, and it is recommended that you use img tag for images, video tag for videos, audio tag for audio, and iframe for embedding images. So let me show you that real quickly. So the syntax for these are like, for embed you have to describe what kind of thing that you are embedding. So like here it is the image slash jpg. If there is a video, then video slash the video format. And then there is, you have to mention the source, the src is equal to Intellipaat or .jpg or any other whatever the name of the image that you are using, that, and you can give height and width, whatever that is according to your use. Similarly for image tag, you have to give the image source, and height and width you can define. When it comes to audio, you have to give something like an audio controls, and in that you have to give the source and the type of the audio that you are using, that you have to mention there. Similarly for video, you can give the video height and width as well. So what is the screen size that you want your video to play in, you have to mention that in there. And then there's, you have to provide the source and the type, same as before. And this iframe that you are seeing here is for embedding a website. As you can see, there is a source which we are taking, intellipaat.com, and the title. So let me show you two examples to make things more clearer. So we're going to be discussing images and iframe with the help of an example. So let me show you the code first. So for iframe, we are using this, you can see doc type html, then body, then we have mentioned this is the iframe element, and this is the iframe tag that we are using right here. So the source we have given, the title we have given. Let's see how that looks. So I have iframe working right here. Let me open that. Give it a couple of seconds to load. As you can see, this is the website. It is imitating our website right here, and you can see this is a element of our website, the popular courses and everything. You can see different things inside of it that are our website. And if you want to check out our website, let me show you that real quickly so that you can get a zest of what it is doing. You can see this is the thing that it is embedding, right? And that is about this embed part. You can see embed. Now coming back, let's talk about the image thing. So for the image, again, you can use you have to type this, and you have to provide the source. When you're doing this, make sure that this images that you're using, if you're using directly by the name, it has to be presented the same directory as the HTML file. So with this we have mentioned here. So let me show you how it works. So we are using the Intellipaat image, which is this image right here. And since we have given some weird height and width, it should look a little bit weird, but it should display. So img1 is the file. You can see it is the Intellipaat logo. Then since we have given a lot of height and width to the image, so it is expanding the image because the image is smaller in size. So that is how it looks, a little bit weird, but you can adjust that based on your input. And that is how that you work with different kinds of embedding things inside of HTML.
You might be wondering, what are these softwares which I have opened over here? So this is FileZilla, and this one over here is Putty. So these two softwares are FTP clients. So basically FTP, file transfer protocol. So these softwares are used to connect with an online server, and you can transfer the files from your local system, your PC, into a server which is running, let's say, in a cloud platform or a web hosting service. So now I'll be showing you both of these. First, let me explain FileZilla. So FileZilla, you cannot actually access every part of your server. You can only access the contents available in the server, and you can copy from your local PC. So you can see this is my local PC's so the files hierarchy. So you can see there is a C drive, there is a D drive, and you can see like my files, all the files will be available over here. Okay, so this is my local PC. So now I'll have to connect with an online server. It can be a cloud server. So right now I have a cloud server running, so that's what I'm going to show you. So also you can copy from your local PC into the server, or from the server to the local PC. So both ways is available. So using FileZilla, which is an FTP client, When you copy the data into the server, an FTP connection is made, and when it is successful, the transfer is made, and once the transfer is completed, the connection is closed. So now let's connect the server which I have over here. So this is an AWS server. It's pretty easy to launch, so I'm not going to show you how to launch this. You can check it out in our YouTube videos or any other video, but if we have AWS course also, you can see that. But over here, so I have an Ubuntu machine launched, I have a public IP address, and also I have set it up. Where is it? A key pair. So key pair is basically you will be provided with a public key pair. Sorry, you will be provided with two key pairs, public and private key pair. So the public key pair will be in the server itself. The private key pair will be in your, let's say, the private key pair will be in your PC, in your local system. So when you are logging into this, you will have to use the private key pair to decrypt the public key which is inside the server. Only then it will open the server itself. So now one more thing, as I told you, is putty. So using putty you can log in into the system as well as transfer files. So as I told you, SSH is secure shell. FTP and SSH are similar, but in FTP it is unencrypted. SSH is an encrypted protocol. So for logging into the server, SSH is used, but to transfer files, FTP is more than enough. So first let's transfer files, then let me show you how to open it. So first of all, you'll have to download FileZilla client. So download FileZilla client for Windows or any OS you have. So download it. See, you have for Ubuntu as well as for Mac. So download it. Once it's downloaded, install it. It's same as installing any software, and you get this. So once you got it, once you have launched your server, so you will have the private key file available. So my private key is in downloads. So over here you can see this is the private key which got downloaded when I created my instance. So now you will have to go to edit, go to settings, go to SFTP, so secure FTP, and for public key authentication you will have to add the private key file over here. So you can see I have already added the file. So it's pretty simple to add the file. Click on add key file, select the file and open it. It will be added. That's it. Then click on OK. It's done. So now let's connect with the instance itself. So now we have the public IP address, which is going to be the host name. So as this particular server is a Ubuntu server, the username will always be Ubuntu. If it is an Amazon Linux or a Red Hat Linux server, then this would be easy to user. So it's Ubuntu. Next, password is nothing, because when we create a server, you will be provided with a private key which you are decrypting, which you are using to decrypt the public key. So a password is not required. Port number is 22 for SFTP, and FTP it is 21. So it's naturally 22. So go with 22. So you have provided the IP address, the username, port number, and also we have provided the key pair. So now if I click on quick connect, it will try to connect. So let me click OK. So it is trying to connect, and it's connected, and listing directory /home/ubuntu successful. So I have logged in to my instance, so I'm able to see the files inside this particular server. So now let's do one thing. Let's go to downloads. I have some file over here. So I have some arrows.png file. So I'll just make this bigger. Yeah, so I have inside downloads I have these files. So I'm just going to upload this arrows.png file into Ubuntu. So when I hit enter, it will it is connecting with the system, it's transferring the file, and it has successfully transferred the file. So now if you see, the arrows.png file is available in the Ubuntu system. So now how you can test whether the file has been successfully transferred? So in that case, you can use your putty client to log in into your instance. So the thing is, you will have to convert your, so as I told you, we have our private key. We'll have to convert our private key. It has a format called .pem. So .pem should be converted into .ppk. So I'm not going to show you that. I'm just going to show you how to work with it, so that is a separate thing we can learn later. So now I'm just showing you how to make an FTP connection, which I told you over here. This is an SSH connection which I'm going to show you so that I can show this file has been successfully uploaded. So now I have the public IP and I'm going to open putty. I'm copying the IP address, and under SSH there is an option called authentication. Clicking on authentication, going to browse, and you can see I have the Virginia key 1 file, but this is a PPK file, not a PEM file. So you will have to convert your PEM file to PPK file. So it's pretty simple. While you download putty, you will get this software called puttygen. So using puttygen, you can load the .pem file into this, so make it all files. So you will have to load the .pem file and click on save private key and provide it a name and save it. So that's how I saved this. So this is how you get a .ppk file, and I have added it, and in session I have provided the IP address and the port number. Now clicking on open, it will open the instance. So I'll just make it bigger so that you can see it. Appearance change 14. Yep, so I increased the size. So as I told you, the username is Ubuntu for an Ubuntu system. Successfully logged in. So you can see now if I do an ls, you can see arrows.png file is available over here, which I copied from here. So now let me copy one more file from here. Let's copy a small file. So I'm just searching for one. Yeah, so something like cloud server 1 png file. So again I'm copying it to the Ubuntu directory. You can see it's connecting, transferring, transfer is completed. Now if I do an ls, you can see the cloud server 1.png file is also uploaded. So this is how you can establish an FTP connection using FileZilla, and you can upload and transfer content. You can also transfer from this into, so you can see I'm transferring it from this to this, transferring. It's asking for overwrite because I already have a file named like that. So if I click on that, transfer would be successful, and that's it. I transferred a file from a remote server into my local PC, and this is how you can do it, and this is how FTP applications work. So thank you guys. I think we've achieved what we wanted to, that is showing you how to connect to a remote server using an FTP client called FileZilla. So download FileZilla and start practicing this.
Okay guys, so what we're going to do right now is we're gonna create two small HTML pages. One will be having the image, one will be our index page where we can navigate from, and from our image page we can have two hrefs, basically linking two more HTML pages from our end, from our first page to the other two pages. And from there what we'll do is we'll try to push these files to our server which we have pre-set up on AWS. So let's quickly jump ahead and look into what we're going to do. Right, so this is our index page. So I have pre-coded everything, but I'm gonna go line by line through the code to explain what I have done, so that it's easier for you to understand. So let's begin. So as we saw, the doc type HTML, we have to define a document type. So we type all that generally. Even if you don't type, this should mostly work. But some browsers identify certain elements on the screen with the help of doc type HTML. For example, when you are table styling and you're using some particular elements, it's better to type doc type HTML because it allows you to have them in a particular structure. Otherwise some browsers are not capable of picking that up. That's why we type that. So HTML, then body, and you can see this is our header. So we have kept we have put in an inline styling here. So we have done it aligned towards the center, and welcome to our page. So this is our heading, so H1, and our tag closes here. Then this is our first paragraph, and here we have used the color red. This is again inline styling, and we have mentioned that we are going to show you a frame of our website, but we're going to change that here. We are going to give you two links, one for our logo and the other the link to our website, right? And then we're gonna just put in a break in the line that there's some space, and then what we have done is we have provided an href This is basically linking you to the next page. So whatever you put inside of this tag, it will come as a clickable link, right? So this is the img.html which we have defined here. This is nothing. It is just a very simple file. That this is the image element. We are using an Intellipaat.png, which is the logo. You can change the height and width to a little smaller element, 200 and let's say 400. And I'm going to save that real quickly. So this is a very simple image page, and other than that, we have internally linked to a web page that we have created. But let's say if you want to link it to a website which is online, so this is the href that we have given to the Intellipaat website, and visit our website. I have mentioned it here. So these are the two very simple files which we have. Another thing that we have to keep in mind while uploading is the fact that we have given an Intellipaat image PNG as something which we have offline, right? So wherever we are uploading these files, we have to make sure that this is present wherever we want to upload, right? So that is out of the way. Let's talk about the FileZilla. So let me guide you through what I have done so far. So basically I have established a connection. So this is basically my host, which we have the external IP of the host that we have on the AWS. And that what we have done is while connecting for the AWS, I have done secure connection. So I have done SFTP, and this is the key which I have added. If you have any key, you can add the file here and just click OK. And after that, what I have given is I have inputted the user name, which was Ubuntu. I have entered the password and the port which is required, and then I hit click connect. After that, it basically connected it to Ubuntu, and we are in the Ubuntu right now. So on the left hand side of the screen, this is my particular desktop information, and on the right hand side, I have my server, right? So this is the Ubuntu that we have. So inside of this, what I want to do is I want to go to var/www/html, right? So we have it right here inside of the home. We have var, and inside of this we have www and we have html. So basically what we have done is we have set up an Apache server on our AWS platform instance, and in that Apache server, what we have done is we have removed the index.html page. We're going to replace that with our particular things that we have here. So let's quickly, and this directory is empty. So from the left hand side, we have everything stored in our desktop and in his web pages. So what we want to do is we want to push this, so you can just quickly drag and drop also here itself. You can see it is starting the upload. One file was uploaded. Now we have index.html, and we have to push the image.html as well, and finally we have to put this image as well, because we are loading that image in the index.html file. So this so far was the uploading of everything. So let's take this IP address and open another window. Let's try to connect and see what is out there. As you can see, this is our website. Hello, welcome to our page. And you can see, click here to go to Intellipaat image. So this is our image file, which is here, and in here you can click here, and this will take you to our Intellipaat.com website. So this is a very small example of what you can do with these things. So how you can upload files, and how you can basically create those connections through FTP servers and make those connections and basically upload your website content on a server. So this is basically our server, where we have uploaded our image files. Now we can directly open through an external IP address, and this is basically we have hosted our website on a server. And if I put multiple pages in here, so let's say if I have to just delete this index.html right here, and let's edit our index.html file. Let's put another href in there and see what happens. So let me go to my Sublime real quickly. So this is my index.html file. Let's copy this, and I have pre-made a few more things already pre-present. So click here to see iframe in use, right? So this is the iframe one, and we have created that web page as well. So the iframe one is right here. Let's open this using Sublime as well. Let's see what's there in this code. So we have created an iframe source from the Intellipaat page. So let's now upload this index.html and this iframe to our server and see what happens. And we can change the image file as well. We'll change the image file as well. We'll change the height and width of this one as well. So we'll put it as 400, or we'll put 200 by 200. Now let's delete that as well from here. and let's keep the image because we'll be needing the images. So we have index. Let's wait for it to get uploaded. Index is gone, then inline, then img. So if I refresh this, you can see now we have iframe in use as well. See, the website changed a little bit. So if I click this, you can see the image we have changed a little bit. And if you want to see iframe in use, okay, I did not change that name, I guess, in the iframe index.html. Okay, I forgot. We have to change this to iframe.html because it's pointing to the image one. Iframe.html to save that. Change another thing. Let's add a break in between. And let's replace that file on our FTP server again. Let's just delete the index.html and re-upload. It has been uploaded. Now let's refresh this. As you can see, now that has made the dynamic changes that we needed. Now it should load the iframe. Okay, the application was not found on this server because I think we did upload iframe.html, right? We did not. That's why you can see, since we have mentioned iframe.html but we have not uploaded iframe.html to our server, so it cannot find. You can see it's not able to find it right here. So what we're going to do now is just upload iframe, and now let's refresh this. Now this should work. So you can see it has loaded real nice right here. So we've done everything, and that is it. So that was about the presentation, guys. So we have seen how to create a basic website and how to host it online and how to make changes to that website and see how that works. And we've done that in real time, real quickly, and we have made a few changes here and there, made a few mistakes and covered them up as well. So that was about it.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand how to register a website name. Now guys, there are multiple ways using which you can do this. So what you can do is you can go to on Google and just type register a website name. Let's do that. Right now you'll get various options over here. You'll get titles like cheap domains from $1 a year. Right, the most famous, I think I've heard a lot about GoDaddy, so that's again a domain that you can go ahead and purchase. Domain registrations for as low as 75 rupees. So there are all different kind of ways through which you can register your domain name. So let's say if you go to Google, let's try with Google, and I will show you how you can get basically a domain name. So for example, let's say I want Hemant dot let's say I want this domain name. So let's see if this is available or not. So I'll just click on get it, and it says .com is not available, .net is not available, .org is not available. These two are available. Now based on the domain, there are different kind of pricings that you get for different kind of domain ends, right? For example, .page is available for 720 a year. .live is available for 1440 rupees per year. So it depends on which one you are choosing. So if you see all the endings which are possible for this domain name, let's see. So you have Hemant.computer, which is available for 2100 rupees. Then you have Hemant.co, which is available for 1,43,136 rupees plus 2,150 rupees per year. So this is probably happening because my name is very common. So let's say we are learning this from Intellipaat. So let's go ahead and type in Intellipaat.com. So .com is not available because obviously the company owns it. But if you look at the other domain names, they're pretty reasonable. So you will find Intellipaat.net, which is available for 860 rupees per year. You have Intellipaat.org, which is available for again 860 per year. So if the name is not that common, the domain name will be available for a very less price. But yes, in case the word that you're searching for, it's very common in nature and there are a lot of people who are looking out for that domain, in that case the price will go up. For example, let's see if we can get anything related to Google. So let's search for google.com. So in this case, no domain is available. So obviously Google would have taken everything.
Oh, if you can see, Google.education is available for 1440 rupees per year. Okay, that is cool, right? Now, obviously, you will be charged over here if you select a domain from here. Now, there are some websites which offer you free domains. For example, there's a website called Freenom. So, if you go to freenom.com, this website will be giving you free domain names for at least a term of 3 months, right? So what you can do is you can sign up on this website. So I already have an account, so I'll just sign in, and I'll just show you, the how you can basically get a domain name. And again, there's a process of connecting your domain name to your website as well, and I will be showing you that in the further classes as well. As we move down, you will find there'll be a demo where we'll be showing you how you can connect a domain name to your website. But I mean, that is for later. Right now, let's just understand how we can go ahead and have a domain name of our else. So once you're logged in, let's talk about Freenom. So once you're logged in, you'll have to go to services, and in services you will find something called as my domains, and then register a new domain. So this is what we want to do. Let's click over it. So once you're here, now it will again ask you, what kind of domain do you want. So it will ask what is the kind of domain that you want, and then it will check whether it is available or not. So let's say we search for Hemant again, right? So let's check its availability. So as you can see, these I think are not available as of now. And then there are domains which are available, but they are at a certain price. So Hemant some domain name is not available for free. So let's try with something else. Let's say we try with HTML demo. This is a name that we want to check for. So we'll again click on check availability. And yes, we have a lot of domains which are free over here. And as you can see, HTML demo.ml is a free domain. So we'll just click on get it now. It's selected, and now we'll check out, right? So this means so it's gonna give me this domain for 3 months for free. So that is what I want. I'll click on continue. So we're not gonna check any forward this domain or DNS settings. We'll do that later. For now, I'm just checking how I can get this domain name, right? So now I'll click on complete order. Okay, I'll have to agree to the terms and conditions. Click on complete order. And with this, you can see that my order has been confirmed, and html-demo.ml has now been assigned to my account. Now, how can I check for all the domains that I have? So I can just go to my domains. And here you can see I have 2 domains on my name. One is netflix-demo.tk, which is registered on my domain. It is again in a free domain which I have. And then I have html-demo.ml. And this is again registered on my account, and it is also a free domain. Now what happens is, now what you'll be doing is you'll be using this domain in order to connect your server. Now how can you do that? So there is an option called manage domain over here. Just click over that. And once you have clicked over there, then you will have to go to management tools, and you will have to go to name servers. Now guys, you will have to use a DNS service over here in conjunction with your domain. A DNS service will be a place where your domain will be basically mapped to an IP address or a server which is basically hosting your website. Okay, so we have not hosted our website yet, so now we'll go ahead and we'll understand how can we host a website using various tools in web development such as CPanel. So let's go ahead, understand how to host a website, and then probably we'll come back and see how we can connect this domain to that website which we host.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what is basically cPanel. So cPanel is basically a control panel of the web. So what you can do is any server that you want to manage, if you are not good with Linux commands, if you do not know much about how to host websites, all you need to do is you need to get a server which has cPanel installed. So today in this session I will be showing you how you can do that with Amazon Web Services. So let's go ahead to my browser, and now what I'll do is I'll go to my AWS account and let me go ahead and sign in. So I'll sign into my AWS account now. Let me enter the password. And once you're signed in, we'll go to EC2 instances. So here is EC2, let's go inside it. And inside EC2 instances, what we'll do is we'll go to running instances. So in your case, there'll be 0 instances running. So this is a shared account that I'm using. So there are a lot of people who use this account. So that's why you see a server which is already running. But don't worry, we'll just click on launch instance. So this is what you have to do. Click on launch instance. And once you click on launch instance, go to AWS Marketplace. Okay, so here you will be choosing the kind of operating system which will be installed on your system. Now let's search for something called as cPanel. Hit enter. So you get cPanel and WHM for Linux. We'll click on select. And here you can see the pricing. So we will be using the T2.micro option. So in case you are under the free tier, you will not be charged for this. But if you are not under the free tier of AWS, free tier is basically awarded when you create an account and it's not older than 1 year. So if you have created an AWS account which is older than less than 1 year, or which is basically not more than 1 year old, in that case you are under the free tier. You don't have to worry about it. So the instance T2.micro is free for people who are under the free tier, but people who are not under the free tier, this is the kind of pricing which will be charged. It's going to be around $0.012 per hour, right? So now let's go ahead and choose this. So we will be choosing T2.micro. Let me see. So we'll be selecting this. Okay, this looks good. So yes, so now we'll click on continue. So the software itself is not going to be chargeable for you, it's just a machine. Now the thing with cPanel is it's a premium tool. So right now when we are launching it, we are basically going to get a 15-day trial. Okay, so if you want, you can purchase the license for cPanel and you can basically upgrade it to a lifetime. Now when you reach the screen, the instance type here, T2.micro will already be chosen. You don't have to do anything, click on next. Here you don't have to choose anything, leave everything at default, click on next again. This is your hard disk space, so it's 20 GB, that's enough for us. Again, that will be default, click on next again. Now the important thing is the security groups. So in security groups, my suggestion to you would be select the default security group and ensure that everything has been allowed on source this. This source basically means anywhere. So all you have to do is when you create your security group, ensure that these settings are done. If they are not done, after creating this instance, I'll show you how you can set the settings of a security group to this particular setting. Now for this particular setting, why am I suggesting? Because there are a lot of ports which should be open. Primarily, we will be using ports 2087 and 2083. But in case, let's say, you want to access your MySQL from your local computer as well, in that case your 3306 port should also be open, and then your port 22 should also be open for SSH. So once you have selected everything over here, click on review and launch, and finally you can review all your settings over here. If everything looks good, click on launch. Now once you click on launch, it will basically give you a pop-up screen like this, and here you have to select a key pair of your liking, right? So you will have to download a key pair. So how can you download a key pair? Click on create a new key pair, put that key pair name over here, click on download key pair, and then that key pair will be downloaded to your system. Now what is a key pair? A key pair is basically a way of authenticating yourself into your instance. So rather than using passwords, when you're dealing with cloud instances, you get key pairs. So there's a public key which is there with the cloud vendor, and there's a private key which is given to you. Now that private key can be used as a password when you're trying to connect to your instance. Now I already have that key, so I'm not going to show you how to create one, but if you want to create one, just type in the name over here and click on download key pair. The key file will be downloaded for you, right? In my case, I already have a file, so let me choose that file, and that file name is mac-mumbai, right? Let's acknowledge that we have it, and let's click on launch instances. So with this, my instance is now getting launched, and mind you guys, since the CPanel is actually a very heavy software, so it usually takes time to get initialized. So be patient while you're dealing with it, and it's always a good idea to have a static IP assigned to your server. Now, how can you have a static IP? Just go to Elastic IPs. Now, once you are inside Elastic IPs, click on allocate Elastic IP address, and in select IP address, you just click on allocate. Now, what it's going to do is it's going to assign you an IP address which is only specifically selected for your account, right? Now, this IP address, what you can do is you can attach it to your instance. So you just click on actions, click on associate Elastic IP address, and choose an instance where you want to allocate it to. So you will have to name your instance something. So what we can do is, let's go to services, let's go to EC2. Let's name our instance something so that we can recognize it over there, right? So this is our instance which is getting initialized. This is mac-mumbai. This is the key name that we are using, and let's name it as CPanel. Done. And now what we can do is we can find this instance over here in your Elastic IP address dashboard. So let's refresh this page, choose an instance, and as you can see the CPanel name listed over here. Select it, click on associate, and now this IP address is associated to your instance. Great. So coming back to your instance, if you refresh over here, you can see that the IP has now changed to 3.6.197.0, which is basically the Elastic IP that you chose, right? Now, once this gets initialized, it will take some time. So what you can do is you can try connecting to it. So just hit enter, and yes, I think the website is now ready. So you will get a sorry page like this. Now, how to get past this? You will have to enter HTTPS, enter the IP address, put the port as 2087. So it's :2087, hit enter, and it'll give you a warning page like this. Click on advanced and click on proceed. So with this, you will get a login page like this. So you will have to enter your username and password for your instance over here. So as of now, you don't have the username, you don't have the password. So how can you get that? Go to your instances, just copy the IP address and open a terminal. Okay. So if you have Windows, you will be connecting using putty. I have a terminal, so I'll be using the terminal to connect to this instance. So let me first go to the place where I have the file, my key pair file, and now let me SSH using the SSH command, right? So my key name was mac-mumbai.pem. The username in this case would be CentOS, and the password is, the IP address is this. Let's trust this. And now as you can see, I'm logged into my instance, which is great. Now what I can do is I can just type in sudo password. So this basically will set up the password for your root account. Hit enter. So as you can see, changing password for user account, user root. So let's enter a password. So let me enter some password over here. So it says the password is weak, but I think I'm okay with that because this is just a demo, right? When you are working on production, please create a strong password. Okay, so as you can see, all authentication tokens updated successfully, which means the password is now set. So I can again go back here, and now the username would be root and the password would be what I just said. So in my case, it's this. It says a network error occurred. Okay, let me just refresh. Click on advanced, click on proceed, enter the username, enter the password, and as you can see, the login is now successful. So now your cPanel is getting initialized. So first of all, agree to the user agreement, right? Enter an email address that you know of. It could be any email address, and then click on finish. And with this, now your cPanel is getting set up on your server. Okay, so this is how, guys, you can initialize cPanel on a server. So I've just used AWS for it, right? In case you have your own server, you can install cPanel, and the steps after that will exactly be the same. Now this is the admin account, guys. So usually you do not work in the admin account. You create an account from here, and then you use the other account, which is basically the user account. So what we'll do is we'll create a new account over here. Okay, it says WHF cannot verify your license during the upgrade process. So I have a trial license which automatically gets applied. Wait 5 minutes and then try again. So probably the WHM software is still getting initialized. So let's wait for a while and then try it out. See, as you can see, now the license has been applied, and it says the license is of type trial. Okay, cool. Let's click on create a new account, and let's enter a username over here. So let's say the username is Hemant. Password, let me enter a password. Okay, it says password strength must be at least 65. All right, let me enter a strong password. As you can see, the password is now very strong. Let me enter email. So let's say I enter some random email, hemant@gmail.com, and now we can just go ahead and click on create. Okay, so I have to enter a domain name as well. You can enter any domain name. So let's say Intellipaat.local is the domain name that I'm entering, and let's click on create now. So with this, now your account has been created, and now you can log in. So how do you log in? Just go to the same IP address. So this is your IP address, just select it. And the admin account, remember, it's 2087. The user account is 2083. Okay, hit enter. So now you can see we are at cPanel login, and now I can enter the username as Hemant, and the password would be what I set. If I click on login now, so I can see login is successful, and now I am on my cPanel, guys. So this is where I will be basically using the cPanel from, and in our coming session I will show you guys how you can use this particular cPanel to basically get your work done. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how you can use the cPanel to upload a website, a sample website that we have created, and also see the domain name that we registered earlier, how we can connect that domain name as well to this website once it has been deployed using cPanel. Now the sample website that we're going to deploy is going to look something like this, right? So this is a sample website. It has a simple login interface, it has a sign in button, and this we are going to try to basically deploy onto a cPanel server, which is this, right? So let's see how we can do that. Now before we go ahead, guys, some things that you need to understand about cPanel. Let me just walk you through the different kind of tools which are present over here, right? So first of all, as you can see, this is the IP address of your server, right? And here you have all the different kind of aesthetics that I can choose for your website, right? For example, you have all the statistics here, and then there is a theme which you can go ahead and change if you want, right? So if you have installed themes that you can basically browse over here, select them, and that's how you can use it. Talking about the cPanel itself, when it comes down to what you can use, so you can initialize git version control on specific directory. So if you click on git, here you can basically search for all the git repositories which are present on your system, and in case they are not there, you can also click on create, right? Specify the GitHub repository that you want to download, specify the path where you want to have this GitHub repository copied, and give it a name, and then that GitHub repository will now be present inside your code. So this is how the first time you can get your website onto cPanel. Now in case, let's say you already have a website, now you're developing on your local system and you want to try out whether that website is working out fine or not on the server. So how you can do that? So that usually is done using FTP softwares, and in cPanel you get an inbuilt file manager through which you can upload files to the server. We'll get back to this in a few moments. Before that, let's look at these other tools. So if you talk about databases, you can create databases and MySQL over here. So MySQL is pre-installed with cPanel. So what you can do is you can simply just click on MySQL databases, and from here it will basically give you a UI where you can create a new database. So as you can see, you can create a new database, you can modify databases. So there's no currently any database inside this MySQL. That's why it says there are no databases associated with their account. But as you can see, you can create users, you can create databases over here. You can give a user a certain permission as well. So you have all the table permissions or the user permissions that you can define from over here. Alright, so everything is possible from this dashboard, and this is for MySQL databases. Coming back, you can also go ahead and create a database using the database wizard. You can connect to your MySQL using remote MySQL. You also have the PHP MyAdmin available over here. So if you click on PHP MyAdmin, it will redirect you to the PHP MyAdmin console, right? So that is also available at the click of a button. So the moment you create a database from cPanel, you would be able to see all the databases over here, and then you can import or export databases using the utility in PHP MyAdmin. So that is also a possibility. Other than that, you have domain. So in case you want to set up your server as a DNS server as well, you have all these options over here. In case you want to set up the email server, that also are the options over here. You can make use of those. There are a lot of metrics that you can make use of. You can see the bandwidth that is coming for your server, the stats, right? The errors that might have encountered on your website, the kind of visitors which have visited your website. So everything is available at the click of a button over here. Then if you want to manage the security, the SSH access, if there are any IP addresses that you want to block, everything can be managed from here. Even the SSL certificates can be managed from here, right? So similarly, there are a lot of other softwares as well. You can change your password and other things from the preferences section. You can get into the terminal of the web of your server from over here, right? You can set up the indexes. You can set up any cron job that you want, etc. So everything can be managed from here. Now our focus today is basically to deploy a website, right? So I showed you this sample website, which is right now on my local. So let's see how we can deploy this on the server. So right now, if I go to the index of this website, right, you will get a sorry page which will look like this. So let me go to. So as you can see, it shows an index of the page, but I don't want this. I want basically the website that I'm going to deploy. So what I can do is I can click on File Manager. It will open the FTP client. So from here you can access all the files which are there on your server, right? And my website is basically going to be there inside public_HTML folder. Let's double click here, and this is where my index.html basically has to go. So how can I basically put it over here? What I can do is I can click on upload, and now I can just drag and drop file over here. So if I go back to my desktop, I can just drag and drop the index.html over here. So as you can see, it is done, and that's it. I can close it. I can refresh this, and as you can see, the index.html has now been uploaded to my server with a simple drag and drop. I didn't use any FTP tool, etc. And now if I go ahead and refresh my IP address, you can see that my website is now present on my server. So this is how you host a sample hello world or a sample website on using the CPanel dashboard. Now let's go ahead and see how we can connect this IP address to the domain name that we created earlier on freenom.com. So for this you will have to use a DNS server. So there is a DNS server in AWS called Route 53. So let's select it. So we will create a DNS zone in Route 53. We will map our domain in Freenom to this Route 53 service, and from this service we will map our EC2 instance which is deployed. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, I will have to go to hosted zones. Let's create a hosted zone over here. So there's already one. What I need to do is click on create hosted zone. Put the same name of the website that you basically created. So it's html demo.ml. Let's copy it and paste it here. It will be a public hosted zone since people from the internet should be able to access it. And now we'll click on create hosted zone. Okay, so with this my hosted zone is now created, and in this now you will get some name servers. So these are these name servers. Now these name servers are very important, guys. This is what is going to help us connect our domain name to the Route 53 service. So now what we'll do is, coming back to Freenom, we'll go to use custom name servers, and here we'll put the name servers that we are getting over here. Here in the Route 53. So let's copy these name servers one by one. So all the 4 have to be copied. So let's copy name server 1, then the name server 2, then name server 3, and finally the 4th name server, which is this. Alright, they're all present here. Just click on change name servers. Okay, so I'll have to log in again probably. Let me do that quickly. Okay, so now it says changes saved successfully. Let's verify if these name servers are present. So yes, all these name servers are present now in my html-demo.ml. Great, this is done. So all settings from my Freenom page are now done, and this is going to be same for every website from which you can purchase the domain. This is how you can set it up to connect to your Route 53. Now once you are in your Route 53, now your domain is going to pass, is going to direct all the traffic to this hosted zone, and from this hosted zone, now what I'll do is I will basically point it to my EC2 instance. So how can I do that? Click on create record, and I want to create a simple routing record. Let's click on next, and now let's define the simple record. So I basically want www.html.ml website to be routed to an IP address. Yes, I want it to be routed to an IP address, and that IP address is basically the address of my EC2, which is this. So let me copy it, paste it here, and click on define simple record. Okay, so the record has been created. So similarly, I will create one more record without any entry over here. Everything's same, just that now I will not be entering www over here. Click on define simple record, and that's it. Click on create records now, and the records have now been created. So as you can see, there are 4 records now, one with the www prefix and one without it, and it's an A type record. Okay, so now what we can do is let's try to go to html demo.ml, and this would be with the https and with www. Hit enter. It says the connection is not private. Let's click on advanced, click on proceed, and as you can see on this domain name, now I'm able to see my sample website. So now without even going to my domain name or without even going to my IP address, I can simply see the website by going to this domain name. right? I can try this in incognito as well. So just enter https www.htmldemo.ml, hit enter, and as you can see, we can see our sample website. So this is how, guys, you can host a website using CPanel and then connect a registered domain name to this website using Route 53.
So we're going to upload it to a web server using FTP, that is File Transfer Protocol applications. So mainly we'll be using two applications. One is FileZilla and one is Putty. So first, before starting off with this session, install FileZilla client and install Putty. I'll show you where to install them, where to download and install them. Okay, so before that, I have an AWS server running. So I'll not be showing you how to create that in this session. So it's already created, but you'll be provided a session where that will be shown, how to use a server and all. So in this session, let's just concentrate on uploading HTML and CSS files to the FTP application so that the HTML file is visible in the web server. Okay, now let's start off with it. Okay, so this is the server over here. So this is the server which I have. I've not yet opened it, so I'm going to show you how to set it up for your web server. So before that, you would need FileZilla client. So download FileZilla client for Windows and whichever operating system you have. For example, if you have Ubuntu or if you have Mac X OS, so you can just click on them and download them. So I already have it. So click on download and install it. Once that is done, install Putty. So once you go to download Putty and you have an option here, you can download Putty here. Click on that and you'll be taken over here. So Windows installer. So I need a Windows installer. So I'm just going to go with this. So I already have this. So 64-bit installer, I already have it. I've already installed it. So I'm closing this right now. Okay, so we need Putty to log in into this instance because using a key pair, we'll have to log in into this instance. So first you'll have to copy the public IP address. So I've already copied it. Now clicking on the Putty tool. So this is how the Putty tool will look. Paste the IP address here, keep it SSH and port number 22. Go to SSH, authentication, browse, and I have the key pair file. So again, these will be taught to you in another session. So click on open. So once this is done, just choose yes, and the server is open right now. Let me just make it a little bigger. Yeah. So now I have this Ubuntu mission. So my username is Ubuntu. Done. Okay, so the first thing you'll have to do is whenever you launch an AWS server, just update it. So I'm going to update this server. Okay, now the server is updated. So the next thing is you'll have to install a web server. So I'm going to install a web server called Apache 2. So this is the web server we're going to install, and so I'll be showing the location in which we'll be uploading the HTML file. I'm just hitting enter. Okay, so right now it's installed, guys. So first, to check whether any web page is available, just copy this IP address and paste it over here. So now you can see after installing Apache 2, you have an Apache 2 Ubuntu default page. And one more thing is, while installing, while creating this server, so that will be taught, I told, right? While installing this server, you will be asked to create, where is that? Yeah, security. So you'll be asked to create a security group. So in the security group, you'll have to allow one thing, that is you'll have to allow port number 80 for HTTP. So over here you can see SSH will be already allowed. So this is how we logged into the instance using port number 22 SSH. So one rule which you'll have to allow is, so while creating, you just have to click on add rule and go over here, click on HTTP, choose anywhere, and then save rules. So right now it's already, while creating the instance, I already provided it, so you don't need to provide right now. So I'm just going to close this. Okay, so right now the web page is running, the web server is also running. So the instance is running and the web server is also successfully running. So one more important thing you'll have to know is the location in which this particular Apache Tools web server will be like getting the file from is /var www html. Okay, so this is where the file is available. So now if I delete this file, sudo rm index.html, and I'm opening another file called index.html. So right now if I do this, you won't see the file because I deleted the file. So now I'm just going to type in hello world, and I'm going to save this. And if I refresh it, you should be able to see the hello world page, because that is the page over here. Okay, so now before moving on to the next part, that is uploading an HTML page to the web server using an FTP application, which is FileZilla, the one thing you'll have to do is just go back, that is cd ... and then edit this chmod, make it 766. So that is sudo chmod 766. Sorry, you have to provide. Okay, one thing I forgot was providing the directory name itself. Okay, so sudo chmod, I'm going to provide 766 and the folder name, which is HTML. So right now we've changed the permissions of HTML page. So that is, we can check that. Yeah, so over here, HTML. So you can see read, write, execute, read, write, read, write. So read, write is available. So right now, once you changed read, write, so you can basically write from anywhere you want. You can write from the FTP application itself. So if you did not change this, you would have not been allowed to write from there. Okay, so now before moving on, let me just open Sublime Text and let me just close these. Okay, so right now I'll just create a simple HTML page. So it can be HTML. So you guys already know how to create this. So I'm just creating a simple file. I'm going to name it as FTP page, and so body, I'm just going to give a header. This is the uploaded page, and close and done. Okay, so right now I have the HTML page ready. So I'm just going to save it in desktop. I'm going to name it as index.html, because index.html file is the one which will be taken by the site. So for example, let me just open HTML. Okay, sorry. Just a second. Sudo chmod 777 HTML. Okay, so right now I'll just open HTML. Okay, so right now you have the index.html page, right? Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me create one.html file and type in something. So right now let me go back to the site. So if I refresh this, which page you will see? You will see the hello world page or the page which I created just now, that is one.txt, one.html. So if I refresh this, you are still taken to the index.html page. But if I search for that particular HTML page, only then you will be shown that. So that's the difference between just typing in, just having the index.html page and a random page. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this index.html page so that, okay, so we removed the index.html page. So right now we're going to upload an index.html page in the position of the previous one, so that once we uploaded it, we'll be able to see the web page. That is, this web page will be available. So before doing that, we'll have to open FileZilla. Okay, so this is how FileZilla looks. This is your local PC. And just close this. Okay, so this is your local PC. This is where the server's files will be shown. Before starting off with it, go to edit, go to settings, go to SFTP. So here I have uploaded a key pair file. So as I told you in the session where they'll be teaching you how to create a server, in that particular session you will be shown how to create a key pair file. So while creating the server, the last step is downloading the key pair. So once you downloaded the key pair, just click on add key file, and So you'll have the key pair like this. So you'll have to just open it and it will be saved here. So once that is done, just click on OK and done. So this key pair file is the one which is attached to your server, that is the AWS server. So when you log in, this key pair, this is a private key file. So this private key file will basically decrypt the public key and open the server for you. Okay, so now to connect to the server, okay, so let me just close this. So you might think I directly let's say opened the page and just typed in. So I don't want that to happen, because you might think that. So what I'm going to exactly do here is I'm going to upload the page directly to the web server, and I'll go over here and refresh this. So right now there is no index.html page. So once I uploaded that, so in this place the new page will be available. Okay, so let me just close this. Now going back to FileZilla. So here you'll have to provide the host name, which is the public IP address, So copying this, pasting it over here. Next, the username. So if it is a Ubuntu system, it is Ubuntu. If it is any other Linux system, it is EC2 user. So I'm just going to put in Ubuntu. So there is no password, and then port number 22. So this is for SSH, right? So you'll have to put port number 22 and click on Quick Connect. So it's connecting to this particular IP. So it has successfully connected to it, and you can see it retrieved the directory listing and it showed the directory listing over here. Okay, so now let's go to root. So in root we should have a folder named var. So coming down, so you can see there is a folder named var. I'm clicking on that. So inside var we should have a folder named www. Okay, I'll just type in. Okay, so hit enter. Okay, so we are inside www right now. So inside that you can see there is a HTML folder. So let me click on it. And now inside of it, you see the one.html page. So this is the only page which is available in that location. So to this location, we're going to upload the file which we have in our local PC. So to do that, you can basically drag it and drop it over here. So going over here, so this is our PC. So in desktop, coming down, so in desktop, once you click on desktop, you will be given all the files. So over here, okay, wait a second, did I save that file? Okay, I saved it as index.html. So coming down, okay, it's over here. So the index.html file is over here. You can either double click on it or you can drag it and drop it. So whatever you do, the file will be uploading. So connecting to the server, transferring the file, and the transfer is successful. So index.html has been transferred using an FTP application, guys. So now going to the server and refreshing this should show the index.html file. And now you can see the index.html file is successfully uploaded and you have hosted your website. So I have taken the example of AWS over here. So it can be any server, with an IP address. Basically you can use any server to connect using the FileZilla client, because you will have your IP address, you'll have all the related information to connect to your server. So this is how simple it is. So I've just uploaded one single HTML file. You can upload a series of HTML files with the CSS files over here, and basically you don't need to provide any path because they'll be in the same location. So the HTML files will take the content from the CSS files if they're in the same location, and you can host an entire static or a dynamic website in this particular servers.
So pretty simple. If I put it pretty simple, then it basically means your text in the browser can go from left side to the right side, which is normal. Also, you can make your text come from the right side of your browser to the left side. So that's what we're going to look in this particular session. So first let's look at what is the property which makes do this. So first there's a property called direction. So the direction property specifies the text direction or writing direction within a block element. So a block level element in the sense, for example, if you have a p tag or a h1 tag, you can mention the direction. So this particular direction property as a CSS property in that, so that for example, if you have mentioned LTR, it will keep that element from left to right. If you have mentioned RTL, it'll keep that element from right to left. So if it is initial, it will set it to the default value. If it is inherit, it inherits from the parent. Parent in the sense, for example, if
the tag is within another tag, it inherits from the parent. Okay, for now, let's check out the syntax. So the syntax is direction is the property, LTR, RTL, initial or inherit are the values. So this is how it looks. So now let's go ahead and look at the code and let's understand how exactly this works. Okay, so this is the code which I have. So let's check out this tail tag. So I have two p tags with a class of RTL and class of LTR. So here for p.ltr, so p.ltr, direction is LTR, so left to right, and here direction is RTL, right to left. So in this case, if I mention an RTL class, this text will go from right to left. If I mention an LTR class, this text will go from left to right. So now let's test this out. Okay, so you can see the first line of text goes from, okay, now you can see the first line of text goes from left to right and the second line of text goes from right to left. Now let's do a little interchange over here. Let us make it LTR and let us make it RTL, and now let's do, so now the first line will go from left to right and the second text will go from right to left. So this is how you can manipulate the direction of your text, but most probably this only sometimes this particular way of direction of text is used. Mostly we just use the default format. Even if I remove the class of LTR, it always keeps the text from left to right because that is the default way of displaying text in HTML, but it still provides CSS classes to do the opposite of that. So that's what we have looked in this session. So it's pretty simple, this topic. It's just manipulating the direction of your text in HTML. So this is how it works. So I'll just close this so that the next session it won't be confusing.
As we all know, CSS is the way that you add different style, color, texture to your particular web page, right? So it is something that gives your web page that flair that makes it look beautiful, right? So there are different ways to go about it that you can use to add CSS. So let's quickly jump into that and talk about how we can add different ways to your web page, how you can add different CSS documents. So when your browser, basically HTML file, or when it goes through your basically what it does is the browser reads your HTML file. So there's a code that is written, right? So your browser basically reads, and whatever the instruction is given, it basically performs that, correct? So when your browser is going through your code and it reads a style sheet, then it basically performs activities based on how it is going to look like, correct? So there is different ways that you can make the browser read or make the browser work according to what has to be done with respect to the screen, right? So the three different ways that you can add CSS to your particular web page are external, internal, and inline. So these names seem fairly very obvious. So let me give you an example and show you how it works, right? So an external CSS is basically, as the name suggests, this is the style sheet where which can change your entire look and face of your web page just by calling something from the outside. It could be a file, it could be some reference link. So it is basically a file which is outside of your particular HTML code that you have written. It's a separate file that you write, and you can call that file in your HTML file, and using the details from that file, your current page can basically create a web page which will be having different colors and different backgrounds and different textures, right? So this external file that you write, the separate file from your HTML file, it has to be written in with the extension .css, and it should not contain any HTML tags. So that is the two rules when you are talking about an external CSS file. Let me give you an example real quickly. On the left hand side that you see of the black box, that is our HTML code. So if you can see, there is the HTML code normal, and this is the link which we have mentioned here. We are referring to a href file which is Intellipaat.css, and this is what Intellipaat.css has. So this has this body which has the background should be light blue, and the h1 should be navy color, margin 20px, and this is what the body will contain. So this is basically telling you that you must have this in the body, and in the body the h1 should have this property and the body should have this property. This entire body will have this property. So you are importing these properties from an external file which is called as Intellipaat.css. So let me show you that file real quickly so that we get that out of the way. So you can see I have the files here which are for our inline, internal, external, whatever. So these are the different codes that we have written. If you want to see the Sublime codes are here mentioned as well. So these are the different CSS files which are in here. So Intellipaat.css files. So the external CSS, if I open, as you can see, the heading is dark blue and the background entirely is light blue. So this is what it looks like. So coming back to the presentation, so let's move further and talk about the internal CSS. So as the name suggests, it is something which is there inside of your HTML file. So this is not an external source that you are bringing in, like having a file from outside or bringing a file from outside which will give properties to your web screen. This is something which you write internally. So an internal style sheet may be used if only one single HTML page has a unique style, right? So the internal style is defined inside of the style element. As you can see, we have mentioned it here, the style element. This is the style element. This is where you define how your style will look like. And inside this element has to be inside the head section. So you can see it is inside the head section right here. You can define whatever style that you want to give to your web page. And let me quickly show you how it looks like. We have already pre-created these files for you. So this is what the internal file looks like. You can see the maroon and everything that we mentioned. This is the source code of it in here. So you can see it is just having the body background should be linen and the h1 should be maroon, which is this. So this is what basically how you do the internal CSS adding. So we saw the external where we call a file which is outside, which is here, and for the internal we define it inside of a style. Now what if you wanted to give one particular line some additional styling, right? Some additional style, which is this. So that's why we have another way of giving CSS, which is inline CSS. And inline CSS may be used to apply unique style for a single element, and they can add relevant attributes to one particular line. And this is not very generally used because people don't prefer it. People prefer having a uniform looking page throughout, a uniform the whole page should be in the uniform wavelength in terms of the styles and the colors that you are providing. But if you are someone who likes to have different colors inside of different things and you want to write inline CSS, there is another way to go about it, and this is how you do it. So basically inside of the h1 we put a property or an attribute called as style, and in there we define whatever we want to do. So if you want to refer the last one we had an entirely separate style element. Here we have an entirely separate style element which is defining, and h1 is separate from it. But if you want to add it to h1, you can still do that, and this one particular line will have this, and this one particular paragraph will be having this particular color. So we have created that file as well. Let me show you that real quickly. So this is the inline file. So you can see I can show you the code right here. Yeah, so you can see we have given h1 the color blue, so that's why it has the blue in here, and we have given the color red to this is a paragraph, and this is all defined inside of the line or the particular header, and you can give your attributes, and in the line itself you can define how that line will look like. So that is the different ways you can go about defining CSS.
We would have used all of these elements and values and units in HTML code. So what we will be doing is we'll be just looking into what exactly a particular CSS value or a CSS unit means to the browser. Okay, so now let's start off with it. So first let's look into the elements. So there are a lot of elements which we know. So there is body, head, div, m, h1, h2, h3. So the headers list just goes on. So we are just looking into 5 of these elements and how exactly it is represented as an HTML block, as a CSS block. So for example, if you type in body, how is it represented as a CSS value to the browser so that it provides you the exact same thing. For example, if I'm typing in just the tag of m, so it does not know what exactly m does. So m is basically associated with the font style of italic, and it is directly associated with this particular element. So whenever I use the m element with an HTML, let's say there is a p tag for paragraphs, so I'm using m within the p tag, so then the text within the p tag will become italic. And how does it do? It does because this particular element is associated with the font style italic in CSS. So body goes with display block, margin 8px, so it's just defining the size and how the display should be made. And div also display block, so it'll divide a particular set of HTML elements together. And h1, so for h1 the size should be bigger. So for example, so display is block, Font size is 2 EM. So this EM is different from that EM. This is different. This comes under units, which we'll be looking into. Margin top is 0.67 EM. Margin bottom is 0.67 EM. Margin left and right are 0. Font weight is bold. So if you are typing inside of an H1 tag, all of your text in the browser will be displayed as bold. It will have a font size of 2 EM, which is quite large because H1 is a larger header, and it will be in the same location. The margin at the top and bottom will have a 0.67 EM space, but to the left and right there won't be any difference. Then LI basically displays a list item. We know OL and UL for ordered lists and unordered lists. So within that you'll have to write the LI tag, which basically means list item. So that's what is represented in a default CSS value. So these values will not be shown to us, but the browser will understand. So for this tag, this is the CSS value. For this tag, this is the CSS value. So that's how we'll have to show the content in the browser to the user. Now coming to CSS units. So CSS has several different units for expressing a length. So length in the sense it can be your text's length, it can be the size of your text. So length is a number followed by a length unit. For example, 10px, 2em. So these are values. So basically these are digits with two other characters of your length unit. So 10px is 10 pixels. So 2em is a size like that. So there are two different types of length units available. One is absolute and one is relative. So first let's look into absolute. So absolute is basically the actual units like centimeters, millimeters, inches, pixels, points. So these types of lengths are basically won't be used in a website because they are not compatible with the varying screen sizes. They'll just stay to the exact size. For example, if you're using a mobile with 5 centimeter length, and if you're providing the website's length as 5 centimeters, so it'll be perfect for your mobile, but when another person with the smaller mobile uses it, it'll be a problem because the website will still stay at 5 centimeter and they'll have to scroll the website. As well as if it is a bigger site, then your website again will stick to a small location on the bigger phone. So this is what you want to avoid by not using absolute length. So cm is centimeters, mm is millimeters. You can use them in your website, but it is not recommended. Now coming to relative length, which is the most commonly used length units. So you can see relative units scale better between different rendering medium. That is, if you are shifting from a mobile to a laptop, from a laptop to a bigger desktop. So using relative length is pretty good for that because it will know when the size is increasing, the size of the units also should increase. So that's how it goes with the website also. So now first the unit is em relative to the font size of the element. So 2em means 2 times the size of the current font. For example, if the font is 12, so the basic font size is 12, then if you're using 2em, that basically means 2 into 12, which shows you the text as 24, the size 24. Now ex relative to the x height of the current font, so it's rarely used because it only takes the height of the text, not the complete size. Now ch relative to the width of the 0, rem relative to the font size of the root element. So the thing is, most of these are not used. For example, px is used, em is used. So these are the most commonly used unit types, and even absolute lengths are not used. So this is just to show, if you use em, this is how the browser will understand how to provide the size for the elements which have been provided as em. For example, if you are providing 2em for a paragraph, so it will have a current size for p, let's say it is 10. So 10 will be multiplied into 2 and it will give you a size of 20. So this is what is em, and this is what are CSS units. So I think we've covered the default CSS values for HTML template, HTML elements, and same thing goes with CSS units. So the basic thing you'll have to understand is, when you're providing an element in your HTML code, it is not directly taken and understood by the browser. Instead, the browser will be given these instructions, that is, each element has a default CSS value which will be taken by the browser. Only then you get the output.
So there are various different kinds of attributes when we're talking about CSS, right? So an attribute could be a title or a heading or something like that. And based on the attribute or different attribute that an element has, you can define properties of CSS which you can provide it to, right? So a CSS attribute selector basically matches the element based on the presence or the value of a given attribute. So it is basically similar to matching a regular expression. So let's say if I'm trying to map Intellipaat with if I want to check if the given word, if in a given paragraph, let's say if there is a word where there is Intellipaat, for example, this is an example. If there is a word in Intellipaat, then I match and say that it's 1. That is one way of matching. The other could be that we take all the values, right? Like Intellipaat 1, Intellipaat 2, Intellipaat 3. So in the first one, we were matching it as it is, like it has to be as it is. In the second one, we could be like, okay, we just want anything that contains the word Intellipaat anywhere. So we will have more matches with respect to that. So there is different ways that you can use this attribute selector, and that is what we're going to be discussing now. So directly let's jump into it. And if you see this basically represents an attribute. So this is the thing that we are having inside of this. So this is an attribute and it can have different values, right? And we'll be giving you an example to make things clear. And all of these values which are mentioned here are always in quotation marks. So basically, if you have an equal to sign, so as the name suggests, if you have any equal to sign, it has to be as it is. If I'm trying to search for an attribute of type Intellipaat, it has to start with Intellipaat. It cannot be one Intellipaat or Intellipaat 1, Intellipaat 2. It cannot be like that. Or any hyphen values are also not accepted. It has to be as it is. While and the next one where we have this not equal to sign kind of thing, in this one we can have things which are separated by, let's say, a hyphen, right? So it could be, let's say, if I'm going for the word Intellipaat, every element that has Intellipaat, if I put the attribute Intellipaat in this one, then it will give me back the results which will have Intellipaat -1, Intellipaat -2, Intellipaat -3. All of that will be there in this attribute value. But if you do not want that but this will only give you the hyphen based elements. It will not return you everything. So let's say if I have Intellipaat 1, 2, 3 as one word, it will not catch that because that is not separated by the hyphen value. So it will not catch that element. So if it was Intellipaat -1, 2, 3, it will catch that value. But if it is Intellipaat 1, 2, 3, it will not catch this value. So if you want all of that to be caught, that is the hyphen values as well as the 1, 2, 3, Intellipaat 1, 2, 3, then you have to use this one. This basically gives you those element which are immediately followed by hyphen and everything. All of this is accepted by this one, right? And then there is this element which represents an attribute which is prefixed by some value. So if you have some prefixed values, basically a word starting with Intellipaat and it is followed by something, if it's starting by that, then you have to use this particular syntax. And if you have whose value is suffixed or basically followed by some values, or it is ending with some kind, then you have to use this particular syntax. And if you have an attribute star is equal to value, then in that scenario it represents an element with an attribute of which contains at least one occurrence of the value in the string somewhere. So this one is for prefix, this one is for suffix. So if you have anything that starts, if an element starts with Intellipaat, then you have to search for this. If you want to see if the element is ending with Intellipaat, then you have to use this. If you have to see that in somewhere in the string it is there, then you have to use this. So let me show you an example of how it will look like. So we have it right here on the screen. So this one will basically return me anything of the kind. Let's say if I'm trying to map Intellipaat -1, 2, 3, it will return, but it will not return the values of Intellipaat 1, 2, 3. This will not be returned by this particular element, correct? And talking about the next one, if you want both of these to be covered, then you have to use this. Now this here you can see the class is the attribute here. Here the title is the attribute, and here in this again we have the class value. So if any title has the flower in there, so if it will return for all the flowers which have, let's say, flower 1 and just flower, these two elements will get, let's say, solid border of 5 yellow X. But if I have something like and flower 1, this will not be matched by this particular element. If you want this to be matched by this element, I'm sorry, this should be small because my flower is small. If I want this to be matched as well along with these two, then I have to use this syntax. where it should be title, but this syntax right here, this has to be used. And notice how all of these are always in quotation. So that is how attribute selection works in CSS.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
So what are CSS selectors? CSS selectors are basically used to identify or specify specific HTML elements that you want to style. For example, there can be numerous elements in an HTML page, but which specific element do you want to style can be specified using CSS selectors. Now there are basically 5 types of CSS selectors when we talk about CSS. First one being simple selectors, then we have something called as pseudo-element selectors, attribute selectors, combinator selectors, and then finally pseudo class selectors. So first we will be looking at some simple selectors, right? And then we will be moving on to the others. So first let's talk about what is simple selector. So in simple selector you have many selectors. The first one being the class selector. So let's understand what the class selector is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to my Sublime. So this is how my Sublime basically looks like. So first let's have an index.html page. So let me create an index.html file. And let me create a or style.css as well. So I have 2 files now. One is index.html and then I have style.css. So first let's create an index page. So let me create a sample HTML page with the title sample web app. This will be the title. Body, let's put an h1. Let's say the h1 is welcome to this website. Welcome to this sample website. Let's say this is the name. And after that, let's put on, a paragraph. And let's say the paragraph is, this is the first paragraph in the HTML. So let's say this is what we go ahead and define. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and style this. So first let me show you how this index.html basically looks like. So first of all, let me go ahead and run this index.html. And it basically looks something like this. It says, welcome to this sample website. This is the first paragraph in the HTML. Great. So now what I can do is, let me first bring this window over here. Yeah. So we can see it now. So first let's now define a CSS file for this. And for doing that, first we have to, relate, or I have to link the CSS file from this HTML to the style.css that we have in the same folder. So in order to do that, in the head I will add a link tag, and the link tag is going to look something like this. And here I'm going to define the style.css. So the style.css has now been defined and I have linked it to this HTML page. So let's open the style.css now, and here I can define what all styles do I want for my website. So let's say I want the h1 of the color blue. So how can I do that? So simply I will say h1, this is the element selector that we are using right now, h1. We will define the properties of h1 now, and let's say the color of h1 should be red, right? So let's say this is the property that I have defined. So now if I go back to my website, if I refresh, you can see the h1 has now turned its color to red. Okay. Similarly, I can define the next element that we have is the p element. So I can define that, let's say the p element, the color should be blue. So if I save this, if I come back here, you can see that the color of my paragraph element is now blue. Moving forward, now let's talk about classes, because that's what this topic is all about. So let's say I have multiple paragraphs, right? So if I define it like this. Let's say this class of paragraph is first, this is the second paragraph, and let's say even we define some h2s over here, right? Let's say this is the second header, let's say this is an h2, right? And let's say even this class is second. Okay, so now what I've done is I've defined classes for my elements. I mean, this is not going to have any impact on the UI, but let me show you what it's basically going to look like. So this is the fourth class and this is the fifth class. Okay, so now what I can do is, so first let me show you how this looks. Okay, so right now all my HTML, all my paragraphs are blue in color. Why? Because in my style.css I specified the p element to be of the color blue. That is fine, right? But now let's say I just want my second paragraph to be blue in color. So how can I do that? So whenever you specify a class, you have to use the color as or the syntax as dot, right? So any class that you want to specify, you have to prefix it with dot, and then you have to mention the class name. So let's say I want to make the second class as yellow, so I'll just enter second, right? I'll open the curly braces, and now let's say I specify the color over here as yellow. So let's see what happens now. So if I come back, if I refresh, you can see all the elements which were there in the second class are now yellow in color. Now what if I just want to change a paragraph which has a class second? So how can I do that? Now in order to do that, I'll just remove this, or let's not remove this, let's just enter the element of which I want to change the second class as yellow. So I want to enter the element as p. So a p element which has the class as second, the color should change it to yellow. So let's save this, come back, refresh, and as you can see, now only the paragraph whose class is second is now changed to yellow color. So guys, this is how classes work. Alright guys, so now that we have understood class selectors, understanding element selectors is going to be very easy for you. Okay, so coming back to my Sublime, so let me quickly arrange the website up. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are basically going to understand what are element selectors. So what are elements? Elements are nothing but all the p type of tags that you specify, all the h1 tags, all the h2 tags, these are called elements in an HTML, right? Similarly, let's say if I specify a link as well, a name, let's say I specify it as hello, and what I do is I give this is an anchor tag that I'm specifying. Let's say I give the href for this as www.intellipaat.com, and let's say this is sample link, right? So this again is an element. So any element, if you want to select and if you want to style it, all you have to do is specify the tag of that element, and then you can go ahead and specify whatever you want to do with that element, right? So these are what element selectors are. It's a very small topic, I understand that, but since now you understand what element selectors are, you can actually go ahead and build over it by using classes, by using ID selectors, etc. Okay, so next in our topic list is ID selectors. So let's go ahead and understand what those are. Alright guys, so now let's understand what are ID selectors. So ID selectors basically help you to select an element which has been defined according to an ID. Now how can you specify an element according to ID? You have specified a class, you can specify an ID in the same way. So let's say ID is equal to, you can specify any ID over here. Let's say the ID is hello. Let's say this is an element of class third and of ID hello. So now if you want to style this element, let's understand how we can do that. So again, you will have to go to your style.css, and here for specifying any ID, you will have to specify a hashtag, right? So hashtag and then the value of the ID that you have specified. In this case, it's hello. So let's specify it hash hello, and then let's specify the properties of this element or this ID. So let's say the color is going to be of blue, right? So let's say this is what we specify, and now what I can do is, now since style.css has been specified, index.html has been specified, let's go ahead and run this. So I'll just click on open or run. This will basically open this up, and here we had specified blue, I think, earlier as well. So now let's specify some other color. Let's say it's orange, right? Save it, come back, refresh, and you can see that the element which had the ID as hello is now orange in color, right? So how do you specify an ID? By specifying an hash in front of it, and with an hash, what the compiler understands is that whichever element is going to have an ID of whatever is following hash is going to be styled in the manner that you are specifying over here, right? So guys, this is what ID selectors are, and similarly there is something called as universal selector, and we'll be understanding it in a little while. But before that, there is one more thing that you need to understand, and that is about combining different elements. So how do you specify elements for 2 or 3 kind of elements? So let's understand that. So let's say I have specified the h1 color as red, I've understand the p color as blue, and I've specified the h1 color, or let's say I specify the h2 color also over here. So let's say the h2 is going to be of the color orange. Okay, so let's say this is something that I specify. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and I can specify the p color as well as blue. How can I do that? So let's remove p. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll specify this p, let's cut it out, and now let's specify. Okay, so let's cut out this p, and let's say all my h2s and p should be orange in color. So I'll just specify comma p, save it, and now let's see how this looks like. So I'll just come back, let me open it here itself, and now you can see that all my h2 and my paragraph are now orange in color. Why is this yellow? Because I've specified the second paragraph to be of yellow in color, right? That's why dot, basically, as you have learned in the previous session as well, dot basically specifies this class. So the second class of p is going to be yellow in color, but all my h2s and all my p are going to be orange in color. So instead of writing it twice, what I can do is I can include it in one style, and this is how you specify, right? So now let's say I go ahead and I specify a also over here. So let's see how this is now going to look. So if I refresh, you can see even my a is now orange in color. Okay, so guys, this is how you go ahead and combine different elements in CSS. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what are universal selectors. So guys, whenever you want to go ahead and specify an HTML file where a blanket rule has to be applied, you basically go ahead and use the universal selector. For example, let's say I want to go ahead and align all these texts on the center. So how can I go ahead and do that? So all I can do is, instead of specifying each element like this, I can specify the universal selector, which is star, give the curly braces, and now I can just specify the align property, text align property, and I can say it's the center property that I want to align. Save it, refresh, and as you can see, all the elements now are center aligned, right? So this particular selector is basically used when you want to override some settings which are there in Chrome for all the elements in HTML, right? And now what you can do is, now since all our elements are aligned as center, now you can pick and choose which elements you do not want them to be aligned in the center. For example, my second paragraph, let's say I want to go ahead and I want to text align it on the left hand side. Okay, so if I refresh, now you can see only my second element has been assigned to the left hand side. So this basically is a blanket rule that you can apply, and then you can play around with the properties of your elements specifically if you want to change something. Otherwise, all the elements will be following the property which you specify in the universal selector. So guys, this is what the universal selector is. I hope it's clear to you. So guys, with this we come to an end to understanding the simple selectors, and then now we go ahead and understand the different type of a selector rule now. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what are descendant selectors. So guys, descendant selectors basically means, as the name suggests, all the descendants of a particular element imbibe a particular style that you specify in the style sheet. Now let's come back to our code to understand this. So first of all, let me remove all the style which is there in my website, and if I refresh, you can see this is how my website is right now looking. Okay, so now let's understand what are the different kind of elements that I have in my HTML. So first I have the body, then I have h1, h2, then I have a div tag, and inside that div tag I have 5 paragraphs and I have an a link. Okay, I also have a paragraph which has an a link inside it, right? And then that paragraph is closing. So when I talk about descendants are basically all the elements which are inside the div tag. Okay, so now what are descendant selectors? So let's say inside the div tag I want to select all the a tags which are descendants of the div, and let's say I want to go ahead and change their color to red. Okay, let's say this is something that I have specified. Now if I go to the website, if I refresh, you can see all the a tags which are there in the div, no matter whether it's inside the paragraph or no matter if they are directly specified inside the div, they have changed their color to red. Okay, so the key thing to understand over here is the childs, right? So what do I mean by childs? So for example, if I come back to my code, in the div tag, the child of div tags are basically these paragraphs and this a tag. Okay, these are the direct child of div. But when we talk about this a tag is basically inside this p tag, right? And hence it's a child of this paragraph. It's a grandchild of div, right? But it's not the direct child of div. Still, when you're using the descendant selector, so understand it like this, that whenever you talk about descendants, right, your grandchild will be a descendant of yours, right? But when you talk about child, only your son or your daughter are your child, right? Your granddaughter or your grandson is not your child, right? They are your descendants. So similarly in CSS also it's going to work like that. Right now we're dealing with descendant selectors. So all the descendants which are there inside the parent element will be basically included in this style element. So all the A elements which are a descendant of div are basically going to have the color red. Okay, so this is one thing that we have understood. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what are child selectors. So guys, child selectors are basically the selectors which only deal with the immediate child of the element. For example, coming back to our code, let's say this is my main div element, and the immediate child of this div element are these paragraphs and this a tag. Okay, this a tag which is inside this paragraph is not the direct child of this div. So everybody would agree to this, right? Now let's say I go back to my code, and instead of giving a space, so space basically means a descendant selector, but instead of giving a space I give a greater than sign. So this means only the child of div should basically have the color red. So let's see how this goes. So I'll just save this code, refresh this website. So this link is not a child of the div which is having all these paragraphs and this a tag, right? This a tag is a child of this paragraph. So if I refresh, you will notice that this now is the default color, and only this a tag, which is a direct child of the div which has all these elements, has now changed the color to red, right? So instead of this greater than size, if I just include a space, that means it's a descendant selector, and in this case all the descendants which are of the type A are going to get the color as red. But if I remove this and include a greater than sign, in that case only the child of the div tag is going to be of the color red.
First, let's look into what exactly is pseudo elements. Then we'll move on to looking at some examples of using pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is used to style specified parts of an element. So an element is basically a HTML tag, and CSS pseudo elements are used to basically take a part of that particular element and stylizing it, or using certain let's say color or certain styles to make it different. So that's why we use pseudo elements. For example, if you have a large paragraph and you just want to change the color of the first line, there is a pseudo element for that. You can use that to just style the first line, or also there is for the first letter of an element, so you can change the first line as well as first letter. And there are other pseudo elements, and I'll be giving you one more example at the end of this session. So pseudo element is used to style specified parts of an element. So it's that simple. There is a sentence. If you want to just change the color of the first letter of that sentence, you can do that using a pseudo element. So now this is how a pseudo element looks. It's pretty simple. You have a selector and you have two colons. You have the pseudo element selector, in the sense, for example, if you want to use it on a p tag, if you want to use it on a h1 tag, if you want to use it on a div tag, so that is the selector. So you'll have to provide, for example, if you are going to use it on a p tag, you'll have to provide p. Pseudo element is what we are going to see. You'll have to provide the accurate pseudo element which you want. For example, if you want to change the color of only the first line or first letter, you'll have to provide it over here. Then you'll have to provide the property and value. Now coming to pseudo element examples, here is where we are going to look into the exact pseudo elements. So first we'll be looking into 3 pseudo elements with examples. First one is first line, then first letter, and then the after pseudo element. So let's start off with first line. So the first line pseudo element is used to add a special style to only the first line of the text. So let's say this is the selector, this is the pseudo element, so colon colon first line is the pseudo element. So now you have here, so you can see property and value. So this is your property color and you want it in blue. Font variant, all of it should be in small caps. So let me take you to an example and show you how this works. So I have some examples available. So I'm just opening it, and also I'm going to open it in a text editor so that we can check this. So I'll just open Sublime Text. I have all of this available over here. I'm just going to open this file. Yeah, so sudo x1 is the file which I opened over here. So this is just to change the color or whatever things you want to change for the first line of your paragraph. So the first line is not the first line over here. It is the first line which will be shown in the browser itself. For example, if I make the browser smaller, and it will change accordingly. So if there are only few words which is in the first line, only that will be changed, and the rest of the lines will remain the same. So how to do that? So rest of the HTML code I'm not going to explain because you know that. So we are providing a style tag. Inside the style tag, p is my selector because that is where I want the change to happen. And then we are providing the pseudo element, and I'm providing the property and value. So I'm providing property as color and blue. So let's say if I make it red and save it, and you can see the first line has been changed to red. So this is how pseudo elements work. Okay, so we've seen one pseudo element. Now let's go back to the slides to check out the next one. So next one is first letter. So it's the same thing as pseudo element for first line, but in this case it will only change the first letter of the entire p tag. So let me open this, and this is the example. I'll close this, and you can see only the first letter has been changed to a larger font. Also the color has been changed. So now let me open this file in Sublime Text, and over here you can see I changed the pseudo element from first line to first letter. It's in red color. The font size is XX large. So let's say I don't want an XX large, and I can provide XX small and save it. Now let's go back, and you can see it has become small. And you can the changes will affect only the first letter of the selector you have created. For example, let's say my selector is going to be H1. I'm typing in, this is the header, so this is the title, and I'm going to change this to H1. I'm going to change this back to large. Now if I go and you can see the first letter of H1 has been changed. So now let me copy this. You can have multiple as well. So let me copy this, paste it, change it to P. Now if I do the first letter of both of these selectors, so this is H1, this is P, so both of them has been changed to a red color and a larger size using this pseudo element. Okay, so now let's go back and look into the last pseudo element, which is after. So this particular pseudo element is quite different. It is used to insert some content after the content of an element. For example, you can add more text, you can add an image, you can add a video file. So in this case we are going to add an audio file, and in this case we are going to add an image and check it. So you have the syntax, same syntax, selector, pseudo element, property, value. So this is the file. First let me open it in Sublime Text and show you, then I'll show you the output. Okay, so first we have inside this tail tag we have the selector, we have after, and inside that we have content and URL. So I'm just going to delete the P tags so that it's better visible, and I'm going to give some space, save it. So now what do you think will be the output? So will this particular file be under this title, or will be to the left or to the right? So it is going to be after. So for example, this particular image will appear after this title. So any title which has H1 will have it after. For example, if I type in P random text, so this particular tag should not have this image after it. It should only the tags which have H1 tags are available, so they should have this image after them. So we have it saved. So let's go back and let me do an enter. So now you can see this image comes after the heading, and this particular tag is unaffected. So there is also one more pseudo element, and it's pretty simple. It's called before. So this pseudo element makes the images come before, and you can see the change has been happened. So it puts the images before the text, and so these are pseudo elements which you can use to command your particular parts of your code in HTML. So this is how you can use pseudo elements on HTML, guys. So I think you have understood what is a pseudo element and how you can use it. So there are more pseudo elements. I have just shown you few of them: line, letter, after, and before.
Let's talk about another very important feature that CSS brings you. So this is with respect to giving borders and sizes. So initially the problem was this is a simple fact that if you do not use this box sizing property, then the problem is that the width and the height of element of the box that will be calculated, of whatever the border will be like, that will be the width plus padding plus border equal to the actual width of the element, and height plus padding plus border is equal to actual height of the element. But what the problem with this one is, right, is the fact that even if I put, let's say if I want a one standardized box across with same spacing with respect to my elements, I'm not able to achieve that, because for that I have to do trial and error again and again, because for different amount of text in the boxes there will be different size of the boxes created, which will be very inconvenient, right? The boxes won't look similar and it won't match what you want to do. So to eliminate that, there is this property called as the box sizing property, and this allows us to include the padding and the border in elements total width and height. So with that padding, what happens is you can have a standardized set of the box, the standard model, if you will, for that box. Let me show you an example to make things more clearer. So this is a code which I have written, an HTML code with CSS to create a box around this default configuration. So here I have not used any boxing properties. As you can see, the width and the height are the same and the border is the same, everything same, just the color we have placed differently so that you can understand it much better. And here we have another code where we have used again the same width and the height, but this time you can see this change in syntax where we have included just one line, just include one line, which is box sizing colon border box. That is it. That is all you have to do. So what's the difference that brings to the screen? So let me show you that. So as you can see, this is the default boxes which I've created. So let me bring the code screen right up so that it's easier for you to understand. So you can see this blue one. Again, the code is the same for both, but the blue box is smaller and this box is much bigger. And because it depends upon the element, the box will be created around. So to avoid that problem, we have created another one, which is our boxing property, if I am not wrong. So boxing property file that we have to open here. And as you can see, this one, we have the same size box. And all the difference that it has made is this one. So if you want to have a particular style where you have the boxes of the same size, then in that scenario you have to use the box sizing property. But if you want it to be based on your element and look something like this, then you can go for the default method as well. But the boxing property basically makes it more intuitive, more easy to understand, and it's a standard which is followed throughout the world. So but the choice is still up to you, but this is what the boxing properties brings to the table.
So first let's start off with borders. So in borders we are going to look into something called border style. So how border styles can be managed and what kinds of border styles are available in CSS. So the CSS border properties allow you to specify the style, width and color of an element's border. So using the border properties you can do all of this, but we are going to look into especially something called border style, which can be used on any element you want and it will provide a specific border style. So the border style property specifies what kind of border to display. So there are various border styles. There is dotted, which provides you a dotted line around the element. There is dashed line, there are solid lines, there are double lines, no lines, hidden lines, grooves, ridges and inset, and also outset. So we've seen, so we are going to look into all of these borders right now from a single piece of code. So we're just going to look into the dotted, dashed, solid. So we are going to look into some of these. We can also check out the others as well if you want to. So now let me open the text editor. Yeah, so I have the text editor. You can see dotted and the border style is going to be dotted. So this is for dotted. Then dashed, solid, double, ridge, hidden, mix. So these are some of the options provided over here. So these are the things which we're going to test now. So let me open this file, borders, and now you can see this is a dotted border. So this is dots around it, dashed border, solid border. So double border has two different lines. A ridge border is very thin with a 3D effect over it. So you can see that over a little bit over here. So it has a 3D effect. A hidden border has a border. This has a border, but basically it does not show. And a mixed border. So let me go back to the code. So let's just change some of these. So let's change this to groove. And what else? There is none and there is inset and outset. So there is none, inset, outset. So these are some of the things which are not covered. So these first four will have these four. So let's check that. And you can see, so first one I gave, what did I give? Groove. So this again a type of a 3D border. So dash border, in this case it does not even have a border. Hidden border has a border, but it's hidden, it's just white in color, or it's just hidden with the color of the background. A solid border has an inset. It shows like it's a little it's a 3D border, but it goes a little inside. Outside, it's like it's coming out of the screen, it's a little 3D. Even this is inside. Basically it looks like it is a little, it has a little depth, and an outside border has a little height. So these are the different kinds of borders which you can create using the border style property. So this is how we can do it, by mentioning it as class. Okay, so we've seen this. So next we'll look into CSS backgrounds. Okay, so CSS background properties are used to define the background effects for elements. So let's say you have a HTML code, so you want to mention certain background properties. For example, you want your website to have a background color, or you want to have a background image, or you have to have a smaller image which is repeating, or you just want an image in a top right or a top left corner which is fixed, so that even if you scroll, the image is still there. And also position, so as I told you, top left or top right, so that is provided by position. So first let's start off with the color. So let me show you how you can embed color in your website. So I have the back color. Yeah, so it's just the same code. So I'm just adding an h1 tag. So body is going to have a background color of yellow and opacity of 5. So first let me make opacity 1 so that I can show you the difference. And it's going to be back color, and you can see this, I have the text and I have a background yellow. So now coming back to the code, in this case opacity is provided 1. That basically means the text will be shown completely, the background color also will be shown completely. But if I make this opacity, let's say 0.5, so in this case the background color will so the text in the background colors will lose a little bit of its opacity, so half of its opacity will be decreased. So before it was opaque, so right now it is opaque. So if I do an enter, so I have already changed it over here. If I do an enter, the opacity of this particular text will reduce to 0.5 of it, so that it becomes a little translucent, and you can see it has become a little translucent. So now let's make it 0.1. So again it will lose a little opacity, and you can see you can read it, but still it's merging with the color of the background. So if you make it 0, and it merges with the background and it's completely transparent, so this particular text is completely transparent now. So you can just change the opacity and it works like that. So this is what the background color property does. So I'll just close this. So we've seen that. Next, going back, next is background image. So in this case you can attach an image instead of a color to the background of your website. So now back image. Okay, so again it's the same thing, but instead of a background color you will have to include a background image property colon. So URL, inside the URL I'm just providing a sites link for an image. So this is a high quality image so that it will cover the entire web page. So again I'm just having a random h1 tag, and a background image will be covered using this image. So let's open this site and check it out. Back image, and you can see it has a background image, it has a fixed background image, and the text is over here. And this is how you can attach a background image, guys. So it's pretty simple. You'll just have to use the background image tag, and inside the background image tag you'll have to provide the URL of the image if you're using an online let's say if you're using an online image. If you're using an offline image, it's pretty simple. You'll have to use src. So let me close it, go back to the slide. Next is background repeat. So let's say you have a smaller image but you want to make that image repeat multiple times. In that case you can use the property background repeat. Let me take you to the code. Let me close this. So back image repeat. So in this case in this case you'll have to make this background repeat, and that's it. So I have provided an image background repeat. So this is just text which I have provided. So I'll open. So right now you're not seeing the image, so I think the URL link which I provided is wrong. Once again I'll just change that. So so the mistake was not that. So this is going to be background image, because you'll have to choose the image first. Once you have chosen the image, you'll have to use background repeat, and inside repeat you can use repeat, which will repeat into the whole let's say the whole website. Then there is repeat x, only for the x-axis, y-axis, and no repeat at all. So let's first try repeat, and you can see the image has been repeated all over the place. So now let's do the same thing with x. This is only for horizontally, so you can see it's only repeating horizontally. Now let's do the same thing for y. It'll only repeat vertically, and if it is a no repeat, then there will be only one image. You can see that. So this is how repeat works. You can add this particular property and provide what kind of a repeat you need. So we've seen this as well. Then finally we have two. One is background attachment, that is you can have a background attachment which is fixed, and also the background position of that attachment. So now let me take you to the code and explain it. So first of all, we are attaching a background image and we don't want repeat. So these two we already know. Now coming to background position, so we are providing this particular image should be only available in the right top of the website. So when you open a browser, the image should be in this location, that is the right top of the browser. The margin right, so we are just providing the margin size to the right, which is 200 pixels. Now background attachment also should be fixed. So for example, if I do a control so now you can see all fixed, inherit, initial, scroll. So you can either select any of these, or if you select fixed, let's see what happens. So we have a background image, it should not repeat. The background position, background image's position is top right, and the background attachment is fixed. Open this. Okay, so right now you can see the images in the top right. I think you are able to see that, and the attachment is available over there. So now if I scroll this, the image should still be there. So you can see I'm scrolling down, but the image is still attached to it and it's still available there. So now going back to the code, let's try changing this. Let's make it, let's say, scroll. Now let's try what happens. So now you can see if I scroll, the image will not scroll with the scroll bar. So this is how you can use background attachment.
So let's discuss about table styling using CSS. So through HTML we all build a lot of different kinds of tables, and most of the tables generally look just very plain and simple, black and white, but that is not similar to what you'd see across the board, right? So every table has different kinds of features, and there's a lot of different ways that you can style your table, and you can greatly improve the way that your table looks that you have made through an HTML code. You can greatly improve the look and feel of it by using CSS, and there's a lot of different ways that you can go about it. We'll be discussing a few of them. We'll be discussing like table borders, collapse table borders, alignments, and hoverable table. Apart from these, there are a lot of different things like there is caption is there, where you can have a table caption on top of the table where it tells you what the table is all about. Other than that, you have different things like height and width adjustment that you can do. There is a lot of different other things that you can do that you can explore, but we're going to be talking about the most used ones, which is across the board. You can even have strip tables, where you have tables which have alternating colors in them, if you have seen something like that. So that is also out there. So let's start off with discussing what are table borders. So this is a very standard thing which is out there, right? So every table has a border, and every element in the table will also have a border. So it is basically something which does not have a shared boundary, if you will. And you can see the depiction right here. So the syntax for this would be table th comma td. You can choose if you want th and td both to have, and in there you have to define the border as 2px or solid 1px. And you can see that the way that this works is everything is having its own boundary, right? So every element has its own boundary, and the table as a whole has its own boundary as well. So this is not having a shared boundary among themselves. This is every element has its own border, and the way and if you increase the border width or the depiction of the border, you can see it gets more broader, much more visible in the table borders, as you can see in the images right here. So to solve the problem of this being a little bit too much on the side of things, they came up with the thing which is called as collapse table borders. So this is basically a property which is used to specify if the elements in a table should have a shared or separate borders, right? So you can have shared or separate borders. All you have to do is define in table something like this, border collapse. The syntax is on your screen, the table td dh, and you can choose the border element that has to be there. There is one thing with respect to collapse table borders is the fact that when you're defining this, make sure that you declare that it's doc type HTML when you start the document, because in some of the Internet Explorer 8 and different other web browsers, if it is not defined, there might be some issues with respect to that, and it can go crazy at point of times. But other than that, it is fairly flawless if you define. And you can see the example how it looks like, and it has shared border, and not every element of its own is having separate borders. You are sharing the borders among the elements. Moving along, we have alignments, where we discuss about two different kinds of alignments. So there could be horizontal alignments and there are vertical alignments. So talking about the horizontal alignments, you can use the text alignment property to set the horizontal alignments, where you can put the elements on left, right, or center of the content in the TD or TH. By default, it is different for TD and TH when we are talking about horizontal alignment. If you're going for TH, it will be center aligned of the content, and for TD it will be left aligned. The other type of alignment that we have is the vertical alignment, and in the vertical alignment property, it allows you to put the contents on the top, bottom, or the middle of the content. Now in the content, you can for this there is no separate segregation for the default value. Both for TD and TH, the vertical alignment default value is middle, and the syntax is on your screen on how you can define it, and that is about the alignment side of things. Moving along, we have hoverable table. So you can choose an hoverable table if you want to highlight the elements where the mouse cursor is going, right? So to do that, all you have to do is define tr and colon hover, and you can define the background color that you need. Here we have defined an hexadecimal code which gives you a shady silvery background, but you can choose any color of your own choice. So basically what you'll have is a normal looking table which looks like something like this, and as soon as you hover over any element, it will change the color defined by you, and it will change to the color that is defined by you. So that is what basically hoverable table does. So that was about the table styling that we're going to be discussing. Other than that, you can check out different properties like caption and height and width that you can adjust, and you can change the padding of the table with respect to that. You can have strip tables. So there is a lot of different things that you can do, but these are the few basic ones which needed to be covered because that is something which is covered widely across the industry. So that is about the table styling that you need to know.
So I'm pretty sure you know what is static and what is dynamic is. Basically, static is something which stays the same, and dynamic has changes almost, let's say, frequently. There are changes frequently. So that's the main difference. So now let's look into it a little deeper. So first of all, as a static web page, you send a HTTP request to a server in which you have these HTML pages available. So once you give the request, the server will get the request and return back the response with the files you need, and those are the files which you see in your browser, the HTML pages. Now coming to dynamic web page, it's a little complicated. That is, once you send your HTTP request in, it'll first check out a server, and then it'll go ahead and check out if there is any backend processing needed. That is, in your web page, you might have a button. Let's say you want to enter in some details, or you want to register to that particular website. So you put in all your details and click on sign up. So now this data should be written into a database. So to be written into a database, you cannot just use HTML. So now using a server-side scripting language like PHP. So now the front end is in the first server over here. So once the request is received, it will be sent to this particular server. This server takes the request in, and once the request is taken in, it will basically run the appropriate command to write the registration details inside the database. So once it is written, it will send back that it is written and the backend process is done. So now the web page is returned to the user that it shows you are successfully registered. You can log in right now. So these are the processes of static and dynamic web pages. So I'm just giving you a simple example. That's what registration page is. Okay. Now coming to all the other differences. So let's just discuss this in this simple table. First of all, the content will stay the same until it is manually changed. So you cannot dynamically change it. So only when you change the content of the website, the changes will be available in the, let's say, the server. And in dynamic web pages, the content is obviously different for each other. So let's consider Facebook. So my feed will not be the same as your feed. Whichever social media site it is, my feed will not be the same as your feed. So those are dynamic web pages. They show what you need. And then coming to the next point, it's the pages are simple. So basically it's just HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and mostly it is plain text with certain images. So those pages are pretty simple. And dynamic web pages are a little complicated because you need the front end code, and once you click on some buttons, an action should be taking place, and that action can be a dynamic action like retrieving data from a database. So for that, these dynamic web pages are more complicated than static web pages, and they have a lot of layers. Now coming to static web pages, they load quicker because they are just text and images. Obviously they need just less amount of data to less amount of time to pick it up. But the same thing goes a little more higher in dynamic web pages. That is, they take a lot of time to load. So static web pages, they mainly use HTML and CSS. Even just using HTML, you can create a static web page. So now HTML, CSS and JavaScript, using these three, you can create static web pages. But coming to dynamic web pages, you will need a server-side language like ASP.NET or PHP. Then static web pages can be hosted in a simple cloud storage service. That is, let's say you have Google Drive, or let's say there's OneDrive, so Dropbox. So using these storage simple services, these are just cloud storage services, right? Even using them, you can host your static web pages because there is no need for you to host it on a complete server because there is no server-side processing. But coming to dynamic web pages, all your websites should be hosted in a particular hosting server so that all the backend services, all the backend code can run. And finally, the cost will be less obviously for static web pages, and the cost involved in creating dynamic web pages are a little higher because in a static web page you just need a designer to design the website, but in dynamic web pages you need a front-end developer, a back-end developer, and a developer and a database engineer or a database admin who can help keeping the data secure. So now these are the differences between static web pages and dynamic web pages. The main difference is static web pages are simple pages, they are just HTML and CSS. Dynamic web pages also have a server side to them.
So there are two major ways of doing this, and one way is slightly better than the other way because it provides a lot of different advantages. So that we'll look in this session. Also, we'll be doing some demos with two of those ways. So first, let's look into embedding JavaScript in HTML files. So as I told you, you can embed JavaScript into HTML in two different ways. One is the script tag. So another one is an external JavaScript file. So there are two ways as I told you. So script tag, in this case, you will embed the JavaScript within the HTML file itself. The second option is an external JavaScript file. In this case, you will create an external JavaScript file in which you will add all the JavaScript code, and you will link this JavaScript file to the HTML. So these are the two different ways. So for shorter code, using the script tag is advisable. That basically means if you have a small HTML file in which you just want to add 1 or 2 lines of JavaScript, then you can straight go ahead and add your JavaScript to the HTML file itself because it's a smaller file, nothing else is going to change. But if it is an let's say a bigger website with multiple HTML pages, then you can basically build one external JavaScript file, and you can connect that external JavaScript file to all of your HTML pages so that there is only one JavaScript file to load for the browser, which will make accessing your website even faster because only one JavaScript file is loading. So if that does, the JavaScript file will be cached in the browser. So now only the HTML content has to load from the server. So this makes the process faster. If your JavaScript is within the HTML file itself, then it will take a lot of time to load the page. So these are the two ways, and this is the advantage of external JavaScript file over the script tag, because you cannot go ahead and place JavaScript in each and every HTML file. Instead, you can create one JavaScript file where you put all the JavaScript code and link it with all the HTML files with one sentence. Okay, so now first let's look at the script tag. So in HTML, JavaScript code is inserted between the script and /script tags. You can place any number of scripts in a HTML document. That basically means you can place multiple number of script tags within an HTML document, and there won't be any problem. Also, you can place the script tags in the body section or in the head section or in both, and there is no issue in placing it wherever you want. Okay, so now let's look at a demo in this particular topic, which is script tags in HTML files. let me open Sublime Text. Okay, so it's open. Yeah, over here you can see it's a typical HTML file, but in between, inside head I have a script tag, then inside body again I have a script tag. So you can see over here, sorry, this is the script tag. Yeah, so coming from the top, so this script tag, inside the script tag I have a function called my function. So what it does is it will get element by ID demo. So here I have provided for a p tag, I have provided the ID as demo and have provided change this sentence. Okay, so now coming over here back, so here it shows paragraph changed, here it shows change this sentence. So button type is equal to button on click my function. So when I click on this button, okay, so when I click on this button, this function is triggered and element by ID is demo. That basically means it changes this text, because the ID is demo over here, it gets element by ID. So the ID is demo and the element which has the ID demo is this p tag. So it changes this sentence to this sentence. So it's pretty simple. If you look at it, you have a function and you have, so it changes the text of any element which has this particular ID, and coming down, this particular element has the ID demo, and I have embedded a button which basically if you click on it will trigger this function. So once it's triggered, it will automatically check for the element which has the ID demo and it will change the text of it. And before that I also have another script file over here which shows document get element by ID example dot inner HTML JavaScript text. So over here this document will directly write its content in this p tag, because it gets an element by ID example and the ID example is available in this p tag. And also I used document.write, so this is to directly write, not writing by like getting an element by ID. Without getting an element by ID, this is to write it directly. Okay, so now let's test this out and check out how this works. Yeah, so you can see JavaScript text. Going back to the code, so JavaScript text, so this is the sentence. So it got this element by ID and it wrote this text, and then one more text, you can see one more text. Next comes change this sentence. So this is this p tag, but it is not changed yet because I have not clicked the button to trigger the function. So now this button type is equal, this button type is equal to button, because this is an HTML code. So in this I am triggering this particular function, which is again is inside head. So you'll have to remember that if you have your script tag in head or body, it doesn't matter. You can just call a function which is in head, or from head you can call a function which is in body, because JavaScript doesn't care about that. It just cares about the functionality of how you're doing it. So if it works, it works. And then on click is equal to my function. So now if I click on this try it button, it will change the sentence to paragraph changed. How does it do? Because this p tag has an ID of demo, and document.getElement by ID searches for an ID demo and changes the inner HTML to paragraph changed. So now if I click it, it changes the paragraph to paragraph changed. So for example, if I change this to, let's say, something else, save this, refresh this and click on try it, it won't work because it cannot find the ID, and the ID is not available anywhere. And let's say if I create another one and make this h1 and now make this demo and type something like hello, change this and h1. So now this will change this particular h1 tag, because this tag has the demo ID. So if I click, it will change the h1 tag. So it searches for the ID tag because it's going to get the element by ID which it has in its tag itself. So once it gets the element by ID, it will change the HTML of that particular element itself. So that's how it works. So I think we've done this. Okay, so now going back to these slides. So we've seen the script tag, Now let's see external JavaScript. So external JavaScripts are practical when the same code is used in different web pages. As I told you, if there are multiple HTML pages which needs JavaScript, and you can create one JavaScript file, have all the JavaScript in that file, and you can link this JavaScript file to all the HTML pages. So wherever there is a JavaScript need, that particular HTML page will fetch the JavaScript code from this singular file which is available. So that makes the entire process of the website faster, because it just needs to load one JavaScript file and nothing more. Also, keeping JavaScript file separate from the HTML file, which basically separates the HTML and the code, which makes it easier for a programmer to read it, a web developer to read it, because JavaScript mainly concentrates on the logic. HTML is more of the structure of the website, so it is easier to separate both of them and check out how they exactly work together. Also, cached JavaScript pages can be loaded faster. So there is only one JavaScript file, and if it gets cached in your browser, that makes the process even faster, because the JavaScript file is already cached, only the HTML loads. Then whenever you are trying to do an let's say if you click on a button and if some operation happen, that will happen even faster because the JavaScript file is already available in your browser. So now let's look at an example for external JavaScript, and it's over here. So I have an HTML file which is like very small, and you have a JavaScript file. So now let's start off with the HTML file over here. So the thing is, I've provided source message.js, and this is also message.js, but remember this, if your JavaScript file is not in the same folder, you cannot directly provide the name. You'll have to provide the complete path. Or if your JavaScript file is somewhere on a cloud storage, again you'll have to give the complete path, complete URL. So in this case, my JavaScript file is in the same folder, so no need to provide, I'll just provide the name. So to link your JavaScript file, its script type is equal to text/JavaScript. So we know this, right? Like we use link type is equal to text/CSS for linking CSS files. So in this case, it's script type is equal to text/JavaScript. Source is equal to the JavaScript file name. If it is not in the same folder, the complete path with the file name, and close the script tag. So now coming to the body. So this is just a normal welcome. So now I have a form over here. So inside this form, I have an input type equal to button. So the input type is button, and the value is equal to click. So on click of this button, it should trigger the message function. So the message function is not available in this particular HTML file, but it is available in the function, it is available in the JavaScript file which is linked. So if I go to the JavaScript file, you can see there is a function called message, and it shows alert. This is an alert from an external file, and then it shows document get element by id example dot inner HTML is equal to JavaScript text. So once I click on the button, it first shows an alert with this. So once I select the alert, then it will show the text over here, JavaScript text, in the bottom of the page. So first it shows the alert, and then it shows this, because once the alert is shown, you'll have to click on OK on the web browser. Only if you click on that, it will show this, because we know that alert functions have that capability. And so now let's test it out, and while testing, you'll understand it even better. Now let's open, and where is it? Yeah, I have it over here, and you can see I have the JavaScript file over here. Okay, so this is the external JavaScript HTML file. So you can see welcome to the home page, and welcome to the home page. This does not need any JavaScript because it is just an HTML element. Now inside the form we have a button. So when I click on the button, the message function will be triggered. When I click on the button, the message function will be triggered. So let me click on it. So the message function got triggered. This is an alert from an external file, and I think we know that. And then once we click OK, it will display the text because it's in that order. What if we just change the order? So I've changed this order. Let me refresh this. So it's still coming in that order because an alert is here. But the problem is, in HTML we have provided the p tag below the form. So in that order it shows that. What if I put it at the top before the form? So again, in this case, it will not trigger it because, you might be thinking, why is the JS text file not available? Because I'm not yet triggered this function. So only if I trigger this function, it will provide me both the alert and the JS text file. Even though it's in top, it doesn't mean it will show up. Only if the function gets triggered, both of this will show up. Okay, so we've seen that. Let me go back to the slides. Okay, so we've done both of these guys, the script tag and the external JavaScript, and also we saw a demo on how exactly they work.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.
So first let's look at what exactly are operators. So JavaScript includes operators that perform some operation on single or multiple operands and produce a result. So basically operators are certain characters which enable you to do some operations, for example arithmetic or string operations or logical operations. So these are operators which you can use in your code to make it even better. So now first let's look at some of the operators. There is arithmetic operators, so plus, minus, multiplication, exponentiation. Exponentiation is like 2 and you can exponentiate it to a certain number, then you can divide a number, then you can also get the remainder of a division using modulus. You can increment, you can decrement. Coming to assignment operators, there is equal to, which basically means x is equal to y. This is an assignment operator. So if I provide x is equal to y, the value of y will be assigned to x. And then plus equal to basically means x plus equal to y. That basically means x plus y is equal, x is equal to x plus y. And then minus equal to, again it's the same method, x is equal to x minus y. And star equal to asterisk equal to is again x is equal to x into y. So it goes on, it's the same way, but the main thing is the assignment operator basically assigns a value to the initial value. So that's why they are called assignment operators. So in this case, x is equal to y, y's value will be applied to x, x plus y, this value will be applied to x, x minus y, this value will be applied to x. So it goes on this same way. Next comes comparison operators. So this is used in loops. For example, you want to compare two variables, you can use the equal to. If you want to compare the variable as well as what type of variable it is, an integer or a float variable, or you can check out two variables if they are not equal, or if they are not equal, or also they do not have a equal type. And then there is greater than, lesser than, greater than or equal to, lesser than or equal to, and also a ternary operator. Ternary operator is a question mark, then you'll have to provide a colon. So a question mark, b colon, you'll have to provide c. So there will be three variables in place. In this case, what happens is it will check whether a is true. A is true. If a is true, then b will be taken. If a is false, c will be taken. So this is how ternary operators work. And this is mostly used for comparison, and it is used in loops and conditional loops and like while and for loops. And then comes logical operators. So logical in the sense and, logical and, so if you know gates, logical gates, so it's the same thing. You can use and, you can use logical or and logical not. And type operators, basically if you want to return the type of certain variable, you can use the type of operator. If you want to return true if an object is an instance of an object type, for example, if you're using instant of what kind of an object, so for example you can create a class and you can create an object, and if a variable is dependent on that object, you can use instant of to get true if an object is an instance of an object type. So we've seen this. Okay, so that is the last. So now let's look at some examples in arithmetic, assignment operations, and also there is one more, string operators.
So under string operators, there are not much to actually learn as an operand, but in this case we can concatenate multiple strings. So that's what we'll be looking into. So let's start off with it. So first let's look into the arithmetic operator. So you can see p is equal to id equal to demo. So I'm using JavaScript over here. So variable x is equal to 5, variable y is equal to 2, variable z is equal to x plus y. So you can see so 5 plus 2, and 5 plus 2 is provided over here as z. So this particular function, you know what it does, it checks for the element demo and it applies the value over there. So in this case it will print the value 7 on the browser. So now let's run this file. So arithmetic, I can see it shows 7, and let's do a multiplication. Now let's refresh. So it's 10. Now let's do a division. It's a 2.5. Now let's do a modulus. It's 1 because you cannot directly divide 5 by 2. There will be a remainder. And then what else we can do? I think that's more than enough. So let's check out exponentiation as well. So you can see 5 power 2. So sorry, 5 exponentiation 2. So it's basically 5 into 5. It becomes 25. So that's 5 power 2. Okay. And what else? Okay, so I think we've seen covered arithmetic operators. Now let's go to assignment operators. Okay, so in assignment operator, I'm using the same exact format. So I'm just using document.getElement by id. Then I have id is equal to demo, and I have under script variable is x is equal to 10, then x plus equal to 5. So this basically means x is equal to x plus 5. So it'll add 10 plus 5 and the result will be 15. So let's check it out. And you can see the result is 15. Now let's do some changes to this. Let's make it minus and refresh. It's 5. Let's make it multiplication. It's 50. Let's make it a division. So it should be 2. So you can see this is how you can use assignment operators. The value which is provided here will be assigned directly to x. For example, here we are providing variable x is equal to 10. Below that I'm providing variable x is equal to 5. So right now, which value do you think will be printed? Will 10 be printed or 5 will be printed? So if you're saying it is 10, then you're wrong, because it will print 5, because this basically overwrites 10 in this case. And what else? Yeah, so this is how assignment operators works. So this is how you can apply a value to a particular variable. Then comes string operations. So under string operations, we are going to concatenate these 3 text values which are separate variables. So now this is a separate string, separate string, separate string. So we are going to attach all of these strings together and print them as one. So now you can see text 1, text 2 and text 3. Okay, so now close this and go back. Now string is over here, and now you can see they are together. And let's do some changes. For example, if I remove this, then you can see the first 2 strings are together. Then if I make it 3, then you can see the first and the third string are concatenated together. So basically they are not like when you do this, they are not the same sentence right now. They're just different strings printed together. That's it. So yeah, so this is how you can concatenate. There is not much to concatenate operation over here. So I think we've covered the major operators, and then there are logical operators. As I told you, logical operators in the sense you can just compare 2 values and print out whether it is true or not. For example, you can compare like this, whether x is equal to y. If it is true, so let's put let's say variable c equals x is equal to y. So let's make this c. Let's check what is going to be the output. It's going to be arithmetic, and you can see it's false because the value of x and y are different. Now let me make this as well 5. Now if we go back and refresh it, it should show true. So this is how you can compare. And also other operations like, let's say, greater than. Let me make this 2. It should be greater than, so it should show true. If it is lesser than, it should show false. Let's make this. So this should show false because 2 is not greater than 5. So this is not arithmetic, so this is logical. So this is how you can use it, guys. So there's nothing much to this. So this is how you can use operators in JavaScript.
Now let's discuss a very important term inside of or important concept inside of JavaScript or any programming language for that matter. It's the fact of the loops. So loops are something which are very, very important in most of the programming languages. It's one of the most fundamental basic concepts that will be taught to you across the board everywhere. And let's talk about what is loops. So loops in programming languages is basically a feature that helps you with the facilitation and execution of a set of instructions, functions or statement repeatedly while some conditions evaluate if the statement is true, and it works based on that. So what do we mean by that? So on the screen you'll see on the left hand side and right hand side two different set of instructions or codes. So in this, on the left hand side, what we are doing is we are typing the hello world statement repeatedly for, let's say, 10 times, again and again and again. So this takes a lot of time. And on the right hand side you are seeing a loop. So this is a loop which has a condition where if it will start when I is equal to 0, from there to the point where I will be smaller than 10. So as soon as it becomes let's say equal to 10 or 10.1 or greater or anything, any of that value, in that scenario this statement will go false. It will not go further, and it is I++ means that in every iteration before entering the statement it will be increased, the value will be increased. So I will be starting from 0, and once it comes again in the statement, then I++, then I will be incremented, and then it will keep on incrementing for every value, and every time that it goes it will check for the i's value, and based on that it will perform the statements which are written inside of this for loop. So it is document.write.hello world, right? So this hello world statement is repeated for 10 times. So you can either write this one or you can use this one. This one seems much more efficient. Now this is a very niche example because we are actually using the entirety of the same thing again and again. But imagine if you have a list of elements. Let's say if I have a list which is called as person, and in that list I have a lot of different elements. So I have stored the name, age and contact number of person, and for like that I have, let's say, 6 person. And for this statement we have different kinds of outputs with respect to what the person's name is, what the function person's phone number is, what the person's other credentials are, right? So in that scenario what will happen is, if you are trying to print everything, then the print statement for that would be very long, very tedious, and very, you can say, unsettling kind of thing, which is very boring and not very intuitive, right? So in those scenarios when you want to print like let's say the value of a list or an array, in that scenario it will become a very tedious task if you do not have these loops. So that's why this loop comes in very handy when you want to execute things which are similar in fashion again and again and again. Let's move along and talk about different kinds of loops inside of Java. So in JavaScript, basically, or in any other programming language, any loop is a sequence of statement that is repeated until a certain condition is met. Now based on these conditions you can have two different kinds of loops majorly. One is the entry condition based loops and one is the exit condition based loops. So entry condition based loops is where the condition is checked at the start of the statement, and exit condition based is when the statements are executed inside of them, and then in the end the condition is evaluated. So I'll give you an example when we go along with it. So for now you can there are two kinds of entry condition based loops in JavaScript. You can use a for loop or you can use a while loop. Similarly for exit condition there is do while. So in do while it checks the condition at the end, and for these two it checks the condition at the point of the entry. So let me show you how it works. So let's discuss about all of these one by one. So let's talk about for loop for the first one. So the for loop provides a very concise way of writing a loop structure. It basically contains every condition, initialization and increment one by one in the beginning, and thereby it provides a very short and easy method where you can debug the structure of looping because everything is there on the top. So the example is here, and the basic syntax is also mentioned here. So you can see a for loop which begins at x is equal to 2. So this is our entry and this is the condition that we are checking. X should be smaller than or equal to 4. This is our condition. So we start with this one. This is the base value of the loop that will be starting. This is the condition that we have to check, and this is what we'll be doing to X on every iteration. So let's say if we go through that one, so this time when what happens in this one is when we come inside this loop, we assign X as the value as 2, and then we go inside of this, we perform the entire activity, and then we come and then we do X plus plus is done at the end of this. So now at the end of this loop, X becomes 3, and we come back to the top again. Once we come back to the top again, we check for this condition again. Now X is still smaller than 4, and then we see that statement is valid. Then we go inside of it again, and then we write the document's value as 3 this time. Now once we have done that, we do X plus plus. Now X becomes 4, we come on the top again. Now that we are on the top again, we check the condition value again. So it is smaller than or equal to. Now X is 4, so it is equal to. So the condition remains valid. So we write once again, and we write this time the value as 4. And then we perform the X plus plus, which now X becomes 5. Now we come on the top again, we check for the statement. Now X is smaller than or equal to 4. It should be X smaller than or equal to 4, but we have a value which is greater than 4. Now it is 5. That's why this will not be conducted, and the statements which follow this for loop will be executed. So the outcomes for this statement is as it is shown here. Value of X is equal to 2, 3 and 4. So that is about the for loop. Let's talk about the while loop now. Now while loop is a control flow statement that allows your code to be executed repeatedly based on a Boolean condition. So if something is of that value, or if it is smaller than this, or if it is greater than this, then till that value is achieved, you can go through the while loop again and again and again. So let me tell you how it works. So we have the value of X equals to 1 here as set as 1, and exit X becomes greater than 4, then only we will not execute these. So X is smaller than or equal to 4 is the condition. Now when we enter it, X is 1, it is smaller than 4, we write the value of X is equal to 1. Then we increment the value here inside of this while condition. We have to incrementing, decrementing or changing the values has to be performed inside of the loop. It is not predefined as in the for loop as we have done before. We have to define it X separately inside of this. So we do X plus plus. Now X becomes 2. We come back to the while again. We check 2 is smaller than 4. Then when we write the value of 2, then we increment it again. Now X becomes 3. We come on the top again. Again it is valid. So we write the value as 3. Increment it to 4. Come on the top again. Then we check again. So 4 is equal to 4. Statement is valid. We write the value of X again. We do the iteration. We perform everything. Now X becomes 5. Now we come back. X is does not satisfy this Boolean or if condition right here. So this does not work anymore. That's why we won't be writing any more values, and that is the end of the statement. So that is how while statement works. Let me show you another example which we'll be discussing later on, but let me talk about do while loop now. So how is do while different from the while loop? It is very much similar. Only the difference between these two is that the condition check is at the end of the statement. So what happens here is I put the value as, let's say, X equals to 21, and the do while statement is do these following actions while X is smaller than 20. Now the problem with this one is that the check condition is towards the end. So the set of statements will be executed inside of do, and then it will be checked. So let's say if my value is 21, we still go inside the loop. We write the value of X equals to as 21, then we increment it to 22. Then we check that this should only be done when X is smaller than 20. Now we have the value as 22. So it cannot work and it will not be run. Then the value of X will be 21. But the problem with this one right here is the simple fact that the condition was X should be smaller than 20, but still the statements went through because the check statement is towards the exit point. So it is an exit kind of the condition, right? So it checks the condition at the exit point, and that is the problem with this one. So this is useful in certain scenarios. Just make sure the variables that you are working with, and so that you understand where and when to use the do while statements. So these were about the loops inside of JavaScript. So let me show you another example of the code that we have written. So this right here is the example of the script that I was telling you. Like you can have an array where you have different elements inside of it, right? So if I want to write print statements for this one, then I have to write document.get cars, 0, 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, which is very tedious and not welcoming. So if you want to print something like this inside of using a for loop statement, you can just do it inside of 2 lines. That's it. Only you have to do is write 2 lines. that you have to write cars of I and you have to iterate it again and again. All the values for car of I, we'll be putting it. So it will start with 0, we'll put BMW, then Volvo, then this, then this, then this, then this. So we have saved this file pre-hand. So let me show you that real quickly. So this is the Java test file that we have written. So if we run this, you can see everything is printed one by one in one statement itself. So you don't have to write your print statements again and again. You can use a for loop condition or a looping condition to print those values.
Alright guys, so now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. What I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create 2 files. Just close this one. First one is called index.html. Alright. So this is an HTML file. Alright. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to do this. Right. And there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list, and it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly I need the list. So I just use document.getElementById, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. Alright, that's done. Now I need the button. So I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, refresh, click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tag. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag. Add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have. Alright guys, now we'll take a look at how we can manipulate the DOM inside the browser. So we'll create an HTML page and we'll try and manipulate it inside the browser itself. So to do that, all we have to do is firstly create the HTML page, and right now we won't add any script tags to it because we want it to be manipulated inside the browser. To do this, what we're going to do is I'm going to create a simple HTML skeleton. So I've already got a snippet for it. This is what it looks like. I'll just add a descriptive title. Okay, so this works, and I'll add a button, and I'll add an ID of button. That's about it. Now if I go back and if I refresh, there's a button. I need to add a few more things here. Name of the button would be add, and I'm going to have an unordered list with the idea. That's about it. Now let's see what we can do. So if I refresh this, this is what we have. If I open up the console, I just right click, go to inspect. This is what it looks like. Now, depending on the browser that you have, you're always going to have a developer tools. These are called developer tools. These are console, sources, and all these tabs are required for web developers. If you're a casual user, these things are not going to interest you. But if you're a web developer, you want to take a peek underneath the hood, what the CSS of a particular element is, what the HTML page is like, how the code is structured, all of that. So as you can see, it's being displayed as a DOM tree in which we have elements which are nested inside other elements, and then opening and closing tags and everything. When you move over these things, these get highlighted with where the dimensions are being showed here, the size, padding, border, margin, and everything. In case you want to make some changes, you can add them here as well. But if you want to execute some JavaScript, you need to go to the console. One thing you can do is if you want to get access to a particular element, click on it. As you can see, it says it's equal to $0, and it shows you what you can do. You can use $0 in the console to refer to this element. So I can do $0. If I press enter, it gives me access to this button. If I want access to this button, I can just go const button is equals to $0, and I'll get access to that. Or what I can do, since I have created get element by ID, since I've created an ID and attached it to the button, I'll just do it this way. I should have the same thing, and I do. Now what I want to do is when the button is clicked, which is button dot on click, CLICK, I want to execute a function, right? And when you want to go to the new line but don't want to trigger you don't want to execute the code, but you just want a new line inserted, make sure that you have pressed Control and then press enter, or press Shift and press enter, and now you can type the code that you want. So what I want in this code is when I click the button, a new tag is added on the DOM, right? So for that, I have to firstly create a DOM tag. List item is equals to document dot create element. Create element takes the name of the tag. I want an li. Now I want the li to contain a text node. Text node is basically something that contains the text. So document dot create text node, and it should have new list item inside it. Finally, what I want is I want to attach it to the list item. So I get list item dot append child, and I want text node inside it. Finally, I also want the list, so I just go document dot get element by ID, and I think I named it list, but just to be sure, let me go back to the code. And as you can see, it is called list, so it's going to work fine. And now all I want is append the list item. Okay, so this is the function that should be executed when I click on the button. Let's see if it works, and it is working. If I click more, new items will be added to the screen, and it's fine. The thing that you have to notice though, that this is only temporary because it's not saved with the browser. These changes are only going to be in effect inside this tab of this particular web page. And when I refresh this, these changes are gone. So if I click the button again, nothing's going to happen. This is why I've copied it. Now it will work. So this is a great way to debug your code, or if you want to debug your particular browser, if you want to fiddle around with a little bit of the JavaScript, you can do it with other websites as well. Open up any site, go to the elements page, look at the HTML elements that you want to manipulate. After getting to those, either use $0 or use their IDs attached to them or classes attached to them to get access to them, and then manipulate them, add things to them, change their color. There's lots you can do with JavaScript DOM manipulation. The same way we're doing it here. Alright, so hopefully this has been informative. One other thing, whenever you log something on the console, this is the console that it's going to be logged to. So when you say console.log and you write something in the JavaScript file, you can open up your browser's inspect button and you can take a look at this. In case you have some other browser than Chrome, Internet Explorer I think has this, Edge has this, the newer version of Edge also has this, so Firefox also has this. So all the browsers that are currently being supported have these developer tools with Elements, Console, and so on and so forth. So you should be quite comfortable with those. Alright, now let's see what else we can do. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at how we can basically use JavaScript to manipulate the DOM. So in this one we'll create a button, and then in that button what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that when we click the button, its color get inverted. So originally it's going to be colored as it is, and when we click the button, the foreground color is going to be black and the background color is going to be white. Let's take a look at how we're going to do that. So I have an index.html file. Here there is no code in it, so it's just a blank file, and this is where we're going to write the code. I'm using Visual Studio Code. You can choose any text editor that you wish to use. If you want to use Notepad, that's fine also. So now let me just create an HTML page. Now I have a little snippet that will fill up the boilerplate HTML. If you need some time to copy, pause the video and copy it along, and then start with the session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a title, JS HTML DOM. Saved it. Now let me just create a button, and the button is going to say click me. Saved it. Now I go over this. So far there is no change because I have to refresh my browser so that it picks up the latest changes. I refresh it, picks up the latest changes, and it has a button that says click me. Nothing's going to happen because I've not written any code to let the browser know what it should do when the button is clicked. So now that will be done in a script tag because I'm going to write JavaScript. And so inside the JavaScript tag, I'm going to firstly get a reference to the button. Now reference to the button basically means I want to create a JavaScript variable that is pointing to the button that we want to click on. Now it could be that you are dealing with a really big web page where there are several buttons. You need access to one particular button or one single button. JavaScript doesn't know how to access it. So in order to get an access to that button, what you do is you need to create an ID tag, ID attribute. ID attribute, you can type something that can give you reference to that button. It should be unique on the page so that you only get access to one thing. So I'm going to call it button. You can call it anything that you want. Now in JavaScript browser, we have a document object in which we call the function getElementById. Inside it, we pass in the ID, which is button. It gives you the button. And now what we want is, let me just console.log it. What console log allows us to do is it allows us to inspect what a particular element's value is in our browser's console. And I open up the browser. Here you can see button with the ID of click me. It works completely fine. Now, since we have this, we have access to the correct button. Now all we have to do is wire up an event. Basically, we want to tell JavaScript that when this button is clicked, there's something that you need to do. So to do this, I have to wire up an onClick event. What JavaScript will do is when the button is clicked, it will check whether or not this button has some function attached to the onClick event handler. Since we are creating that function, it's going to work. This event attribute is passed in automatically if you wish to. If you don't wish to use it, you can choose to ignore it. It's just good practice to have it around. Now what I'm going to do is, firstly, I'm going to again use the button and I'm going to change its style. Style basically has access to its CSS content. Since we want to change the color of the button, we have to do this. So I want to change the background color and I want to change it to black. This is a hex color, hexadecimal color. And since it's black, the color or the font color should be white so that we can see what's being written on the browser. This is the hexadecimal color for white. So that should be it. Now if I refresh this, nothing changes, but if I click on it, as you can see, the color changes. But the thing is, now if I click on it again, nothing's going to happen. That is because we have just told it when the button is clicked, change the color. We've not told it what to do when the button is inverted or the color of the button is inverted and we click it again. To keep track of whether or not the color is inverted, you have to create another variable. This is going to be a Boolean variable. Since at the beginning it's not going to be inverted, we call it false. Now all we have to do is check if it is inverted, which means if it is dark, then change the color to this. Else, now we want to just invert the color, so it should be FFFFFF, which is white, and 0000000, which is black. And we want to change the color, so is dark should change to not is dark. So if it's false at the beginning, it will be changed to true, then it will be false, then it will be true, and this will keep happening. So I go back to my code, refresh this, click on it, and something happens. Let's take a look at the code again. And okay, so when the button is clicked, we check whether or not it's currently dark. If it is dark, then we turn it to white. Else we turn, oh, that could be an issue, because if it's already dark, that we want to turn it to white. So, or we could simply do this. Push, click, and it's working fine. So here's how you can use JavaScript inside HTML in order to create a button in which you can make changes.
So it's time to discuss one of the most important features there in JavaScript, which is the pop-up boxes. Now these pop-up boxes you might have seen at many places at point of time when they say, are you sure you want to leave this page, and there's a small pop-up box on the left hand side that says okay or cancel, and there are different things which are used with respect to that. Sometimes it's used just to give information, sometimes it's used to take information from the user. So we're going to be discussing all of that in this section. So let's talk about this. JavaScript provides built-in functionalities to display the pop-up messages. It could be for different purposes, as I mentioned before. It could be just a simple display of message for giving some information, or it could be taking users confirmation, or it could be to take users input and use it somewhere, right? So it could be a variety of different of reasons why that might be in use. So there are basically three different kinds of pop-up boxes that we have to deal with in JavaScript. So first one is the alert box, which basically sends you an alert. Then there is a confirmation box, which asks for your confirmation, and then there is a prompt box. Now let's discuss about all of these one by one and with some examples to make things more clearer. The first one is the alert box. So basically it is just to make sure that user has, it's just to give user some information that you have, that you want to present. So when an alert box pops up, the user will have to only press OK. That is the only way to exit that. There is no cancel option. It's just saying that okay, let's say that this site uses cookies, so you're aware of that. Okay, just something like that, a pop-up for that purposes. So basically the simple syntax for it is window.alert, then in the boxes inverted commas whatever your message is. So here it says I am an alert box, so that is the alert box mentioned here, and that is the simple syntax behind an alert box. Very simple, very easy to use. The next one is the confirmation box. So as the name suggests, is just to take that user has accepted something, or has denied something, it just takes the information from the user. So there are only two options in this one. There is an OK option, there is a cancel option by default. So if the user clicks on the OK, then the box returns true, otherwise it returns false, right? So for that scenario, what happens is, let's say when they ask you that are you sure you want to leave this page, then you have an OK and there is a cancel. If you press OK, the box returns true, then you can obviously leave the page. But if it returns cancel, the box returns false and you perform different set of actions. So we have created a simple code to help you understand this better. So this is the confirmation box code that we have here. So let me show you this. So again, simple confirmation box. So what we have basically done is we have create a button which is an on-click button. So as soon as you click it, it performs a functionality of my function, and we have defined this my function inside of the script function, and this function is my function which is on the button. So as soon as you click button, my function will be done. So we have declared a variable called as txt, which is the text that we'll be entering to the particular given website that we'll be writing in the document. So in this one, we have if the confirmation confirm bracket press a button. So press a button is the box that we are confirm box that we are using, and if this confirmation is true, then in that scenario we will write the text as you pressed OK, else the text will be returned as you pressed cancel. And then document.get element by id demo. So whatever element id demo, so here is the PID demo. So it has the inner HTML that then there we'll be putting the text as txt. So in here, in this one, we'll be searching it by ID and putting text. So if I press OK, then it should it should show this one on my paragraph ID, and if I press cancel, then this should be the pop-up box. So let's see if that happens real quickly. So this is the confirmation box that we have, and this is the button that we have created. So this is, as you can see, this page says, so this is the button. So if I press OK, you can see it shows this. Then we to try it again. We press cancel, it changes it to you pressed cancel. So as simple as that. Basically it's taking the information, so you can take this true and false value to navigate across pages and do different things. Moving along, we have another box is in our hand, which is the prompt box. So basically a prompt box is used when you want some value from the user, if you want some input from the user before entering the page. So when a prompt box appears, the user will either have to click OK or cancel in order to proceed, and after entering the value, you can use this value. If the user presses OK by clicking some value, you can use this value as an input and do different things with respect to it. If the user on the other hand presses cancel, then the box returns a null. The basic syntax for it is window.prompt, or basically prompt, and then whatever the text is, this some text here is please enter your name, some text, and you can put default value which will be represented here. So let me show you an example to make things more clearer. So we have another code mentioned here. So as you can see here, again the PID is demo, and we have created an on-click button to display that. So what we'll do is basically we are prompting up an box which will ask you to enter your name, and the default name is Intellipaat. So this will be displayed on the typing section, that Intellipaat will come by default, but you can edit that. So if basically person is null or person equal to any string which is out there, so or is equal to empty, if we are entering those things, if we are pressing cancel, or if we are not entering any name, then it will display that user cancelled the prompt, so user did not give us any input. On the other hand, if we give it some value, some string is there, then in that scenario hello, and then the person is the name that we are inputting. So this variable right here is the value that we are getting from prompt. So whatever the name that we enter, how are you today will be displayed on the PID, right? So let me show you that real quickly. So let's jump here, and this is the prompt box right here. So as soon as I click it, you can see by default the name Intellipaat is displayed, but I can totally change that. So let's say Intelli we'll write. If I press OK, say hello Intelli, how are you today? On the other hand, if I just remove everything and I press OK, then user cancel the prompt. On the other hand, if I just cancel also, it will say user cancel the prompt. So that was all about the different prompt boxes in pop-up boxes in JavaScript.
So there are two main ways, and we'll be looking into them. So first,
Programming code might contain syntax errors or logical errors. Searching for errors in programming code is called code debugging. So if you have a piece of code, obviously sometimes when the code gets bigger and bigger, there will be a lot of errors and problems. You'll have to fix it. Only then the code works. So that is basically debugging, finding errors and fixing them. So now there are two main methods to do this. One is the console.log method, which is a very simple method in which you use console.log to check out the value in the debugger window in the browser, and then you use it to basically resolve the issues. And then comes browser for debugging. So it's the same thing, but I'll show you a little more like that. So first let's look into console.log. So first let me show you the code which we'll be using. It's pretty simple. It's simple arithmetic operations, and it's console.log C. So this is console.log will not print the value on the browser, but it will print the value in the console in the browser. So the console will be available when you click F12. So it takes you to the inspect page. So in inspect page you can inspect elements of your HTML file and also the JavaScript and CSS part. So that's what we are going to do. So let me first open this, where is it, console.log file, and it is running right now, and you cannot see the output, which should be 10 plus 15 is 25. So right now let me click on F12 and it gives me the page of console, and you can see the value is 25. And let me go back. Let me copy this, paste it and put an A, saved it. Right now let's refresh this once again, and you can see the value is 25 and 10 because the console.log value is 25 and 10. So why should we use this? So let's say you have a large piece of code and you're getting a problem in a certain place in your code. So you can place a console.log in that location and check out whether you're getting values in the log file in the console. If you're not getting in the console itself, then there is some problem. So this is how the console looks. So you can do it here as well. So console.log A, so you can see the value is 10, then console.log B. So this is basically the second part, and I'm just showing you how it works. So this is how you can use the console. And over here, now let me go back. So we've done this console.log part. It shows up in the debugger window and we can check whether the values are being printed. If it's not being printed, then we will know which place the error is and we can go back to the code and make it. So we'll know where exactly the error is and we can correct it. Now next, coming to using browser for debugging. So this is where you're using browser for debugging. By pressing F12, you will get this inspect page. By getting the inspect page, you can check out every element of your code. You can check out the console in which you can type and basically get values which is in your code itself, and you can go to elements. You can check the elements of your file. For example, you can see body is block and 8 pixels, and so this is the body. For example, if you just want to inspect this and change this, you can select this and click on inspect. It will take you to the exact location where this file is available. So it is in H2 and you can see all the values available over here. For example, you can also edit this if you want, but editing here does not change in your local file. This is just a temporary change which you will be making. Let's say, for example, let's say color blue, and you can see the color has been changed to blue, and you can basically add a background. You're adding a background to this particular file. So basically you can check out everything, but if you refresh, everything will be back to normal because you're refreshing the local file. You're not refreshing the file which you're editing in the browser itself. So this is how you can debug in the browser. You can add some content and you can check whether it works in the browser or not. Also you can check out for multiple devices. So you can see I've made this for a mobile. So I'm checking for a smaller mobile like this. So if you can check out how it looks in a mobile, then you can change it back to a desktop and check how it works in a desktop. So what is this? These are some of the browser based debugging tools which are available. So this particular tool is available in almost every browser which is there. There is Edge, Mozilla Firefox. So all of the all of the tools, all of the browsers will have this tool where you can inspect and you can check out how the body looks, the main page looks, a particular part of your code looks. Everything can be done. You can use the console to check out more of the application's JavaScript, whether it works or not, and that's it. So these are the two ways which you can use for debugging. And yeah, so by pressing F12 you will get the inspect menu. You can use the console in the debugger menu to proceed further. You can check out whether you are getting the values in the browser. If the browser is able to get the values, then you are going in the right direction.
Let me start with a small introduction to what Node.js is and things like that. Now, what is Node.js? There's a long story. I'll cut things a little short for you. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript language. In fact, it's a platform, basically. It's not a language. So we use the same language, JavaScript, to write things that can be executed on the server side. This idea was not new. In fact, Mozilla, the company which created JavaScript, was working on similar grounds for a long time, which was called RhinoJS. You can probably make a note of that. Search online, you'll find out traces of RhinoJS. Now, RhinoJS did not get all the popularity that Node had. So Node.js became really popular because of one major factor, wherein you and I as developers can contribute to the development of Node.js. So that is, we can write simple modules, solve some small issues, which can contribute to solving a bigger issue. Okay, so that ecosystem which has smaller modules which can be used to build larger applications was a welcome idea by the larger development audience. So they liked this idea and then they embraced it, and everything is now history. Node.js as of now is a fast growing platform. We have around 20 lakh modules plus. Okay, so for people who don't understand the word lakh, it would be around 240 million library, 240 millions of modules which have been written on this platform. So which is a staggering number. Even if about 1% of those modules are useful, that itself is a huge ecosystem, which is quite unparalleled, isn't it? So how everything started is Randall, who's the creator of Node.js, made an announcement in the JavaScript consortium called JSConf. I think it was around 2009. You can do a YouTube search and I'm sure you'll find that video where he actually announced. And the developer community really liked this idea of accepting inputs from other fellow developers to build something bigger. So they all can be part of some module and they all can contribute. I too have given few modules, and by the end of this workshop, you will also have some modules in your name. So that's something that you can boast about. And when Randall created this platform, he mostly used Unix as a platform to create. And later on, when this same Node.js was supposed to be implemented on other platforms like Windows, Mac, and things like that. So they started using other external libraries which can migrate their code or which can help the Unix code to be adapted on Windows. So libUE is one of those libraries. It's extremely useful. And in order to make sense of the program that we will be writing, so we'll be writing programs using JavaScript. So somebody will have to make sense out of the program that we write. So that's where this library called V8 was used. Now, what is V8? It's a JavaScript engine created by Google for the rest of the world. It's an open source community and an open source JavaScript platform used by browsers like Chrome, Microsoft Edge, even Safari uses V8 engine behind the scene. There are a few browsers which don't, but what is more relevant is V8 engine is very popular. It's widely accepted and used by many popular browsers. And Node.js also comes with a large library of JavaScript and C++ programs, which are already written. Now, how this helps us is we as developers, okay, I'm skimming through some slides just to bring the attention to some of the topics that we'll be covering. So we will use JavaScript, which can be either ECMAScript 6 or the latest version of JavaScript, because Node.js is ever evolving. And I guess this on this day, there is version 18 or version 20, which was recently released, which is what I'll be using on my machine. I'll be using the latest version. So just to tell you that, all the versions of JavaScript are still supported by Node.js. And when you write the program using Node.js, it will be used by the V8 engine. Okay, and V8 engine will execute those commands which are written in C++, which in turn will which will invoke a hook which is written on an assembly language. It can be AI32 or ARM, MIPS, any of those platforms. So once those hooks are invoked, that will then invoke a machine code. So if you see, from the time that you write the JavaScript and till the time that the machine code is invoked, this takes the shortest possible route. So one reason why Node is really popular, it is one of the fastest platforms that is available. I'm comparing this with both Java and Microsoft platforms. Of course, we are not here to compete with them. Node.js has its own place. It has its own advantages and disadvantages. Java has its own advantages and disadvantages. Similarly, .NET and Microsoft-related technologies also have some advantages and disadvantages. But Node.js has an approach that no other technology provides. That is, you can use a JavaScript, which is common to many of us web developers, can be used to create server-side programs. Okay, because if you compare, for example, a person who is working on Java, he'll have to learn JavaScript to tame the front end and Java to deal with the backend, correct? But when you compare that with Node.js, you need to just know JavaScript to be a front-end developer and a back-end developer as well. So Node.js kind of, helps you fill in those gaps wherein a front-end developer could not contribute for some back-end development. All right. So that's a big advantage. So I guess we spoke about all of this. So I'll kind of, skim through this. So this is again, this slide is my opinion because I've been working with various companies as a consultant and as a developer. So what I've realized and noticed is Node.js is not competent in every platform, but these are some of the platforms wherein Node.js really dazzle. Okay, so what Node.js helps you do is it is very fast between client and the server request. So that makes it an ideal platform for real-time dashboard applications, wherein the user is looking at some charts and graphs, and it requires to be constantly in touch with the backend to mirror any change that may be happening on the backend. Dashboards for collaboration, Node.js is really fast and seamless. How will we use Node.js if he does not know JavaScript? That's his lookout, isn't it, Jatin? Okay. He will definitely understand graph charts. Yes. Yeah. So what I meant is, Viren, Node.js helps you create applications which require a frequent update from the server side. Okay. And even, uploading and downloading files, Node.js is pretty fast. Why? Because Node.js can support streaming facility. We'll talk about that. And it allows you to upload and download files at blazing speed. Now back to the context, guys. Ad servers, again, companies which are predominantly dealing with advertisements, Node.js is a fast platform. Because see, when the user comes to web application, his attention span on a web page is around 7 seconds, sometimes even lesser. But he will look at the page. If he doesn't like it, he'll simply leave. Okay. Within that short span of time, we as developers will have to collect all his demographics, his search history, and create a advertisement and display it, for him. So you need a technology that can churn out all these information really fast, and Node.js helps you do that. Multiplayer games use Node.js. I personally worked with several online platforms where multiplayers can collaborate and play games. And Node.js does a fabulous job serving data. Of course, there are other technologies, but Node.js is blazing fast. Because Node.js can leverage on this technology called WebSockets. We'll be covering sockets in this workshop. So you'll understand how sockets are effective compared to the HTTP request. So what is Node.js? Node.js is not a web framework. It does not support multi-threading. So if you don't understand what is multi-threading, don't bother. Okay. See, whatever terms you are able to understand, stick to it. And whatever terms you will not understand now, you will understand it eventually. Okay. What Node.js does is it's a single-threaded server. It helps you to set up a callback function, but it is a single-threaded server. So you don't have the concept of multi-threading in Node.js. Okay. Now, why they did not support is because JavaScript itself is a single-threaded language. It does not support. So from the architecture, it does not support. Maybe the next couple of versions of JavaScript, maybe there would be some change. Okay. So they're definitely working on it. JavaScript is a technology that is evolving on a day-to-day basis. So for every request, they can set up a function that will be invoked when the job is done. Okay. That way they create an idea of pseudo threads. Okay. So leveraging on the callbacks, they are able to compete with technologies that does support multi-threading, and they are really fast. I think it does not support multi-threading. That's plus point to make it faster. See, it's just in the perspective we're in. If you talk to a person who has worked with multi-threading all along, okay, a Java developer for that matter, you will never be able to convince him that Node.js is faster. Yes, it is definitely true that Node.js is faster than Java, but they would not accept because they have spent their life learning a technology, glorifying it, and so it takes time, isn't it? So they'll have to convince themselves. Okay, they'll have to look at some examples, they'll have to deploy some applications, then they will be able to convince themselves. One reason why Node.js is drawing many people, see, even today I concluded a workshop at a company where many Java developers attended, and most of them were convinced that Node is the way forward. The technology always evolves. Okay, so as a developer, as a web developer especially, you should always keep your mind open for change. Okay, so in that direction, Node.js is definitely a platform that is worth your time. Okay, so now having that said, have no doubts, Node.js is definitely a platform that is worth your time and your money. So Node.js is not for every web application. Just because you learn Node.js doesn't mean that this is a silver bullet, it'll solve every problem. No, it does not. Okay, there are a lot of cases which cannot be served with Node.js. Framework allows, see, library is a JavaScript file which has a lot of methods. Okay, framework gives you a structure, and it is a collection of libraries, Gautam. It's just not one. Okay, it's a group of libraries serving your purpose to develop a web project. Okay, now moving forward, and again, Node.js is not for everybody, not for every project. Just keep this in mind. But although Node.js is not meant for everybody, but those who have invested their time and effort and resource to attend this workshop, it is definitely meant for all of you. Please make sure you attend this workshop fully and take the knowledge. Okay, so when you start working with Node.js, okay, unlike your JavaScript experience where you would work with window object, where you would work with document object, with the navigator object, you don't have a browser here to support. What you have is a terminal, and what you get access to is a global object. The global object has a require module process and things like that we can use. Now, you may not understand all of them, but don't worry, we will understand each one of them eventually. Okay, so what Node.js basically does is it does read, evaluate, print, and loop. Now, what does that mean? See, it is capable of reading the syntax that you provide. It is capable of evaluating it. It can give you a response back by printing it. And if you give him some iteration, he will loop through it. Node.js will loop through it. That's it. Okay, so Node.js is by far referred as a REPL tool. What REPL means is read, evaluate, print, and loop. And before we proceed further, this is something that you should know. That is, in Node.js, you have two different approaches. For most of the packages, you'll have two different approaches. One is blocking and one is non-blocking. Now, what is blocking? Let's say you ask Node.js to do certain job. So you ask Node.js, hey, go fetch some data, or maybe, compute or create this file for me. So when you give this command to Node.js, what Node.js does is it'll actually go create that content for you. So your program can wait for Node.js to complete, okay, the platform to complete the previous task, and then it can go to the next task. That way, until the task is done, your program is waiting to go to the next line. This is referred as a blocking code. Okay. On the other hand, if you have the same job, you can designate a function which will let you know when the task is done, but you can continue to the next lines, like next line of code. That is referred as non-blocking code because you are not stuck by some previous task. You can continue to the next line of code. You can and then start processing it. And when the previous job is done, it will let you know by calling a function. So that's the difference between blocking and non-blocking. So it is also known as synchronous and asynchronous. Synchronous is a blocking approach. Non-blocking is asynchronous. Any example? Say, for example, I would want to load download a song from some website. Okay. Until the song is downloaded, my program will not go to the next line at all. It will wait for the song to download. That's one approach. On the other hand, you can write another program with which you ask the Node.js to download a song for you. And while the song is downloading, you can do additional tasks. You can go to the next line, or the next program that you have written can be executed. Okay, so that means to say you're not waiting for the previous command to complete. I guess in this workshop, we'll have too many examples to illustrate both blocking and non-blocking. So you'll definitely get it. But just be aware of these two terms that I would be using extensively: synchronous and asynchronous. What does synchronous mean? Blocking. Asynchronous is non-blocking. Synchronous means blocking. Okay. A normal analogy, for all of us to understand, I guess I used this even in the previous workshop. So Node is free from JS coders while executing. Correct. Okay. That is because Node.js will set up a callback to that code that you have written, to the program that you've written, and it will proceed to the next line and start working with the next line of code. Okay, without having to wait for the previous line to complete its task. That's non-blocking. So it has its own advantages. Sometimes you would want to work in a sequential manner. Sometimes blocking is important. Block code or synchronous way of working is important. Block code is important. When, say, for example, you have the user logging in, the user has logged in and he has set his password. When he set his password, when he's entered his password, we have to make sure that the password is hashed and then stored into the database. Until then, we don't want to go to the next line. I am okay for the user to wait because it's, it's the security is more important. So in some cases, we would want to employ block code. In some cases, we are okay to use non-blocking code. Now, that's a logical choice that we'll have to make as we move forward. And see, that amount of knowledge you'll definitely get when you start programming, okay, with Node.js. Okay, so how do you work with Node.js? Step one, we need to install Node.js. So go to this website, Node.js, and nodejs.org. Now you have a choice to download the current version or this LTS version. So I suggest you download the LTS version. Okay, so I suggest all of you download this version. Say if you're on Mac, okay, so I click on other downloads. I guess, the web application itself is quite smart to find out whether you are on Windows or a Mac, and it will direct you to the appropriate version to download. So I suggest, you select Windows or Mac, depending on your platform, which one to download. Okay, I suggest download the LTS version. Okay, so if you don't come to this page, guys, those who want to download the safest installer, click on this green button here, and then Node.js will start downloading. See, I already had this file, so my download manager is saying that, hey, you have already downloaded it. Do you really want to download this file again? Okay, so if I say no, show if the download is complete. So it'll start installing Node.js for me. I don't have to download it. I don't have to install it because I've already installed this version. So which version? You install the LTS version. The LTS. LTS stands for long-term support. Okay. The one on the right side has latest features, and it also has a lot of bugs which have not been fixed yet. Okay, so it is quite uncertain that these features may or may not be implemented in moving forward. Yeah, so you click on this download. Once you click on this download, install it, follow the default process. And when you follow the default process, come to the conclusion, you should be able to restart the Visual Studio Code. When you restart the Visual Studio Code and open the terminal in the VS Code, you should be allowed to navigate to Node.js terminal here. Watch. So here, if you type node space -v, you will get the version number. This denotes that you have downloaded and installed Node.js and everything is working fine for you. Okay, I'll give you guys a few minutes here to make sure that everybody has installed Node.js. Okay, the latest version is 18.16.1. I have 18.16.0. So as long as you have some latest version, you're good to go. Okay, and when you're done installing, in the participants panel, there is an option for you to raise your hands. Now, I suggest you run as an administrator. Okay, what to do after installation? I did explain, Deepshika. So you open VS Code, restart VS Code, open the terminal and type node space -v. Okay, and you'll get the version number. That is an indication that everything has gone fine. How did you get Node terminal? Right there, there is this terminal option. Click on new terminal. You'll get a terminal window. Okay, so open VS Code, navigate to the terminal, open new terminal. In the terminal, okay, in the terminal, type node space -v. And it will give you the version. Control J is one option. You could also use Control tilde. Okay. So once you have this day one folder, guys, we need to navigate to this day one folder using the terminal. How do you do that? See, as of now, I've navigated to C drive node July folder. Now I'll say, hey, cd to day one folder. Now I've navigated to the day one folder. Then go to the file menu and say new folder. So you also have add folder to workspace. So make sure you navigate to the day one folder. In the day one folder, I will now go create a new file. I call this as 1.js file. It's not relevant that we start with 1.js. So just wanted to tell you that you need to navigate to this folder. Okay. Now put your eyes on the screen. Watch. How do I execute node commands is the question. This is very trivial, very easy as well. So you notice that when you open the terminal, it by default opens in PowerShell or CMD prompt. So a lot depends on what version of Windows you are using. It is more or less PowerShell. If not, sometimes it will also be a command prompt. So it can also be a command prompt like so. Okay, but more or less it will be PowerShell. Now, once you install Node.js, if you go to the start menu and look for node, let us say node. So when you say node, you see that there is a node command. Okay, so if you click on it, a terminal window opens here. See, a terminal window opened. And in this terminal, you are allowed to type some node commands. Okay, but we cannot go open node terminal every time in the start menu. So one reason why we'll be using this terminal in this VS Code, and we will switch to node. Okay, how do I switch to node? If you type node space enter, it will automatically switch to node. You saw that? Maybe I'll show this once again. I'll terminate this. Open the new terminal. See, by default, it is what? PowerShell. Correct? I will now navigate to day one folder and I'll say node. Okay, keep your eyes here on the screen. PowerShell, correct? The moment I type node and press enter, it'll change to node, isn't it? Now, if you want to come out of node, you press Ctrl C 2 times and it becomes PowerShell again. Okay. So the idea here is if I say node, then I can start working with node command. Now, what does node does? You know that it is meant for read, evaluate, print, and loop. Correct? It is meant for read, evaluate, print, and loop. Now, what will I read? I need to write something. So I'll go create a variable var. So I'm creating a variable. I say user equals Vijay. I'm putting my name. You can put yours. Press enter. It says undefined. That is because this command was executed inside a function, and every function should have a return type. But this self-invoking anonymous function did not have a return type, so I get undefined. Now, that is not relevant actually, but just keep in mind that you have executed this command, and node now remembers that there is a variable called user, and it has a value called Vijay. So now that I have already created this variable, how can I use it? So I can say, hey, console, log me this variable called user here. So if I press enter, it'll give me the answer Vijay. So Vijay is the value associated with this variable called user. Easy. But let us say I want to use this variable for a long time. Okay, for the next program after about 2 days. Then this is not going to help you, because the moment you close this terminal and get a new terminal, that information is gone. So if I now navigate to node and say, hey, console, log me that user, it will say what? I don't know what you're talking about. we have undefined below Vijay. I explained it, Pramank, sorry. So if you missed it, don't worry, you didn't miss much. Basically, it's a function call, and the return of the function is what is logged. You can disable that, but that's an unnecessary effort. So I suggest you simply ignore it, okay? Because for the next 2 exercises, you'll not see that any which ways. Okay, now coming back to the context, if you don't save these values into a file, you'll not be able to use them for a long time. Okay, so what I suggest we do is create a file called 1.js, and then we can write our variables here. So I go create a variable, user, assign a value Vijay. And this time, if I want to read the value of the user, I will say console log this user for me. And now I want to run this file using Node.js. How do I do that? You open the terminal. See, now that's why I asked you to navigate to the day 1. So if you want to access this 1.js, you need to navigate to the day 1 folder. Agreed? So we'll navigate to the day 1 folder like this. CD day 1 folder. And now you have access to 1.js. I can ask Node to render this file or to understand this file, to read this file. I'll say node 1.js. Now with this, Node will print the value, okay, from this file. So whatever you are asking to be printed on the console will be logged here. Now I can write some complex code here now, if there is a need. Okay, so I can go create a variable. I will now say, hey, this is a hero object, and this object will have a property called title. The title is Batman. First name is Bruce. Last name is Wayne. And he's from Gotham. So I've got all these details. And now that I have stored them in a file, I can save it, close it, open after 1 year if I want to, and I'll still find it accessible, correct? Now, if I want to read part of this, I can. So I can say, hey, node 1.js. It'll give us the log, but if I want to log either this entire object or part of this object, I can do that. I can say, hey, console log the hero.title. And it should log me the title. Working? Is this too difficult for you to understand, those who are new to JavaScript? Did you understand all of this that I explained? Was it difficult? Not at all. Clear? Okay. Yes, understood. Shreya says no, clear. Awesome. So we will be starting in this level. Okay, so don't worry, you will definitely follow. Yes. Okay, so in the terminal, you should be able to log all the changes. So it's not, learning Node.js is not tough. Of course, we are beginning, that is why it is not. But moving forward, we'll pick up the pace. Many of you are new. Many of them are new to Node.js. Some of you are new to JavaScript itself. Some of you are still not installing, isn't it? I mean, they have issues installing these Node.js itself. So I will take it slow, but the next, starting tomorrow, we'll pick up the pace, and then we will have a lot of things to cover. So I guess you know what are the topics and what are the sequence that we are following, right? It's all available on Intellipaat's website. Okay, but what I feel is that the content which is available on Intellipaat's website is slightly old. So I'll be using some latest libraries so that your learning is more fruitful. Can we write directly Node.js without enclosing it any body? What do you mean by that? Like script. This is a script tag, isn't it? This is a script file. There is no HTML involved. For Node.js, you don't need any HTML. Okay, this is a script file, and all this is now running on the server side. Okay, so you can use all the commands that you have learned so far. For those who attended JavaScript program and those who are new as well, see, there are various ways of creating a variable. This is one of the way, correct? You can also create a variable by using let. Now let follows something called as block scope. What is relevant here is that this will also work. So Node.js supports ECMAScript 3, ECMAScript 5, ECMAScript 6, up until ECMAScript version 8. Even the latest version is supported. That's the summary. Now, if I ask Node to run this file, it'll still give away the same response. Now, can I use an arrow function in Node.js? The answer is yes, you can. For those who are new to JavaScript, ignore this topic. Okay, just to tell you that these new features are supported by Node.js. Okay, so let us say I would want to create a variable, let adder. This adder is a function. So if you don't understand the syntax, please don't mind. Okay, for those who understand, good. So if I pass in some numbers, num1 and num2, I would now get a return of num1 plus num2. And I would want to call this adder, hey console, log this adder for me with these values. Will this work is the question. Although this is a new way of writing a function, Node.js supports it. And don't worry, for those who are new to JavaScript, you will understand this moving forward, and then you'll know what I'm trying to teach here. Just to bring your attention to this point, that Node.js supports all the syntaxes that are introduced in JavaScript. That's it. Okay. Now that you are aware that Node.js can execute every kind of JavaScript. Is it supported version 18 only, or what do you mean it is supported? No, up until the latest version, things are supported. When I try to run node1.js, it shows uncaught syntax error, unexpected, or identifier. Another version is also support 16 will work, node 16. Yeah, of course you can use node 16. Okay, node 18 will also work, node 16 will work. So what I can comfortably tell you is that every 3 months, Node will come up with a new version. Okay, so that way, ECMAScript 6 was released in 2016, correct? Yes, Nishant, as of now, Node.js is installed on your machine, correct? And your machine is behaving like a server. So Node.js is now working on the server only. Okay. 16 will also work. Okay. Node version 12 will also work. But why I recommend you download the latest version is, moving forward, we'll be downloading some libraries. Those libraries may not be compatible with older version of Node.js. I'm not saying that it is not. I'm saying it may not be compatible. So in such cases, if we get an error, I will get a different error and you may get a different error. Okay, so then we'll not be in sync. And why do you want to, you have paid the course in the July 2023. Why would you not want to learn which is currently available? Okay, any which ways, in 2024, most of these will be obsolete anyways. So if it is not solved, it could also be because, see, if I'm not in the right context, okay, so if I go out And if I say node run one.js file, it will not run. Okay, it will throw an error saying cannot find module this. Now, why it cannot find is because it doesn't have the context there. It doesn't know if this file exists. So I suggest navigate to the day1 folder and now try node space one.js. If you have tried this and if you're still not able to get, if you got a specific error, let me know. Okay, but it should work. Now coming to the context, if I want this variable to be used in another file, say for example, this hero information that I have, I want to use in another file. How will I use? So let's say I go create another file. I call this as 2.js, and I want to use the information that is in 1.js in 2.js as well. That is, I want to access this hero because see, this is an information that I may want to use. Now, how will I get access to this 1.js file content in 2.js? So in 1.js file, you have the ability to create a module, okay, so that you can export this information so other file can leverage on it. Now, how do I export this? You use this command called module.exports. This module.exports is an object. Okay, on this object, you can create a property, call it hero equals this hero that we have in our program. See, this hero is what I have assigned here, and I'm creating a variable by name, a property by name hero on the exports object. Okay, let me explain. Module.exports is useful to export a property from this file to any other file. Okay, so when you're exporting, you can set up a property on the module.exports and assign a value to it. So frankly, here I can also say this is a Justice League hero. Okay, let me make it easy for you to read. So we have Justice League hero. Who's Justice League hero? I'm assigning this hero as a Justice League hero here. So when I'm exporting, there's a property called Justice League hero, which is assigned with this hero. So I've exported it, but how do I use it is the question. So how does 2.js use it? In the 2.js, usually you'd want to use it as early as possible. Okay, so most of these imports are on the top. In the top, you want to import this file. Now, how do I import? There's a command called require. So module.exports is to export, require is to import. So here I will go create a variable to hold whatever is imported from that particular command, that particular object. I'll go create a variable. I call this as Justice League hero. Maybe I'll call this as info maybe. Okay, equals require. And this require asks for a relative path between this and this file. See, both of them are in the same folder. 1.js and 2.js are like brothers and sisters. They are sitting in the same folder, correct? They have a common parent folder. In the 2.js, if I want to access this 1.js, I would simply say /. / simply means the current working directory. In the current working directory, I have 1.js file. So I can say 1.js. This .js is not a requirement, so we can do away without it. Okay, so if I say 1 is what I want, this info property will now acquire all the things that were exported. What was exported? This Justice League hero property was exported, and that has this hero assigned to it. So if I now come here and say, hey, console, show me what you have in the info. Okay, now let us run the 2.js and see what info is. So I'll say, hey node, run 2.js file. So it'll tell you that we have this object, and this object has a property called Justice League Hero. So what is info? Info is this object. Now, how do I extract a property out of that? From this info, you have a property called Justice League Hero, correct? So I can say, hey, from here, I want Justice League Hero. What is Justice League Hero? That itself is an object which has these many properties. Check this out. Okay, it's this object. From this object, can I extract a specific property? Info.JusticeLeagueHero.title is what I want to log. So let me just clear everything. Okay, and then I say node evaluate this file called 2.js for me. And it says, okay, it is as of now running all these files. Let me just comment these now. Now I want to just focus on this log for a minute. If we export more than one, how can import specific object? I'll show you. Okay, hold on to that doubt. Yadalam, I'll show you. Mine is still printing both hero and user. Correct, even mine is printing, isn't it, Emmanuel? So I shut these console logs so that we can stay focused on this. Okay, so if I now go ahead and say, hey node, type 2.js file. So it says Batman now, correct? Why is it printing the 1.log even though I guess it's probably because, I was using the one file. It basically is importing everything from this one file. Even the logs are getting imported. From where can we find all the commands? In this workshop, I will be covering most of the commands that you might find handy. Okay, so if you are curious, if you want to jump ahead and, I suggest go to nodejs.org website, click on docs. Okay, from the docs, choose the version that you are using. 18.6 is what I'm using. Click on it and you'll get all the commands. The one that we are using now, especially this console commands, are all available here. See, there are tons of commands. How to use them? Right here. There are some console logs. This is how I learned. Okay, so you can also learn from here. Now coming to the context. So now we are able to export information from one file to another file. Okay. And to answer this specific question that you guys asked, okay, Vijay, why the console logs are printing from 1.js as well when we actually executed 2.js? Frankly, I don't know the answer, okay, because this is happening with me for the first time. So I'll check in the documentation. If there is a command that is triggering or whatever, I'll let you know. It's importing full 1.js file, not just the hero. That's what you are saying. But here we are importing Justice League Hero, isn't it? It is importing just this hero, not everything. If that was true, Vaibhav, here, when I say info, will I be allowed to use the user info as well, the user as well? This wouldn't work, isn't it? So it is actually not doing that. So if I now run node2, see, it says undefined. So which means that it is not exporting everything. It is not running everything. It is definitely executing those console logs. I'm wondering why. Okay, I'll check that out because it has not happened with me. Now it has happened. Correct? Yes, it is executing all of them. So why is it executing? I'll check out in the documentation. For now, let's stay focused on this. I guess, there is some issue with the node or the way we have implemented node. Okay, kindly again, please difference between // and 1. Okay, now this // simply means the current working directory. Okay, so if you type // you will actually know the answer. / gives you 1.js file. This is the file that I want to use. From this 1.js, I get the correct. See, they both are in the same directory, correct? Day 1 folder. / for this 2.js, / means the current working directory. Correct, Sanket. / is the current working directory. Now, from the current working directory, I'm extracting this file. See, even these commands are getting executed, which is what I want to find out. Ideally, this should not happen, but it seems to execute all the console commands. Can we use all the file of a folder in the same script? What do you mean by that? Okay, can we use all the file in a folder in the same script? Can we import? We can import. Okay, so I'll show you a few ways to do it. Okay, we'll talk about ECMAScript 6 imports moving forward. Okay, we're in. As of now, we are not equipped with the configuration to do that. Okay, so if you do something like this now, import from, okay, so from here, what are we trying to import? Justice League. And I want to render this Justice League here. If I try and run this, see, it says you cannot import outside a module. Okay, because we need to set up few configurations and then we are allowed to do it. Okay, but as of now, let us go with the flow. Okay, what is the flow? First, let us understand how to import and export modules here. So I'll say module.export Justice League Hero equals 0. Now, optionally, if you have more than one property that needs to be exported, let us say I want to export user as well, I want to export hero as well. How will I do it? Can I simply say, see, I'll now refrain from this Justice League hero. I'll simply say hero module.exports.hero. Why? Because this is a little shorter syntax. That is all. And then user equals user. So I have exported two of these properties. Now when I'm importing, so let me just undo all of this. Okay, when I'm importing all of this, this info will not just have one property, it'll have both of them. Okay, so now if I say, hey, log this file, so it is now having both of these information, isn't it? Oops, sorry, it has both of these information. So what's happening behind the scene is that this export that we are using, although I've used two different lines, it still gets exported as one object. This exports is an object. On this object, you are creating these properties. Now, there's another way to do this. Okay, what we can do alternatively is this. See, we have this module.exports. I told you this exports is an object. You can override that object with this object. So I'm assigning another object to module.exports object. So I'm replacing the module.exports with this object, in other words. So here I can say, hey, I want to export this hero as hero. And I want to export user as user. So I'll say user equals user. So I'm exporting both of them. Of course, destructuring is possible. We have learned that. For those who don't understand destructuring, don't bother. Just follow along the code. Now that I have implemented both of them in the 2.js file, if I ask, hey, log this, it still gives you the same output, correct? So either you do this or this is still the same. Now, in the new version of JavaScript, you have a technique called destructuring, wherein if the name of the property that you are exporting to the outside world and the property that you are exporting if they have the same name. So in this case, I'm exporting hero object as hero. I'm exporting user as user, correct? So you can destructure them like this. That means you can simply use the name of the property that you're trying to export. Because the name and the property are the same, you can simply use hero. So what this hero is, it is nothing but an object. What this user is, it is nothing but a string value. So you use this when you are exporting multiple objects. Yeah, it makes sense, isn't it? Okay, so you can use this to export multiple properties. Now, let me also explain. This way of exporting is referred as, okay, so this is called as named exports. And this is referred as default exports. Because, see here, you are assigning a name to this exports property. Yeah, it's just that, see, there are two different ways. And as a developer, if you want to convey to your friend, okay, you need to be very specific as to what you are doing. So you can refer this as named export, and this, wherein you are replacing this export as default export. Okay, both of these are default exports. So in this case, I'm not destructuring. In this case, this is a default export with destructuring. Can we export multiple objects? Of course you can, isn't it, Nishant? See, in this case, user happens to be a string, but if this was an object, you can. Say, for example, I will create another hero. Say this one is called Batman. This one is called Superman. Okay, the title here is Superman. First name is Clark. Last name is Kent. And he's from Metropolis. So if I want to export both of them, I can. So in this case, I can say Batman and Superman. So am I not exporting three properties? Now, these properties can be an object, can be a value like this. It can also be a function. Of course, it is fine. Okay, so you can use, see, I'm giving you these different approaches because when you start referring to somebody's code, either online or when you join a job, you will get to see some people have done this, some people would have done this. That's okay. Okay, just be aware of different styles of exports. That's it. And be capable of, has used this. You say, hey, this is a named export wherein I've given a name called hero, and the value that I'm exporting is hero. Make sense? Okay, multi-line comment. Just select them. Control, I guess, Alt, Shift, and A is what I use. Shift, Alt, and A on Windows. In a file, only single default can be used. Correct. So if you're using a default export in a file, there can only be a single default that you can use. Okay, but in case if you want to use named exports, you can use as many as you want. For multi-line comment, it is Shift, Alt, and A. Control// is for single line comment. Okay, so see, if I want to comment all of these, I can comment it in two different ways. I can say Control/, so this is like single line comment. I can also use Control-Shift-A and do a multi-line comment. So it depends on what you really want to do. Okay, both can be used. Now coming back to the context. So you have now exported all three properties, and now this info is an object which has all three properties. See, all three properties. Can I export a function? The answer is yes, I can. See, there is a function that we created here. And for those who are new, I will expand this function. Okay, so there is a function called adder, which expects two parameters, num1 and num2 being passed. Now, when you pass num1, num2, it'll return num1 plus num2 here. So this adder also needs to be exported. If that's my requirement, I come here and then say adder as well. So what is adder? Adder is this function. In JavaScript, there is no type concept. Okay. By default, when you're sending this, see, this export is an object. What you get here is an object. Okay, Madhu, don't worry. Keep asking. I guess, your friends in this class will definitely help you with some answer if they know. If not, I'll help you with the answer. Nevertheless, everybody is quite friendly. Okay, you can get your questions answered. Now, coming back to the context, of course, if you learn TypeScript, you can add types onto this. For now, this info is nothing but an object. Okay, and JavaScript is dynamic typed language, which means at one point in time, the Superman can be an object. At a later point in time, the Superman can also be a Boolean. And that is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. This is allowed. Okay. So if I take my cursor here, it's pointing to this object. If I take my cursor here, it is still pointing you to this object, but in fact, it is false. It's a Boolean value. So you can dynamically change them if you really want to. Okay, actually, we get user also key value pair. So asked. Now get it what we pass as object. Yes, because this module.exports itself is an object. That is why we were able to create properties on top of it. All right, guys. So now we are clear with how to export from one file to another file. However, if you want to from this object, okay, from, let us say I'm exporting user, Batman, Superman, adder. I'm exporting 4 properties. I'm not interested in getting all of them. I'm interested in getting only one of them, which is user, let us say. So then I would say dot user. So this info is now only one property, not all of them. Easy. So you can filter out whatever property you want. Let us say I want to call adder. Adder is assigned to info. Now this info is a function. So I need to pass in some value, 8 and 9, let's say. Now if I run this, I'll get 17. 15 minutes. Now see, it's an online workshop, Vaibhav. You can break anytime you want and you can come back and then start and join the session. Then info will show only one property. Yes, it is. That's what I showed you now, isn't it, Nishant? So adder is assigned to this info fun, let's say. I can add another require. I'll say this is user info and this is user. Okay, so the user is assigned here. Now I can use this user info and then display that here. That would work as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
See, think about this like an object. So you got an object. What object? Module.exports object. From that exported object, we are extracting a specific property. See, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do this, right? So you can always get everything, assign it to a variable here. I'll simply say info in this case, and I get everything. Okay. And from this info, I will now use the adder function, and I will use the user information. I would use the Superman.title information. So everything is available. This info is now an object, isn't it? From that object, I can extract those properties that I know what I have exported. So if I run this, it should give you the same response. Hope this is clear. Okay. So guys, now we will go to the next step. What is that we will now learn? See, once you know you have the ability to import and export from one file to another, you can import and export. We can also start working with something called as globals. Now, what is a global? Global is the ability to create a variable or a property that can be accessed to any file that uses it. Okay, so I'll show you what it means though. First, let us go create a new file. I'll call this as global. Again, the name is not significant. You can call this anything you want. You can call this a potato if you want. I call this global.js file. Now that's okay. You call this anything. Okay, so I'll rename this to 3.js. Does the name really matter? The answer is no, it does not. Okay. No, Emmanuel, it's spelled as global. Global. Okay. So what is a global? So like the way you have the ability to assign to module.export, you have the ability to assign things to a global object. So I'll say global dot, not this, global dot, let us say title equals Batman, like so. I will, in fact, that's the purpose of this topic. So once you have assigned it to the global, okay, on the global, there's a property called title that has a value called Batman. Once you assign, any other file that uses this global now can have access to it. So here I will go create a new folder file, call it 4, or maybe I'll call this as using global.js file. So this using global will simply require it. Require what? In the current working folder, there is this 3.js file. See, I've just required it. Because I've required it, whatever I've assigned on the global will now be available here. So now if I say, hey, console, log the global.title, it will give you the response. Okay, so let us ask using global to work. I'll say node space using global. See, it says Batman. See, although this technique also can be used to set properties and to use these properties, I suggest don't use them for a simple reason that whenever you are assigning a property to the global, every file will be taxed. Okay, so when the global object becomes really big, your application tends to become slow. Okay, of course, you know, your computers are really fast. You may not find the pinch, but you should remember that Node applications can also be performing on a mobile phone, isn't it? So there, the memory is important. So avoid using globals. Of course, you know, this would be working on a server, so it would really not matter, but it's not a good practice to pollute the global space. Okay, so keep things simple. Use module.exports to import and export. Okay, watch. Okay, I'll put both of these in on the screen so you guys can take it. This is one and this is using. So 3.js is where we are defining the global, and using global is where we are using the global. Okay, global simply means that it is available in every case. Okay, see now in this project, if I ever use the word title, that will then conflict with the global title, isn't it? So that is why using global is not recommended. Global simply means to say it has a scope everywhere. So you don't even have to refer the name. Correct, Vaibhav. Let's see if you have any more doubts before we jump to the next topic. If you use a title again, that is, if you are defining the title again, you are overriding the property that is on the global. Okay, watch. Okay, what I'll do is this. I will now say title Superman. Okay. See, in the 3.js, it is Batman. Using global, I've set it to Superman. I will now create another file. And now I will say require. If I now say, hey, console log this title. This is another file, right? Node space. I'm using tab to navigate. Okay. See, it says Batman. Now, if I use and now ask for the title, it says Superman. Okay. Because in the context of this 3, the global title was Batman. And when you use that global here, the temporary context changed it to Superman. So title now has a new value here. So if you access this file, it will then be Superman. So one reason why you should not use global. Okay. Yeah, because see, when you're working with global, Yadalam, you should not assign it to a variable. You are basically allowed to access it, not assign it to a variable and then use it. Yeah. You simply have to make that file available to this project. That's it. I hope this example makes it clear. Let me put this also beside maybe all of them one beside the other. See if you can get all of them work for you. So what I was showing is there is something called as globals. These are preset globals that are already available or made available to us. So if you remember, we have been using this require, module, exports without having to think from where am I getting this. Okay. So you may say, hey, Vijay, you have used the word require. Where is it defined? Okay. So in this 2.js file, we use this word require. Where have I defined it? I'm able to use it because this is a global property. Similarly, in the 1.js, we used the module.exports. Where is it defined? Where is this module.exports defined? It's a global property. How do you know it is global? If you go to the documentation, select globals, you see there is a list of globals that are already available. There are them global objects. So there is something called as __dir name, __ file name, exports module and require. Not only this, there is a long list actually. See, these are some of the globals. We have been using a command called console. Console is also a global property. That is why we have been using console.log throughout, correct? I've been using console.log. Where is the command console declared? Here, it's a global property. Okay. Console itself is a module. You see that console is a module. I've been using the word called log or the method called log. We also have console.info, console.warning, console.trace, and things like that. Lot depends on what are we trying to display. Okay. So console.warning will create a warning trigger. So maybe I'll show you that. Okay, watch. So in this case, I want to say console.log I am a log. Okay. And say var console.var is a warning. Console.error. So let us run all of this node space using global. See, as of now, you don't see any difference between all of them. If I enable some extensions on the terminal, I may find them with different colors, but when I print this on a browser, you will definitely see some difference. Let's open Chrome, and in Chrome, press F12 to enable the terminal. And in the terminal, I'll say, hey, console.log. Maybe what I'll do is, just to make things a little quick, I'll copy all of these as it is. I paste them here. Okay, and if I press enter, see, you get to see this is a log, this is a warning, and this is an error. Make sense? So a log simply has no style associated with it. A warning tries to bring your attention onto that particular line. An error defines that this is an error, and this is more serious offense actually. So this is a warning, and this is a more serious offense. So you can log, you can create a warning, or you can create an error. Inside the terminal, you will not be able to see any colors. Okay, but there are extensions that are available for VS Code. If you enable them, you will actually see difference between log, warning, and error. So there are many such things, but we will still stick to the console.log. I suggest please take some time out, understand. They are all quite useful. Okay, but I'm only covering things which are really popular and which may matter for you, your interviews. So coming back to the context, we were discussing about globals. So there are some built-in globals. And what are those? We spoke about the exports module and require. Now, what is the file name? This basically tells you the file name that is accessing. Say, for example, I'm inside this 2.js file. I want to know what is this file name programmatically. How will I do it? I say, hey, console log this __ file name. This will give you the name of the file. I'll just suppress these console logs. I'll just stay focused on this. 2.js is the file where I'm using console.log. So let's say node space 2. __ file name. Sorry, n should be lowercase. My bad. See, it gives you access to the name of the file. Okay. So if you want to programmatically know which file is running this command, you can use __ file name. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is 6, called step 6. .js file. So I've got it out. Seems you're becoming too fast. Is that so? No, these are very easy topics, Emmanuel. So I went a little quickly on that because they will not contribute too much to understanding Node. Okay. But there are some built-in ones. So you can use console log. See, I'm not importing anything. Okay. I simply can say __ file name. This will give you the file name. And if I want to get the directory name, I can say dir name. Directory name. Let us log both of them. Okay. What is the directory name? See, I know that I'm inside this day one folder, but how do I programmatically know that I'm in the day one folder? So I will now say node space step 6 built-in globals.js file. See, the first log gives you the name of the file. The second log gives you the name of the directory. Okay. Correct. The rest, I'm sure you are through with it because we spoke about it and we've been using it, and we'll keep using those module exports require throughout this workshop. Okay. Cool. So let us now move on. Cool. Understood. Awesome. So there are a few more globals. In fact, you have something called as set timeout, set interval, so on and so forth. Maybe I'll create a simple example to illustrate that as well. We will probably be using it moving forward. Let me comment this out. So I can schedule a function to be called at a later point in time. Let's say after 5 minutes. This is too long. Okay, so I'll make it about 2 seconds. I want to call a function after 2 seconds. How do I schedule a function to be called after 2 seconds? I can use something called a set timeout. And this will call a function. Any function is fine. I'm using an anonymous function, a function that doesn't have any name. I will now want to schedule this after 2000 milliseconds. This duration here is in milliseconds. Now I can simply say console log I shall be logged after 2 seconds. See, since this piece of program is now asynchronous, that means it'll allow the next piece of command to execute. Okay, see, this is coming from line 7. Correct? And this is command in line 9. This is a command in line 7. Which one is first? This one. But see, I've scheduled this to run after few seconds. Correct? After 2 seconds. Now if I launch this, step 6 built-in globals. See, command in 10 got executed first, and then command in line 7 got executed after 2 seconds. So this is how you see that this is an asynchronous program now. It allows the next piece of code to be executed before this line is done. See, if this program was not around, that is, if I comment all of this and uncomment this line, this console log, which is in line number 7, will get executed first. Correct? And then this line gets executed. Agreed? Line 7, then line 10. But because I've wrapped it inside a set timeout, okay, because I've wrapped it inside a set timeout will create a delay to execute this piece of code. It'll take 2 seconds. And after 2 seconds, you'll get the log in line number 7. Okay, cool. So you see, you have the ability to delay a function by 2 seconds. See, this is where the concept of pseudo threads. How can set interval? We'll be covering that next, Pranati. So set timeout's job is to delay a function's execution by some time. Okay, so we are creating a delay in execution of the program. Yeah, you can use, or you can think about it like controlling the flow of your program. You are delaying this program to be executed after some time. But on the other hand, if you want to call a function every few seconds, let us say I want to call a function every 1 second, like a clock. Okay, I want to keep ticking something. So then I can use something called a set interval. So you're setting an interval and you call this function with a delay of 2 seconds, or maybe I'll make it 1 second. Yeah, okay, so here, good idea, isn't it? So I will now use this command in line number 13. What will this do? It will keep calling this once every second until the end of time. Okay, so let's check this out. You will see one log coming every second. See, I'm getting a log once every second. Now, if I want to terminate this, I'll press Control C and terminate. Okay. But now you may say, hey, Vijay, no, I want this to run 5 times. Okay. And then I want it to stop. Yeah, it's an infinite loop. You are calling this program until the end of time. But that's not a good idea, isn't it? You would want to control this. How do I control this? There is a method called clear interval. Similarly, for set timeout, there is a method called clear timeout. Okay. And similar to set interval, there is something called as clear interval as well. So you can use that to stop this behavior. So if I come here and assign a variable to this, I'll go create a variable, call it SI. SI is what? The set interval. The set interval now has a reference. It has a name. It has a identifier. I can use SI to refer this set interval. Make sense? Now that I have this set interval, I've assigned a name to this set interval. I should be able to use this and clear that interval if there is a need. I will now call this clear interval. Clear which interval? So that is where you give the reference. The set interval that I've created, this one, which is what I want to clear. So as of now, if I run this example, the set interval command gets executed, and before 1 second, this line gets executed, isn't it? So will it take JavaScript compiler 1 second to read from this line to this line? No way, right? So this will immediately stop. You'll not even see a single log. Watch. See, we keep waiting, nothing really happened. That is because for JavaScript, it will take few nanoseconds to reach from this line to this line. It will immediately stop the interval. But we want to delay the interval. How do I delay the interval? How do I make sure that this set interval will be called only 5 times? So what I can do is I can go create a variable. I call it count. This count has a value 0 attached to it. And here in the console log, I will simply say command for, and I will use the count. See, count is 0. Count is what I'm using here. And now every time the set interval is called, I will keep incrementing this count. Maybe I'll start with 1, okay? So how do I increment it by 1? I can say count plus plus. You can also say count plus equals 1. Okay, I guess plus plus is a shorter syntax. I'll use it. So every second, this log happens, and then I'll increment this count. And now I will use a condition to check if the count is greater than or equal to 5. Okay, I want to stop. I guess, because I said 0 here, let us say I will say greater than 5, not equal to 5, greater than 5. If the answer is yes, I will clear the interval. So what will happen now is that JavaScript will come and read this line. It will declare a variable called count and set it to 1. Then it will create an interval and schedule this function to be called once every second. Then it will come to this line. Is this condition met? See, count is 1. What is the condition here? Is the count greater than 5? Is the count greater than 5? No. So it will simply ignore the command. Okay, after a second, the line will come again here. Okay, because see, you have called this function, isn't it? And inside this function, the counter will keep incrementing. Okay, after this is incrementing, you'll see, is this count greater than 5? Maybe what I can do is I can cut this and paste it here inside as well. Okay, maybe now as a responsible developer, you can also do something like this. See, I have this console log, and I keep incrementing this count. Let us start with this 0 here. Don't bother typing, just pay attention on the explanation. These are just concepts that you can easily grasp and understand. I will now use this condition. If count is less than this time, okay, I'm changing my equation here. If it is less than 5, I'll do something, else I'll do something. So if it is less than 5, I log. Okay, if it is less than 5. See, count will keep incrementing. Count is 0. I say count plus plus. So at this line, what would happen? The count becomes 1. Okay, and this condition will be checked. Is the count less than 5? Yes, the count is less than 5. Then this console log will be executed. What is the value of count? This time it will be 1. And else will not be executed. Why? Because the count is less than 5. If we write code outside the count, it will not get executed. Correct, Vaibhav. That is why I moved it inside. Okay. So now it gets evaluated, isn't it? Because this function will be called every time for until the end of time. Okay, with a frequency of 1 second. So now that I've moved this condition inside, this condition will be hit every time. Okay, so now let us run this. Let's run this. Yeah. So this command less than 5. Okay, because we started with 0. The first time when it ran, this will be 1. This command will be checked, or this condition will not meet. So this will increment. We can alternatively put this here as well. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, then top. Okay. Yeah, less than or equal to 5 would also work. Okay. But my intention was to make sure that it would run up until it reaches 5. All right, so let's go to the next example, guys. So we have seen some basic issues, but what Node does offer is it gives you a huge ecosystem of modules. See, there are lots of modules on the left side. Global was one of them that we used. Okay, clear interval basically allows you to clear the specific interval that we have used. See here, this one. So we had a interval, correct? So we can clear that particular interval. So the clear interval will take the reference of the interval that you would want to stop or you want to clear. That's what clear interval does. Now coming to the context, guys. So on the left side, you see there are many modules. Will we cover all of them? No. Yeah. Why? Because see, not all of them are relevant and not all of them are extensively used. There are few which you understand and few you can learn on your own. Say, for example, we'll talk about this buffer, cluster little later, some child process. These are slightly advanced, so we'll definitely schedule to learn this little later. First, we'll tackle with something which is very easy to learn. Okay, that's how we can progress. So we'll learn about few of them, and I will allow you to explore this documentation on your own, are the system resources that are available on the server side so that I can continue with my program. Now that can be accessed with something called as OS module. So if I click on OS module, it gives you a list of all the methods that you have. See, so far we have used some built-in global methods. Now we are using a module that is not a global. Okay, so how do I work? So you import this OS module. So let us go ahead and create a file. This time it is called as step 7 using modules.js file. So step 6 was built-in globals. Step 7 is using modules. We'll also be using external modules moving forward. Okay, I guess we'll start with that tomorrow. For now, we'll use this built-in modules. So now I want to use that OS module. How do I do it? So I'll say let OS or var OS, not car, var OS, OS equals require OS. Now with this, we have asked Node.js to give us access to this OS module, which was loaded when Node.js was installed. All these modules were installed on our computer actually. Where can you find? On your user folder, there would be Node modules folder. Okay, in that you can find all these modules installed on your machine. So when you install Node.js, that's where it got installed. See, if I type node, okay, so I can right click and open the file location, correct? So inside this, you'll find node modules, the core pack, I guess dist. No, not here. I guess this is not the one. Not this actually. Yeah. Sorry, right here it is. Okay, so this is on my machine. Okay, so in my machine, program files, Node.js, node modules, npm node modules, and you'll find OS. No, you don't find OS here. I guess that would be part of some other module, if I'm not mistaken, but most of the modules you can find here. Correct. Just look where they are on your machine, because a lot depends on the system that you are using. The location for these node modules may be different, but we'll definitely be using the events and globals and things like that. You'll find most of them here. So how do I access this OS module? What do I learn out of it and about this? Now that we have asked Node.js to make this OS module available, can I share my screen after show you something? What do you want to show? Okay, sure. Sure, you can. Okay, so I'll give you some time when we are done. Okay, so now that we have this OS module, yeah, we now can use it. So I can say, hey, console log a method of this OS, which returns the architecture. Okay, so arc is a method, you call it. What it does is it basically tell you what kind of architecture you are using. So it can be a 64-bit or a 32-bit. It's quite unlikely that you are still using a 32-bit machine. Most of them would be a 64-bit machine. So let us now run this file in the terminal. Node space step 7 run. See, it says x64 because I'm using a Windows machine which is 64-bit processor. Let us learn a few more of the server. See, in fact, as of now, this node is installed on my machine. So my machine is acting like a server. Okay. I can change this arc to the total memory that is available. So this is the total RAM that you have on your machine. So let's go check. It says 17. I guess I remember installing about 16 GB of RAM. So where this 17 came, I don't know. So I can, show this in gigabytes as well, because the default output that you see is in bytes. So if you go back to the documentation and say, I want to look for total memory, say total memory, you'll have an example. So the total memory returns the total amount of system memory in bytes as an integer, correct? So if I want to convert it to MB, okay, GB and then TB, you'll have to wrap this into an expression. Oops, you'll have to wrap this into an expression. Divide this by 1024 and divide that by 1024 and divide that by 1024. So let me wrap this once again in an expression and divide that by 1024. So if I run this example, this will give me value in gigabytes. So this is about 15 gigabytes. Okay. I can probably add GBS as well in the end. Okay. So if I run this example, so it'll say 15 GB is what I have as memory on my machine. So this is the total memory, but how much is available for me to use? So if you press Control Shift Delete on your keyboard, Control Shift Delete. So if I press Control Shift Delete, it'll actually block the screen. Okay. But from this, I will enable the task manager. Now here you can see there are many things running on my machine as of now. So if we look for the performance, okay. So if you see the utilization, and it tells you where, no, not the speed, not this. Not this. Yeah, see here you can see about 49% of memory is free on my machine, correct? So I want to know how much is free here. So I can ask a question. I know that there is a total memory, but what is the free memory? Okay, so let me just log that message. This is to denote the total memory, and this is to denote the free memory. Command to duplicate line of code. Okay, I use Control Alt down arrow key. Oh, sorry, Shift Alt down arrow key or up arrow key. Both would work. So save, relaunch, run this. See, out of 15, I have got 8 GB which is what this guy was suggesting. About 50% is what I have free available. So this is the total memory, and this is the free memory that is available on my machine. Easy. Let's comment this out. There is a lot that we can learn about the system which is using Node.js. We can also ask how many CPUs are installed. How many CPUs does your laptop have? Okay. So you can say, hey OS dot CPUs. CPUs will give you an array back. Okay. So if I run this example, it will give you a list of all the CPUs that you may have. There's a lot of them. You may want to find out what is the length of it, because we got an array, isn't it? So I can ask, what is the length? How many CPUs do I have on my laptop? It says I have about 12 core, 12 CPUs. If you want to get the information of each one of them, you can. Okay, see, you have got access to the length. You can also say, hey, I want to get the first one, square bracket 0. I'll get access to the first one, and then I'll be able to display. Easy. See, there is a lot that you can get, okay, derive out of the server here. Now, if you want to get the user information, you can use os dot user info. User info is a method, and this basically gives you an object. Okay, and now I can ask what is the user name out of this. Let's run. So username in my case is Vijay. A lot depends on the computer that you have. Okay, so in my case, I have many CPUs on my laptop. Okay. Like many processors, not processors. Okay, basically these are CPUs that are on your machine. Okay, so from the user info, if I'm interested in getting the username, I can do that. If it is a company provided laptop, you will actually get the details, which might be your username or something like that. See, it provides you the name that I have on my machine. So here we'll go create a class. Any name is fine. So I'll say class hero. This hero is a class, and it can have a property called title. This title can have a default value, default title. We can have a first name, first name equals default first name, last name, like so. And now we can create a constructor for this. So this constructor will now allow you to expect two parameters to be passed, the first name and the last name. So I'll simply call this as F name and L name, just to make it easy. And when you pass these two parameters, I'll use this dot first name equals the first name that we have passed. Similarly, the last name would be L name. Easy. And now we can have another method if you want to, which says full name. Full name is a method. Okay. We'll so far we have just created, isn't it, Madhu? So you have to wait for the next step so that I show you how the constructor works. The full name here will return this dot first name, concatenate with a space, and say this dot last name. Yeah. Last name. Correct, you're right. There it is. Thanks for the fix. Yes. No, you cannot, Gaurang Patel. That would be possible in Java, not in JavaScript. Okay. In JavaScript, you have a keyword called constructor, which becomes a constructor. Okay. So we are done with this specific class. And now we would want this to be exported or used in another file. How do I do that? Module.exports. Is an object. And I can have hero, maybe I'll say hero is what I want to export to the outside world. So you know about this idea of destructuring that we learned yesterday, correct? The short way of saying hero equals hero. Can we define constructor as constructor, function, name, or we have to define it as constructor? What do you mean by your question, Vaibhav? Explain the constructor. Of course, I will be. Okay, so we have just created Emmanuel. Hold on. So constructor allows you to create a new instance of the hero. Maybe, if you guys, all of you have doubts, because if you have not seen a JavaScript class, this is how it works. If I want to create an instance of this class, okay, if I want to create an instance of this class and pass instructions to this class when I'm creating an instance, this constructor is actually used. This constructor is not even used or required if you are not trying to customize this instance. Yeah, watch. So what Pramang says, can we also export like module.exports equals step class? Why step class? Class is the name of the class. That's the name of the block that you want to export, isn't it? Not the file name. We cannot export the file name. No. So in JavaScript, guys, you can export classes, you can export functions, you can export arrays, objects, strings, anything. You cannot export the entire file itself. Okay. You can export, the code, not the file name. Just keep that in mind. Now, if I have this class, I can create an instance of this like this. So I can say, hey, let hero equals a new hero. Okay. So when you're using this hero, okay, see this hero is the constructor. So there is a default constructor that is created, which will create the instance of this hero on the memory, and it will assign it to this hero object. Now, if I come here and say, hey, console, log me this hero dot first name, it will. Okay. Similarly, I can say what is the last name. And I can also ask what is the full name. Full name is a method, so I basically call it like this. Easy. So if I now run this, so this is step 1 classes.js file. So I will cd to the day 2 node space step 1 classes.js. So you get to see the default first name, default last name, default first name, and default last name combined together. So you're able to log all the properties. But if you want to modify this class, okay, so you want to send parameters when you're creating the instance, that is when you need a constructor. So like the way we discussed before, the constructor takes 2 parameters, which can be used to set the first name and the last name. Of course, we could also have logged title. So inside this constructor, we'll get the first name and the last name. And this first name, last name, or the parameters that we are getting, we can assign it to these 2 properties. What kind of properties are these, by the way? All of these are public properties in JavaScript. Can we define a private property? Of course you can. Okay, so if you want to declare a private property, you will have to use like this, hash, and say, let's say secret or mission. And we can have a value. So this is a private property. It will not be accessed by its instance. Okay. Now coming to the context, we had this constructor, like in the previous step. We'll say, hey, this dot first name, concatenate that with a space, and this dot last name will be, sorry, what am I doing? This dot first name and this dot last name will be assigned to this dot first name and this dot last name. I got your question. So what you are asking is, what is the use of this? The use of this is, it is basically concatenating these two properties and giving me the output. So as of now, this has some default properties, which we are trying to modify. Yes. So now that, we have a constructor which expects two parameters that can be passed, we can pass in some value. 1, 2. What is Bruce? A string. What is Wayne? A string. Both of these are passed. Now, when this Bruce and Wayne are passed, this constructor gets this first name and the last name, and they are assigned to the first name and the last name respectively. So the instances first name and last name are modified. Okay, I can also assign a title property. Okay. So I'm expecting 3 parameters. So first name is used, last name is used, title was not assigned, so I'll assign 1. Now what I can do with this, I will assign it to the title. Title is title, the hero title. So this way, now we have taken 3 parameters. So we accepted 3 parameters using the constructor. Yes, it is used for polymorphism, where you set these classes a new value. You can customize the instance. Okay, I'll save this. And now if I run the same example, you'll see that the past values will now be available. So Batman is the title, Bruce is the first name, Wayne is the last name, Bruce Wayne is the full name. Yeah, so these are parameters, isn't it? So you can call it with any name. But when you're trying to access the class's property, you need the keyword this. When I create a new hero without passing any parameters and the log them, it's printing out undefined. No, it did not print undefined, right? It actually, okay, you did that, I guess. In our case, we have some default values being set already, isn't it? So there were default values. So those default values will be assigned when you're not using the constructor. I'll just comment this out. Okay, then there is some syntactical mistake. Okay, check this out. Or maybe if you forgot to return the full name. Okay, return in the full name or something like that. Something would have gone wrong, isn't it? So now that we have not used a constructor and I'm not sending any parameters, this would use the default values. So I get the default title, default first name, default last name, and all of them, which were in its original value. Now that we had used the constructor, we have the ability to customize or pass parameters to this hero's constructor. And this hero's constructor will then make the assignment necessary. To keep private constructor, we also need to mention hash mission equals. Yeah, so anything private in JavaScript uses hash. To keep private constructor, no, there is no concept of a private constructor in JavaScript, okay? Constructor is always public. I guess what you meant was, because your question is slightly confusing, to keep a private constructor, we also need to mention hash mission equals personal mission. No. These are 2 different statements, okay? So don't get confused. So this section here, I'm declaring private properties. This section here, I'm declaring public property. Sorry, these are public properties and these are private properties. And this is a constructor and these are methods. Yes, cool. Now, there's some conventions that we JavaScript developers should follow. Like this. See, this full name, although it can be mentioned here, we would not do that. Why? Because see, there is a specific area where these methods would be written. It would be usually written after the constructor. So the constructor gets sandwiched between the properties and the methods. Okay. So now we have got this class. Maybe I'll also show you how you can use the getter and setter. So far, if we can only define the public in the class hero without any default value, then why will the constructor? See, I guess if that's your requirement, you can use it. That's what it is. Yeah. So do you have the flexibility to do it? Yes, you have. So what Vaibhav is asking is, can you pass nothing here? And what would happen? So who would like to take a guess as to how to use mission value? See, since this is a private property, anywhere inside the class you can use. No, you cannot have multiple constructors. Okay, there can only be one constructor. So if I run this example now, see, we did not pass any value here. So this hash title will be not defined, correct? So since this is undefined, title will then be undefined. First name was not assigned. That becomes undefined. So undefined is assigned here. Last name is also not sent. That will also be undefined. So everything will be undefined. See, everything is undefined. Then don't use. So did I not show you that? Don't use the constructor, because in the constructor you are making an assignment, isn't it? Are we not making an assignment here? And since you did not send these properties, they would be undefined. I was making the same error, got it. Okay. For output, should we need to give console log mission? No, that wouldn't work, isn't it? See, it's a private property. So what is the point of trying to access it? It will not work, isn't it? So if I say, hey, hero, give me the mission, the ID itself is trying to tell you that this is a private property. You cannot access it outside, isn't it? Yeah, private does not go outside. Yes. So it's a private property. Who can access it? Any of these class members can access it. Say, for example, I have top mission, maybe. This would return this dot hash mission dot to uppercase. So I'm trying to modify it and then display it. So there is a method called top mission. When you call it, you will be able to access this property. But this will not work. So I'll comment this out. It's a method that we just created. So if I run this, you should now get the response. Okay, says my personal mission. And since we did not pass any of these parameters, let's pass some parameters here. If I run this example in the terminal, now you should see the response. Now, just to sum up, private properties are a class's property. Any member of the class can use it. It cannot be used by its instance. So that you can create a new instance of this hero. Okay. So if you want to create another new instance of the hero, you can do that here. So this is hero. I will say this is hero 1. I can now customize it. So once you create a class, this acts as a blueprint of the object that you're trying to create. Okay, so this object will have the structure that this class declares. Since this object is a copy of this class, it will have all the properties and the traits that this class has. So in JavaScript, there is no method overloading or constructor overloading possible with this version. So it's don't compare this with Java, okay, or any other language which allows you to do that. Constructor does not need to call when we define object when no, I'm not understanding your question. Can you rephrase it, Gaurang? Okay. I'll upload this file, so maybe you can take this. I'll put this on Pastebin. Okay, so sometimes you also would want to have a property for the class itself. Okay, it's not supposed to be public, it's not supposed to be private, but the class is property. That's where you declare something as static. Now the static can be used for both methods and properties. So now let's say if I want to declare a version number, and I want this to be accessed only on the class, no one else, okay, then I would use the keyword static. I can assign a version number, let's say something like this. Now, since this is a static member, you cannot access on the instance. Okay, so you cannot come and say, hero, what is your version? This is a static property. If I run this, you'll get undefined because there is nothing called version. Okay, but since this is a property of the hero, we can access it on the hero. Hero has version. Instances don't get the version. That's a class's own property. So if I run this, you should now get the version there. No, it is not, Vaibhav. So if you want to declare a class's property, which will not be available or accessed on the children or on the instance of the class, class can also have its property called static. Okay, so this is a class's property. It can now be accessed only on the class, not on its instance. Version is not a parameter, it's a property of a class. Yeah, you can use it for many cases. Let's say, I want all the, not all the, so I want the class itself to have a property of its own. So if you're exporting the class, this is available on the class. Shreyas. See, private is used inside the class. Anywhere inside this class, you can use the private property. You cannot use it outside. But static is used on the class, not in the class. Okay? No. It is working for me here. Yeah. So check that out. Okay. Or maybe if you have made any mistakes, fix them. So what is the use? If you have a requirement to create a property on the class itself, which will be available only on the class directly, you can use the static keyword. Okay. You'll have to find a use case for it. Then if that's your requirement, you can set it up as static. Can I use this static anywhere inside the class? Can I use this static anywhere in the class? Then how is it behaving like private? Can I use private inside the class, anywhere inside the class? But I can't access it directly using the instance. That's why it is called static, isn't it? It's a class's property, not the instance property. So it is not like private. isn't it? So they are different. Now that we are through with this, if I want to export it to the outside world, I can export it like this. Okay, see, this class can be customized. You know how it is used inside. So I'll comment this part out. This was just to illustrate how you can create an instance. Now I can actually copy all of this. Okay, copy all of this. And now that we have exported this class from the step 1 classes, I can go create another file. This is called step 2 using classes. .js file. And now I want to use that class here. I want to import this. So we have exported it here. And I want to import it here. Now, how do I import it? So we'll now go say const hero equals require from this current working directory, step 1 classes. This has many things to export, I guess, right? This is only one thing. Okay, so you get an object here. The require provides you what? Module.exports object. And I'm interested only in this hero in this case. And this hero would be assigned to this variable hero. And now I can pretty much do the same thing what I did before. Okay, so here I'm just copying all the logs that I did in the previous case so that I can show you how you can import and then use. Now, if I run the step 2 classes, I should get the same output that we got before. Okay, so I'll say node step 2. So you get the same properties here. So ideally, you'd create classes and make it available for other files to create an instance. Okay, so this is the use case. So the idea here is you can create classes, export them, and then use them the way we want. Why are we using hero with require when we are only exporting? See, even if you export one property, you still get an object, isn't it, Deepshika? From that object, we are importing only the hero. Does that make sense? Because whenever you use this require, it makes this module.exports object available for us. So of course, we are overriding with this object. This object has a property called hero. That is what we are using here. Okay, I hope this topic is clear. So you know how to work with classes, how to use them, and then we'll move forward. All right, so let's go to the next step. So this time we'll look at another module called path module. Now there are many parameters, so I suggest you can explore these. Base name allows you to create a base path for all the requests that you have. You may want to set up a base path. Now, what is a base path? Like this is the default location that your program will be looking for. Var is a variable which allows you to change. Const does not allow you to change it. So if you come here and just to explain you, if I use the var here, I can say hero equals hello. Okay, this is allowed. This would work. See, in using step. Okay, see now everything broke, isn't it? But what is hero? After this line, hero is a string. So this cannot be used as a constructor anymore. But if I used it as a const, then it will immediately protect you. It says hero is not a constructor. That's what many of them are seeing now, right? If I run this, it says assignment to constant variable is not possible. This will not work. Okay, so it will protect your code. So I'm using const. File name is also correct. Okay. Because see, the same code is working for me. The same code is not working for you. So there cannot be such discrimination. Now we'll go create another example. This is step 3. This is a puny example, okay? So it should be very easy. Because I'll be using this path module, a lot in this workshop. So I thought I'll explain about this. So what is the purpose of this path module? It allows you to create a path that is useful for Node.js. See, because if I want to select a path on your machine, let's say you were on Windows. Okay, so if I want to select this path, if I want to select a file, I'll go create a new folder, call it images. And inside this images, let's say there is an image. Okay, so if I, just a second, I'll upload some images or I'll use some images that I already have on my machine. Recently, Kongsberg images. Okay, so I have some images here. So I would want to copy one of these image, Batman here, and I want to use it in my project. We are at Node, July. So we are here. So if I want to access these images, okay, in my code or any file that I may have, say similar to this, I'll also create another image in another file. This is going to be called as config.json. Any name is fine. So I want to change this as config.json. See, this config.json file is an object. It'll have a property called title. And title says, I am a configuration file. We'll be using such files moving forward, okay, for configuration. I want to use this configuration file in my project. How will I do it? So I'll say var import this file. Okay, so I'll say maybe const config equals require. So how do I access this file? So on my machine, I can say /images/config.json. If you're on a Mac, okay, I guess, if you're on Windows, if you want to access this file, so if I want to access this file, sorry, I didn't want to double click it, don't save. If I want to access this file, notice, in Windows, the way I access it is C drive /node _ July /day2 /images /config.json file. You got the point, right? So the path actually is different on different operating systems. So on my machine, this is the path. Okay, if I want to access this file, this is the path that I would use. On a machine that is running on Mac or Linux, the path may be different. So in cases like that, okay, I would like to have a uniform path. So that's where, this idea of path module comes, handy. What path module helps us is to give us a uniform path. Say, for example, I want to display an image, okay? Maybe, this is not the example for that because we would not be able to render this image. How did you open that config JSON tab? Yeah, let's open this, okay, on your machine using Windows Explorer. So I will import const path equals require path. Now that the path module is available, I can use this path.join. There's a method called path.join. You can see that here. And this allows you to pass in some file names and then concatenate them together. So I know that there is a path by name images, and inside images, I'm looking for batman.jpg file. Okay, so you mean I have created a file called config.json Okay, if you double click, you open this config.json. Yeah. So there is a small snippet that I have pasted. Now all I can do is use this path module to know that there is a folder called images, or maybe I can call this as assets. I'll call this as assets. Because earlier my intention was just to use image. Later on, I thought I'll show you a JSON file as well. So I don't know what would be the server configuration when I host this, when I put this online. Okay, maybe I would be using a Linux platform, or I would be using a Windows platform, or I might be using a Mac platform. I don't know. So what I'll do is I will go create a variable called as link path equals the path. It has a method called join. Now what join does is it will take a list of properties from us and then creates a path that might be appropriate for your operating system to work with. Okay, so you can, in this case, you can go give, all the paths that you have. Say, for example, my folder is called assets. Then what I want to access is batman.jpg file. Okay, so I want you to join these two assets, or I want you to join these two the location and generate a path for me. Now if I ask, hey console, log this link path for me, it should give me assets / or / batman.jpg file, which might be appropriate on my machine to access this batman.jpg file. So let's go give this a try. Node space step 3 path. So you see, I'm using Windows and this is my path. So if I hold Control on my keyboard, it allows me to open this file, isn't it? So that's the qualified path. So I don't have to do any guesswork. Okay, will the user be using a Mac? Will the user be using a Windows? So you know what is the path that you are trying to navigate to. Just provide them as different properties, and path module will generate a usable link for you. Now, there may be also a situation where your code would have exaggerated. This is a situation where you're trying to work with a lot of files in your program, and eventually you will. Okay, I would want to access files or file paths which are generated by a third-party server-side program, like Java is generating a list of files for me, and then I want to access them. So maybe the path will be like this. This is like, a var ext path equals, and then I would simply, this is a fake path. Okay, so it may not be quite relevant, but nevertheless, let us just copy this path as it is, and I'll paste it here. And maybe there are some irregularities here. Okay, so I can have a / and something like this. You know that this is not a qualified path, correct? But we can ask path to normalize it. Your Mac is still not working. Okay, do you have batman.jpg file? If not, create this config.json file and that should work for you.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Okay, try doing this. That would work. So now this ext path, I want to normalize. So I would say var normal path equals path dot normalize. Normalize will pass in this ext path. And now if I say, hey, console, log me this normal path, it would have regularized all these irregular code. Okay, so there is a problem. That's probably because I think there are too many forward slashes and backward slashes. Let us go try this now. Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is working as X, So let me just make it. Yeah. This should give you the exact path. Even if the file does not exist, join gives the path. Correct. It for this example to work, you don't need to, but to validate, you need the file. Correct, Pramank? That is why I created the file. Or else you'll be questioning, okay, hey, Vijay, can you actually click on it? Okay, so this is now an active file link. It would work, isn't it? Okay, so what is wrong here is he called this path module as config. Correct? Now, if I want to use this module, I'll have to call this as config.json, and that would work, isn't it? But how long will you remember that config is path? Not for a long time, isn't it? So if you open this file after 2-3 days, you might again be confused, especially if this is a 3-line file or 3-line example, then there wouldn't be a problem. But if this file exceeds more than 100-200 lines, you'll not be able to recall what is config. What is config? It looks like a generic name. It doesn't indicate that this is path. So I recommend always, when you're loading a module, use the name of the module for the variable. That way you'll know, by looking at the name, you know that this is a path module. Make sense, Emmanuel and everybody? So whenever you are requiring a module, create a variable that denotes or tells you what is the name of the module that you're trying to import. Don't give a name that might conflict. That will become too much of a stress to program over a period of time. Okay, just make things easy for you, because as a software developer, you'd be working on code that someone else has done or you have created maybe 2 years before, 3 years before. Then you will really get frustrated as to how to make sense of what you have written. Okay, cool. So I'll delete this file, but I think you know. There is nothing called new.png on your machine. Do you have a new.png on your machine? It says no matching result, correct? But in my case, I have a matching result. I deliberately added this batman.jpg file, JSON file too. Okay. Check, in your case, assets had a mistake. Or does your file name also is called ASSESTS like this? Is this the name that you're using? For now, this JSON file could have been a replacement here. So I can, create a link. Use a link, use this link. No, not this one. So this is assets link path. Okay, this one. So this link will work. Yeah. The config.json as of now doesn't have any significant use. Okay, moving forward, it will. Just keep in mind that we can use a configuration file outside and then refer them in your file. It will be usually used to store database passwords, usernames, and things like that. Okay, so guys, let's move on. So we have learned one more module called path module. Although path module is not all that big to learn, there are a handful of methods here. So you have the ability to create a base path. You can normalize, you can parse. If you have a long path, you can parse it actually. You can make a path relative, or you can make a path absolute. Okay, check if this is an absolute path or convert it to a relative path, you can. Okay, now if you don't understand those terms, don't worry. Moving forward, when I get an appropriate example, I'll show you what it means. Okay, so basically a base path is the location where every link would work, this one. Okay, I'll show you when we get to a point. I'll show you how you can use it. So in this case, they're actually showing you that, you know, it gives you the original location of this file, which may be different on different, you know, operating systems. On Windows or on Mac, the base path usually is different. So it is like this: if you're creating an HTML file and all the links in your web page will have a base path. Okay. Images. Now, if I say, hey, images, batman.jpg file, it will look for this batman.jpg file in the images directory. So in this case, we have changed it, right? So we've called it assets. So I'll say assets. So that's the base path. Now here, I'm just saying batman.jpg file, but where is the Batman located? It's in the base path. So there's the same idea that you can implement on the server side. So if I run this file, .html in Chrome, you'll see Batman is arrived, correct? But what is the link that I gave? Batman.jpg file. But without the base path, will this link be working is the question. The answer is no. See, it's missing. So what base path does is it provides a base reference that can be used by all the links. That's exactly what base path does. So it'll set a base path for all the links. So when we get to a point when it becomes appropriate, I'll show you. Yeah, in this case, no, you can alternatively set as well. Say, I want to keep all my images in a different location. Say this assets is not here. It's in some other location. But that way, if I have to make changes to all my links, let's say there are many images, and I want to change all those location, I can come here in one place and change. So there is a body, and inside the body, I have some images. So this is of no use for us. We can even delete it. But he had sent this code, which I have not yet fixed, so I'll check. So base path is an idea where you create a base location for all your other links to work. So that's base path. And when we get to an appropriate example, I'll show you how you can use them. Okay, because this is not the right example. So if I say base path, it simply gives you the location of this file. Now, this may not make any sense to you. And base path works like normalize for us as of now. href is a keyword. What do you mean href? Where did you find that? Okay, so here, yes, href is an attribute. The hyper reference for all the images has a prefix assets. So this base will be used as a base location for all the links in your page. So that's the purpose of the path module. So it's not a regular use case that you would use this path, but whenever you have a conflict, okay, so you don't know the path and you're creating a solution which may work on different environments, path module becomes a requirement. And moving forward, when I start using some complex applications, you'll see the usage of path module anyways. Okay, so the next thing that we will do is use something called as process. Again, the process comes to use in many use cases. Okay, so I'll probably show you one or two use cases now, but moving forward, you can use the process module to create a lot of things. Basically, this process itself is a global module which has a lot of utilities attached to it. So understanding all the use cases of process may not be possible immediately, but eventually we will learn. So let's say, you would want to send some parameters to this module. So I'll go create a example called step for process.js file. And now, see, this is an empty file. There's nothing here. Okay. And now I want to run this file. So you may say, what will an empty file has to display? Nothing. But let us see if we can run this file. And I want to show you what happens behind the scene for us. So in the day 2 folder, we'll have node space step 4 process.js. I press enter. See, I get nothing as an output because this file has nothing to say. But when you're using this file, you can alternatively pass in some arguments as well. Say I'll say Vijay and press enter. Maybe I'll pass in India or Bangalore, India. So I passed 3 properties. Okay, so if I press enter, nothing is being displayed because this file is empty. It cannot contain the parameters that were passed to this file. Now, how do I access these parameters? You can use the process module, which is a global module. So you don't have to import it. Okay, see, the path module was supposed to be imported because that is not a global module, correct? The OS module is supposed to be imported because that is not a global module. But we never imported console logs. We never imported module.export. We never imported require methods. So in this case, process is a global module which you don't have to import. You simply will say console.log. See, console is a global module. Log is a method of that. And I will say process.argv. So what will process.argv do? Argv stands for argument vector. It gives you a list of all the arguments that you have passed. In this case, what are the arguments that I passed? So if you carefully watch, node was the first argument that I passed. Okay, which is an executable that is installed on my machine. We all installed NodeJS, correct? The second parameter happens to be the file that node has to evaluate. So that's the second argument. The third argument is Vijay, the fourth is Bangalore, and fifth one is India. So now that we have this process.argument vector, I should be able to use this in my program. So now that I execute, you will get to see that I've got an array with these many properties. The first argument here is to the node itself. Notice, this is where my node is installed. So if I click on it, node exe will execute. This is the link for my file. This one. Okay. And this is the argument, the first argument that I passed. This is the second argument and the third argument. So you use process.argv. Argv gives you access to the argument vector object that we have passed. Now you lost just one line, Emmanuel, is what we have written, nothing more. Okay, and here into this file, we are passing some parameters. So I'm passing 1, 2, and 3 parameters. This is parameters that I'm passing. Correct. So anything that you pass to this file is treated as an argument. So in this case, if you leave a space, okay, space separated values will be treated as additional arguments. I guess your file name is wrong and you probably are not using the right file. So this process.argv brings an array, okay, is an array. This array has these many arguments. That's what we passed. Node was the first argument. The file name to this node was the second argument. Vijay is the third argument, Bangalore the fourth argument, India is the fifth argument. You see all of them here. Now, if I want to use this argument and then process it and then probably send, convert it to something, I can. Okay. So let me comment this out. So from now on, I'll just be passing one single argument. If I say, hey, console log hello and process dot argv. Argv is an array, correct? I will use the second argument here. Because you saw the parameters here, the first argument is node. So this index 0 is node. Index 1 is the file name. Index 2 is what I'm interested in. If I cd out of this folder and say node space get my file .js, it'll give the same error. Okay. So make sure you navigate to the right folder, cd to day 2 in my case, and now you should know the exact file name that you have created. In my case, I created step 4 dash process.js file. All right, so let's go to the next step. So we have learned about process. Not a significant one, but we will definitely keep using process moving forward. The next one that I want you to know is event. This is quite useful, especially when you start creating your own modules. Events are broadly classified as user events and system events. The one that we will be creating here is referred as a system event because we are not interacting with the user. Okay, we are creating an event and we are probably subscribing to it on our own, and when we'll dispatch them on our own, and then we will send parameters to those events on our own. Perfect. So what we'll do is, we'll see how to create an event, how to emit or make that event happen. And then I will also show you how you can subscribe to those events. And there are some itsy bitsy things that we can learn. There is something called as one, there is something called as once, there is something called as on, there is something called as off, listener count, get max listeners, and so on and so forth. You can also set max listeners, and so on and so forth. I'll show you some of these capabilities, which are quite handy when you move forward in node development. And if you see, the node documentation clearly says that this event emitter is nothing but a class file. Now, if it is a class, you know what to do, correct? So you import, okay, I guess, this documentation has two different implementations. There are two different ways of working with node modules. Moving forward, I'll explain the ESM, that is ECMAScript module, but we will stick to the Common JS module. CJS stands for Common JS module. This is what we use to import. And not all the modules in the node ecosystem have already upgraded to ESM. That is, many of these modules still are using the Common JS module system. So ECMAScript module system is relatively new. But moving forward, everything will become ECMAScript 6 module. But it will take time. See, this ECMAScript 6 module system was introduced in 2015. Okay. And we are at 2023. So it's been 8 years, but still not all the modules have been upgraded to use ECMAScript 6 modules. It may take time, right? And there are millions of modules. Okay, and all of them may not update immediately. And the catch here is that you cannot use both the Common JS and ECMAScript 6 modules in the same file. So I suggest when you have to pick a side, choose Common JS for now, because that works for most of the modules. Okay, almost every module supports Common JS way of working. Okay, but few modules also support ECMAScript 6 modules. But moving forward, everything else will be modified to ECMAScript 6 module, but be comfortable with both of these approaches. I'll show you later how to use ECMAScript 6 module, but for now, let us focus on the CommonJS module, which is what we do using this. So how do you work with event emitter? You will use event emitter require no.events. Now there is a caveat that we have learned, in the last example when we worked with classes, correct? We know that this event emitter is nothing but a class. See, this event emitter is a class actually. And from this class, you can create an instance and then you can work with. So if you scroll down a bit, you see there is a working example right here. Okay, so I'll maybe switch to the CommonJS way. So you see you require an event events module, and what you get is an event emitter, and you create an instance called myEmitter which extends the event emitter, and then you will create an instance of myEmitter. So I guess this code is a little redundant. You don't have to use this, but can we use it? Of course you can. Okay, so let me show you a simpler approach instead of taking this complex step. We'll just shorten 2-3 steps. Okay, now let us say my intention is just to make this easy for you to understand. That is all. So it's not about shortening or let go a few steps. When you can do the same with an alternate way that we have already learned, then why do you want to complicate your lives? So this is step 5, events .js file, a blank file, and now we are using events. This events is a external module, not a global one, so we'll have to import it. So we import it like this: const event emitter equals require events. From this events, we get this event emitter. That is what we'll use. Remember the example that we used here, hero class, where we know that there is a class that is exported here. So we directly used the class itself and assigned it to a variable. That's exactly what we are doing here. This event emitter is nothing but the event emitter that is exported from this events class. Okay, so now that we have this event emitter class available, we'll go create an instance of that. So I'll go create a variable, let event emitter equals a new event emitter. Now that we have created an instance of event emitter, that is, we have created an event. Basically, this is an event actually, guys. So we can now make this event happen. But the first we need to do is, maybe I'll show you the problem and then I'll try and fix it. Okay, so you try and follow the flow. So we have this event emitter. We can emit this and say, this emit would be the type of the event. So I will say emit my event. Now we know that this event emitter is emitting or making this my event happen. Now let us say event emitter dot add listener, listen to this my event, and when that my event happens, you call this callback function and log and tell that my event happened. Easy. So if you see the flow here, we have dispatched an event and then we are listening for it. This is wrong because we need to listen or start listening to a specific event much before it can happen. It has already happened in line number 5, and then you started listening to it from line number 7. This doesn't make sense. So if I run this example, you'll keep waiting, but this event would never happen, isn't it? I mean, it happened much before we started listening to it. So if I say node space step 5, see, this program is waiting for this event to emit. So the flow here is you first set up a listener and then you make this event happen. Easy. So you listen, then the event happens. Now if I run the same program, you should see that my event just happened. Okay. Now it can happen many times. It happened 3 times. This listener will execute this function 3 times. So if I run this example, it happens 4 times. You'll also have to be very specific, at least be specific. What did you not get? I never said you cannot do it after, isn't it? I said that, if you write it after, because you weren't already fired, you're setting a listener after, what will it listen for? Because event already happened. So if you want to write this after, you still can. You can say happened again. This time you're overriding the listener, isn't it? Once more need to get from not running and then running. Yeah, so if I run this example, okay, you see that we just have this, my event just happened. It says my event happened again, my event just happened, and my event happened again. That's because we have set up 2 listeners. This one is one listener, this is the second listener. There are 2 different functions that are running for the same event. Okay, I'll comment this out. This will unnecessarily lead to some confusion. I'll explain this multiple listeners in a minute. But to understand, why should you start listening before you dispatch the event? All of you, have you understood? Guys, did you understand this part? Yes. So first you set up a listener who becomes capable of listening to an event. Then you dispatch the event. Okay. If the event happened and then you set up a listener, the listener has no job. He keeps listening, but that event never happened after the event listener was set up. Make sense? Okay. Now the question is, how many listeners can event listen for? So I'll cut this. I will use a named function here. Let listener1 equals a function. So this is listener1. Okay. Listener1 says my event just happened. I can set up another listener if there is a need. And cut this. This is another listener. I can clone this. This is listener2, listener2. Maybe I don't need this log, I guess. Okay, so I'll just stick to this. Listener1 got the event, listener2 got the event. And now I can take this listener1, assign it here. Although this is a function, because this is a callback, you don't need the brackets. Okay. Now the listener2 is something that I will make this happen here. Yeah, that's because we switched the topic, isn't it, Emmanuel? Probably where you missed me. Okay. So we have an event. This event, we have set up the listener. We have set up the listener here, and then we are dispatching the event here. So in this case, the first 2 dispatches of the event are listened by the listener1. Okay. The second 2 dispatches of the event are listened by both listener 1 and listener 2. Does that make sense? Because see, when this event was dispatched, these two events were dispatched, only one listener was set up. When these two events are dispatched, this event, this listener and this listener are set up. Why we call 2 times? You can call as many times as you want. Okay, you can call this as many times as you want. See, when something happens in JavaScript, you don't have to just listen to it in one place, or just one component is listening for it. Multiple components can listen for it, isn't it? When something happened, each one of them may have their own purposes listening to it. So you can set up as many listeners as you really want. That's okay. And you may have purposes for all of them. So if I run this, you get to see the listener 1 was called thrice, listener 2 was called twice. Event emitter is a class. And we created a reference to that class. So we created an instance called EVT emitter. This is an object. We are not passing any data. This is my own event. This can be a potato if I want to. We will lay the lum. Okay. We will not be able to create a significant application without using all of these that we have learned. Okay. First, let us understand the module, how it works, and then we will put into an action using some real life scenario. Okay. So that's one way of thinking, Tarun. You can use emit to dispatch an event. Now, of course, dispatch has, it's doing its job. Listeners are doing their job. They're not interrelated. Okay. But listener is listening for an event of this type. Now, can I create another event and dispatch? Watch. See, as of now, I've dispatched these events. Now, I will now listen for another event. Okay, so I'll just copy this code. This is called listener 3. Okay, it's called listener 3. Got the event, new event. Okay. Called new event. Now the question is, now that we have set up a listener, we can add a listener like so. This time we will create a new event instead. See, once you have created this event object, you can create different types of events. Okay, and I will now call listener 3 here. Listener 3 is specifically listening for the new event. Not necessary. I can also ask listener 1, 2, and 3 also to listen to this. So in this example, listener 1 and listener 2 is capable of listening to both my event and new event. Okay, I guess this is a little confusing and you would never use something like that. But can you do it? Yes, you can. So in this case, this event emitter is emitting a new event in line 25. Madhu has put a question. Is the event emitter add listener my event the format of using the listener? Yeah, basically this add listener will take 2 arguments. If you take your cursor on top of it, it takes the event name and it takes the listener function. These are 2 arguments that event listener takes or add listener takes. Okay. Now, similar to this add listener, you can also remove the listener. Say now I'll run this. See, it's working. Listener 3 got the event called new event. So this also happened twice. Now, after this, if I'm dispatching this new events, Okay, these events. And we actually saw that this is also being listened for, isn't it? No, sorry, I'm dispatching, but where is, yeah, it should listen. Listen 3, listener 3. Okay, check. Let's run this. Yeah, I guess, this is because listener 1 got the event, listener 2 got the event. Maybe what I'll do is, how many times am I emitting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should have logged 8 times. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1. Yeah. Should also new event as they are defined up. Yeah, that's because, we have set up the listener already. Okay. And I've dispatched it. Let me just comment this one of them for now. Okay. We just have listener 1. We'll comment this listener 2. Just to get the perspective of what's happening here. Okay. My first event load 2 times. Yeah, that's because this new event is logged 2 times, isn't it? So we've got a listener 1, listener 2, listener 3. Listener 1 is listening for my event to happen. This is happening 4 times. And listener 3 is listening to new event, which will happen 2 times. Okay, I've got a question, a big one. My first event load 2 times. No, you are emitting it 2 times, isn't it? Okay, you are emitting it only 1 time. I'll check your code. Okay, Pramank, just a minute. Because second use the first one also. No, I'm not sure. I'll read the code. Yeah. Just give me a minute. Let me just finish this and I'll take your question. So if I run this example, we have dispatched my event, which is executed 4 times. And this listener 1 is responsible to catch this. Okay. And new event is listened by the listener 3, which gets executed twice. I'll have a look. So you see, that's exactly what's happening. The listener 1 got the event 4 times. Listener 3 got the event 2 times. So if there are more than 1 listeners, okay, so let's uncomment this. So there is listener 1 and listener 2 listening for my event. So my event is listened by 2 events. F is capital for a function. Okay, I guess some what is I'm getting this here. Correct. I guess the error that you are getting probably is because of some syntactical mistake that you have created. Just check that out. And guys, I suggest you put your eyes on the screen while I'm explaining, so that will help you understand. So if I run this example, this my event, since it is listened by 2 of these listeners, we will be able to listen to it by 2. This event is listened by 2 listeners. That will make it 4 in the count. So let's run this. So for 4 plus 4, 8 in the count. So you saw that. Now you got listener 1 got the event, listener 2 got the event, listener 1 got the event, listener 2 got the event, listener 1 got the event, listener 2 got the event, listener 1 and listener 2. And listener 3 got the event twice, is being logged. Okay. Now, there is no limit as to how many types of events that you can dispatch. You can dispatch as many times as you really want to. And this dispatching is done upon an occurrence of something that you would want to broadcast something that has changed. Let us say a new value was generated. Then you may want to emit. And when you are emitting, you can also dispatch a property so that we can capture it via the listener. The listener here so far has not taken any parameters from us. We can also pass in some parameters to these listeners. Okay. Now, how do I pass parameters? When these events are dispatched, we can pass in some parameters. So for now, I will go here and pass some different parameters. Watch. Log from line 21, 22, 23, and 24. Okay, see, each one of these event dispatchers carry a different message, and this can be caught by this listener function. So the first one here will capture that message. I call that MSG message. And now I'll log that message here, MSG here. This listener 2 is not bothered about the message because he is not capturing anything. But is the event dispatching them? Yes, they are. Okay. Listener 1 is the only one that is listening for any message that this event is sending. If I run this, you see listener 1 got the event and it got the log from line 21, 22, 23, and 24. Listener 2, on the other hand, did not listen to any of these events. So the idea here is, can this event emitter dispatch parameters or properties to the listener? The answer is yes, it can. How many can it pass? It can pass a single argument actually. This emit here can actually dispatch, it can take as many parameters as you want. Okay, sorry about that. So usually in JavaScript, you would only pass one parameter, but you can actually pass as many as you want. Okay, so you can have as many as you want. So I can pass in another property if I want to. Okay, log from 21. Okay, I'll say hello for one of them, hi for another one, hey for another one, hola for another one. Okay, so all of these parameters can be caught by our program. Of course, we need to capture it because we did not. See, now this listener function gets two arguments. Okay, so this message and greeting. So I've used both of them. Let's now check. See, you got hello, hi, hey, and hola, all of them. So the idea here is when you work with events, you can send parameters to this listener. And if I'm passing two parameters, or three parameters, you can expect those parameters to be caught by this listener function. Don't we need to pass it to add listener? No, okay. Do that here because add listener, you are not supposed to use a bracket here. What would happen if you use a bracket? Then you are calling the function right there. Are we calling a function? Now I'm asking you, are we calling a function here? No. What are we doing? We are passing this function as a callback, isn't it? So the job of the framework is to call it, not our job to call it. So when you're not supposed to call it, you cannot use the brackets. When you're not using the brackets, how can you pass parameters? No, you cannot, right? So the callback function, when this emit is called, the listener will automatically get these parameters. And that's what we'll refer here. Okay, I'll save it. We should be able to get this now. Now that we have set up some listeners, we can also stop the event from listening. Say, for example, after this hello, the events are actually dispatched. But what I will do is I will stop. See, this event listener 1 and 2 both are being called. I would want this event listener 2 to stop listening after this hello. Now, how do I do that? You can use something called as a remove listener. Remove listener. And this remove listeners signature is like this. Okay, so this is line 21. This changed now to 25, 26, and 27. So this remove listener will ask you what listen event should I stop listening to, and what is the listener that I should stop calling. Because see, this my event has two listeners, listener 1 and listener 2. Which of these listeners are we stopping? Listener 2 specifically, correct? So you can remove a event listener, a specific event listener, using the remove listener. So now let us relaunch. You up arrow key, press enter, and this should work. And if you see, listener 2 happened only once because we immediately stopped listening to it after the first dispatch. Where this code is used in IT development, a lot of cases. Okay, say for example, I want to let the program know when a new value is added by the user. How will you do it? How will you tell the user that a new value was added? A new hero was added, let's say. So you dispatch an event. But how long can you wait and fetch? Correct? Yeah, chat programs can also use it. So how long will you wait for the change on the heroes list, Gaurang? Okay, you need someone to tell you that something changed. Correct? You cannot simply listen for it for endless time. Or you can't keep checking every few seconds, isn't it? So we use events to tell us when this happened. Like if you have change in some DB field. Yes, that's one use case. Okay. But let me tell you, most of these database methods already have listeners attached to it. Okay. And it broadcasts the change when a record is inserted. So you would not use it. But if you are creating a custom property and you would want to know when this when the update happened, or you would want to access the new change when the update happened, that's when you can use the listener. Okay. So what are the things that you can do with file system? There's a lot of things that we can do with file system. Predominantly, you can classify them as 3 parts. You can read a file, you can write a file, or you can watch the file. But you see, there are other operations that you can do as well. So you can open a file, you can read, append to a file, you can prepend to a file, you can write them in various formats. So basically, when you work with Node, then you're working with some binary byte arrays. So you have options to convert things to an array or a string or a number. So I'll probably be walking you with a few examples so that we can understand. But I suggest, depending on the requirement that you may get, you can use these different possible methods that you have. All right. So I'll show you some basic usage so that you can use the documentation to solve your expected problems. So what are the things that we can do? How do we get started? See, you have 2 different ways to get started with file system. So you can either use the CommonJS or you can use the ECMAScript. So I told you that we'll be using this ECMAScript methods a little later because not many of these modules support, and we need further configurations to be added onto our Node project yet. As of now, we'll use the CommonJS. And I suggest and recommend all of you to use CommonJS design pattern until all the modules scale themselves to ECMAScript 6 module. So if you go to NPM's website, most of the modules, so there are about 24 lakh modules plus, okay? Most of the modules, Lodash or React or Axios, these are very popular modules. So this is a list of the most popular libraries that are with the Node. So let's say low dash. So if you click on low dash and scroll down a bit, see, they have given you a use case where they're using a require method. They're not using the import method, which we learned, right? Import is useful in ECMAScript 6 modules, but require is a common JS method, which is what we use. So I'm just trying to justify as to why you should still use common JS design pattern unless you start working with your own module system, which I will be covering at a later point in time, which is a usual practice. If you start working with a project or a larger organization, then you would be expected to create your own modules, and then you are allowed to create your own flow. Let's say I would want to create a module which does some validation for my users. So in that case, I'll be writing my code from scratch, and then I am allowed to use ECMAScript 6 modules. To further add, say, let's say, working with React here, if you scroll down a bit here, React is using ECMAScript 6 module system. So you see, when you use React, okay, when you start working with React, you have modules which are compatible with React. And most of the modules which are compatible with React are already scaled to ECMAScript 6, right? And let's say, when you start working with Axios, this allows you 2 different flavors. So when you are using Axios, you can use ECMAScript 6 approach, and you can also use ECMAScript common JS approach. So both are possible. So you see, there is an example for require, and there is an example for import both. So some modules have scaled, some modules have not. So my suggestion is start working with the common JS module system until you encounter a module which is very specific and they use only ECMAScript 6 module, import and export. Then you can start working with ECMAScript 6. But however, you cannot have a mix and match. In a same project, you cannot have both ECMAScript and common JS patterns mixing. That would not work. Of course, there are modules which will allow to overcome those challenges, but they have some limitations. So I suggest take them as 2 different approaches and don't mix and match. Because see, a project when you create, you would not have a complete idea of the scalability. Most of the projects that were started as a prototype have scaled far too much. And then to implement or add more features for a module, then you would want to take support of other modules, which is where the problems would arise. Does we import from React in Node.js? No, you don't. So what you do is you create a Node module which acts as a provider or a server layer for a React application. So you don't mix and match. There are 2 different projects altogether. Okay, so you usually don't mix and match. So that is where you use a common JS to solve a problem, which can be providing some server side resources to a React application or an Angular application. Okay, so just keep in mind that even in the documentation you do have 2 different ways of working, but since most of the modules, so you see, we have already used a couple of modules, right? So I've used event. So if I scroll down a bit here, so event does have both common JS and ECMAScript 6 module. We worked with few more modules, if you recall, OS module and path module. Okay, so the OS module does not have a common JS equivalent. It doesn't have a ECMAScript 6 equivalent. You see here, there is only one way to import. So there is no option here, correct? But when we work with the file system does have option to use both, either the common JS or the ECMAScript 6 module. So you have both the choice. You can use one of them. So just that, you cannot have a mix and match. So if you try, it'll throw a warning and say, okay, you need to have a property called modules implemented, which we have not yet added. I'll show you how you do that, and then it will be easy for you to understand. What other modules we learned, guys? Path module is something that we learned. So if I scroll down, even path module does not have a ECMAScript module way of importing and exporting. You still have to use CommonJS. Okay, so I suggest use CommonJS to learn all the basics. See, Node was introduced in 2009, correct? And ECMAScript 6, okay, introduced the module system in 2016, 2015 to be more precise. Originally, it was called ES5, which later on was called ES6, isn't it? Now, when Node was introduced in 2009 and ES was introduced in 2015, what were they doing in between to handle imports and exports? That's where they used the CommonJS way of importing and exporting. Later, the ECMAScript came up with ES modules. So many modules that were written in between, they are still using CommonJS approach. Not all the modules have scaled themselves. Okay, and then you cannot have a mix and match of these modules in a same project. That's the challenge. So you should either use the CommonJS, and for those modules which were created after 2016, they have scaled. They have started working with ECMAScript 6 modules. But the challenge is, most of the modules, okay, if they have to work with some older modules, still have to use CommonJS. Agreed? So yes, there are two different ways, but CommonJS has been established already. Okay. So if you want to work with older modules, this is the way to go forward. Okay. But if you're writing a module from scratch and you're expecting it to be only compatible with the newer versions, then you use ECMAScript 6 modules. This was a very, discussion that, people had or developers had. So only importing with the different, yes, that is all. Okay. So both are JavaScript, correct? So you can either use one of these imports, and when you import, you get those properties that you can use the way you want. So the developer community had a challenge around using ECMAScript 6 modules, because this is the way forward. Everybody knows that moving forward, everybody will have to use ECMAScript 6 modules, but CommonJS modules have to be updated. So there are many tools that are available which will take the existing CommonJS module, convert them to ECMAScript 6 modules. See, but that's not the solution, isn't it? So a new ecosystem was created, okay, which is called DenoJS. So DenoJS uses ECMAScript 6 modules. So all the CommonJS modules had to be migrated. So this was a drawback, when people started working with DenoJS. DenoJS is consider it to be the next version of Node.js. Okay, so it did gain a lot of popularity, several years back, but now people have moved back to Node.js. I mean, at least most of the organizations which have been working with Node projects have moved back. So Deno is predominantly for ECMAScript 6 compliant modules. Okay, so I suggest you can read the documentation, but since not many companies have put their trust in Deno, you see most of the libraries are intact, correct? So you can see that the file system is available. So Deno has its own file system, or it has its own modules to work with file system. Okay, so you can expect Deno uses the new CommonJS, the new ECMAScript 6 way of import and exporting, but it doesn't have a larger ecosystem or the support that Node has. Okay, So we don't know. Okay, so as of now, Deno is also being used by developers who are considering some improvement, but Node is quite stable, quite standard. Okay, as we have React further, so which module will be used? So Lakshmikant, in Node, in React we'll use ECMAScript 6 modules. Okay, but see, React creates its own ecosystem. It does use Node as a platform to create applications, but Node would be the backend server, which I guess, if anybody attended my React workshop, you know that we use Node to integrate with a database. So you can interact with either Firebase or MongoDB, MySQL, or any database using Node.js. Okay, but the front end part of the application is written with ECMAScript 6 using React. Okay, so if you are working with a full stack application, you definitely will have to learn 2 different ways of importing a module. I don't think that's a big challenge, right? See, you'll either have to use the require method or you'll have to use the import method. We have covered the import method in the basic workshop. Now, see, it's not like that, because many companies feel that React gives us the ability to scale an application bit by bit. Angular does not. Okay, Angular is quite opinionated, and it gives an ecosystem that cannot be compromised. So it's quite opinionated. I mean, it has a way to implement or create a project. So some companies like that approach. Okay, so some companies feel that you need to have a whole solution to create an application. That's some companies' opinion. At the same time, some companies feel that I would want to scale an application as and when there is I have resources available. So they use React, and somewhere in the battle, some companies are favoring React and some companies favor Angular. And see, as a developer, I suggest you don't grow with a bias. Okay, so if it is React used by a company, and that's where you are applying for, then I suggest you like and love React. Okay, so if a company that you are applying is using Angular, then you like and love Angular. Does that make sense? So I don't want you to grow with an opinion, because see, I personally have worked with both. In fact, I've also worked with Vue.js, right? So I can definitely tell you that my inclination is towards Vue.js. But see, that's an opinion that I can use, and I can say, okay, I'm fond of it. But when I go to a company for a consultation or for some job, I cannot carry my opinion, because see, these route maps are already laid, and there is a large team which is working for it, isn't it? So it should be important that you as a developer scale yourself. See, these are tools, correct? Either React or Angular or Vue.js or Amber, all of these are tools to create an application. Correct? So which tool the client uses, so which tool the company wants to use, you should be able to scale yourself to that. Okay, so yeah, I do deliver Angular trainings, React trainings, and Vue.js trainings. But if you ask me which one do you really like the most, I would like all of them, because see, my client is paying me to train them, so I will do my job. So I suggest you also grow with a mindset that you don't have a specific inclination. Just these are simple syntaxes that they will change, and whatever you can do with Angular, you can do with React. Whatever you can do with React, you can do with Vue.js, isn't it? So why do you want to create a conflict? Yeah. Okay. So guys, coming back to the schedule, in today's workshop, we'll work with file system, and then we will move on to working with HTTP modules, and then we will start working with some external libraries, which is where the serious business of Node will start. And we will also create our own module, maybe publish it, and be proud of what we have done, isn't it? So let's go create a step 1. All of them expect you to have a learning curve. Okay. See, maybe, a little later today, I'll explain there is a reason why all these teams are actually striving to make their mark. Okay. No company would actually invest, in sponsoring a team which will write a library and expect it to be free. Okay. They do make money out of them. Okay. Angular is written by Google and React is written by Facebook developers. They have an intention, they have a vested interest in developing these files, these libraries and these frameworks. Okay. And they do make a lot of money teaching them. So they don't expect it to be very easy. They don't expect it to be, see, on the surface, things look very easy. React is easy, Angular is easy. But if you want to customize and scale your application to an enterprise level, then you will have a lot of challenges. So you cannot build a big application from scratch. You need to borrow some resources. That's where, these companies make a lot of money. So this is FS.js. So step 1, we'll import the file system. So how do we import? We'll use the common JS as far as possible. Okay, guys, so we'll require const fs equals require fs. So with file system being available now, you can use this file system to do 3 things. Write a file, read a file, or watch a file. So these are 3 things that we can do. Okay. So let us see how to write a file. So this is my import command. I've got my fs here. And now with this, I want to create a file. So what is the file that I want to create? Let's say I want to create a file by name temp.txt file. Okay. How do I create it? So I'll use fs dot write file. You see there is write file, and you also have something called as write file sync. So which tells you that there is more than one way to create a file. And you also have something called as write stream. I'll be covering streams a little later, because we need to first go with some basics, and then we'll make this slightly advanced. So I'll go create a write file. Correct. These are options that you get, Sanket. So you can either write a file synchronously or asynchronously. So if you want to write a file synchronously, we'll make it synchronous first, and then we will make it asynchronous. I'll say write file sync. So which means that I will not be allowed to read the next line, or the program will not go to the next line until this part is done, isn't it? So if I say here, write file sync, it takes 3 parameters. The first parameter is what is the name of the file that you'd want to write. I'd say from this folder, I want you to write to a file called temp.txt. I will say temp.txt file. This is the file that I want to write. So by default, it will have the context in the same folder, so you don't have to specify it. However, I'll show you when we move forward. If you want to create a file in a specific folder, you can do it. All you need to do is give the location of that folder right here, and it will create. So I'll say write file sync. So the next parameter is what you really want to write in that. So the next parameter is the data that you'd want to write. And notice, here, the default format that you will be using to write is called an array buffer. Now, what is an array buffer? This is how a computer sees your file. Okay, using by the binary system, 0s and 1s. So, but here, in our case, we don't want to speak the language of computers, right? We want to speak the language of humans, wherein we would want to write a message that can be read at a later point in time. So I'll say, welcome to your life. The next parameter is the option that you'd want to use. Now, this is this is where it gets really interesting, because you'll have to specify what kind of ASCII value should I use to create a file. See, you may have a requirement to create a image file. You may have a requirement to create a PDF file, or a SVG file, or a text file, or a JSON file. Okay, in various cases you have different ASCII values. Basically, this is how each keystroke is identified by your computer. So I'll be using UTF-8, and you can either use UTF-8 or one of these. So I'll say UTF-8, and now with this I have the ability to write this text into this file using the UTF-8. That way, when someone reads it using UTF-8, it'll start making sense to them. Okay, so maybe you would want to understand what would happen if we don't define third parameter. Yeah, yes, it is. Yes, it is. When you're writing, it is. Okay, when you're reading, it is an important parameter. Okay, so watch. So what I'll do now is I will write this. So I'll say, hey, console. See, in JavaScript, there is this is something that I keep saying to everybody. Just because it works doesn't make it right. Okay, so just because it is working, it doesn't make it right. So you should also have the responsibility of writing things to with some additional instructions, so that you are not allowing the program to make some guess. Okay, yeah, I guess some questions. Does temp text available? So if it is available, it will overwrite it with this text. If it is not available, it will create. Okay, so watch. So as of now, that there is no temp.txt file, correct? So I've asked it to create, and I'll say file created. I'll save this and run this in my terminal. I'll say, hey, node, run this step1.fs. It says file created. So temp.txt file is now created. Now I'll change the message. There's no turning back. All right, so now if I see the file exists now with some message, and now I'm asking it to rewrite. So this temp.txt file now will have this text instead of whatever was earlier defined. If I go back, temp.txt file, things have changed, isn't it? So what's happening with this line is, if the file exists, it'll override. If it is not existing, it'll create one. So if it is existing, it'll use it. If it is not existing, it'll create one. Make sense? Now, to write to a file, I told you the third parameter is optional, but I suggest you always provide some input. Okay, don't leave things for chance. Okay, this is how you can fix bugs moving forward. Okay, see, if there is a requirement for you to fix bugs, when you're developing, you are creating those bugs, isn't it? So make sure that you give as little room as possible for the program to create some errors. So now there won't be much of a difference, okay, for you and me now. Okay, the file is now created. You see, things have worked, isn't it? So I get to see the same output. I did tell you that you have many files that you can write, many types of files. You can also be writing a JSON file. You can also be writing a file which is meant for Arabic language. Okay, UTF-8 is that is Uniform Text Format version 8, is used by a English US Standard Keyboard. So each ASCII value, that is, if I press A on a keyboard which uses Arabic keys, the ASCII values are different. If I'm using a Chinese keyboard, the ASCII values are different. If I'm using an English Standard Keyboard, so the ASCII values is what we are referring with UTF-8. So with each keystroke, you're generating an ASCII value that has a reference which is referred as UTF-8. So there is 8-bit, 16-bit, and 32-bit, and 64 bits as well. So this is the least amount of characters that it will take to generate an alphabet. So which is what we use. I guess, anyhow, if you have, more questions about it, I suggest you go to the w3c.org website, and you'll be able to learn more about the UTF-8 format. Yes, all right. So let's move on. If I now write a file, okay, using this, and now if I want to read a file, okay, so maybe I will also show you how you can write file using async method as well, so that you have both of these. See, for the basic few examples, it's important that you understand all of this. But moving forward, I would leave some room open for you to do some exploration. See, as of now, I have this fs read file. Now I'm not using the sync, which means I'm doing this operation asynchronously, correct? Now, which tells you that now you have the ability to assign a callback function. So I can pass in a callback function. This takes 2 arguments, actually. In fact, it takes only 1 argument in this case. If there is an error, I mean, if it is a read file, then it would take 2 arguments. If it is a write file, it takes 1 argument. If there is an error, we'll be able to log. Let's say we have given this command, but maybe I don't have write permissions onto this hard drive. So let us say now we'll check, if there is an error, then we will log the error. See, this is only in the eventuality where this file was not being created. I guess we will create some situation where this file will not be created, and then we will know what is the purpose of this error. For now, let us proceed. Else, I would want to log and say file was created. And I just want to show that, this is basically an asynchronous operation by logging the line 14. Okay. And I will simply say this as done. And this is a log in line 17. Now, this is a log in line number 14. This is a log in line number 17. So since this is asynchronous, we can expect, okay, so I forgot to write the error. So if there is an error, we'll capture that error. As of now, this error will not trigger, okay? We'll have to make this error trigger. We'll do that later. As of now, we have made this same write process asynchronous, wherein we are writing this file. This is the content. This is the format. And if the file creation has an error, we'll capture it and we'll log the error. If we are able to complete writing the file without an error, this console log will take over. And then after this line, I've written this console.log. But since this is an asynchronous function now, I'm expecting line 17 to be logged before this line 14. You understand the reason why? Because this is asynchronous. So it should allow the next line to be executed first, isn't it? So let's go check. I run the same file. See, line 17 got executed first and then line 14. Correct. That was expected. And then the temp.txt got created, and then there is this message. I mean, if you recall, I had actually deleted this file. Correct. Let me delete this once again. And see, this temp.txt file is gone, missing. Let me relaunch this. And see, I got these logs in the sequence that I was hoping it to, because this is an asynchronous method. So this first example here is to write a file synchronously. And the second one was to write things asynchronously. Okay, and the lines will change. So I'll make this as 16 and this as 19. Okay. Error is built in. How error is passed through the function? Yes, error is a is caught by this callback function. So if this asynchronous operation encounters any error, it can be anything. So the user may not have the permission, or you may probably write a content which is not having the source. So in some cases, let's say, no, I'm expecting this content to come from some other location. That's possible. That's where the right stream comes in. Okay. So if this content doesn't come, then we have nothing to write. In that case, we'll have an error. So as a developer, I need to know what went wrong, right? That is where this error plays a major role. In which case, error line number 13 will be executed. Madhu, I told you, I think I've told you guys a couple of times that I will create another example where I'll trigger the error, correct? Also, if the file name is wrong, we need to throw an error. Yeah, see, how can the file name be wrong? Okay, so I can say temp file here. This is a legal name. Yeah. So I guess this, in my experience, okay, the error will happen if you don't have privilege to write to a location, write to a folder. I have several questions. Hold on. I have one question. As Node.js does not support multi-thread, then how come it is performing asynchronous? So Shreyas, I think we spoke about that as well. If not, I'll explain this once again. See, Node.js has callbacks. So this function here will actually create a pseudo thread. Okay. And will execute this function when this event actually is triggered. So we are not having multi-threads, but we have a thing called pseudo thread using the callbacks. While reading, it may, yeah. So I think, yeah, when we are reading, the errors do occur. I'll be able to show you. Async is better than, no, not in all the cases, Sanket. Okay, so there are some use cases for synchronous as well. That's why they exist. So let me tell you. Let's say I would want to read a file after the file data is encoded, or after it is encrypted. So that's my requirement. Okay, so I don't want the next piece of code to even execute because that's important for me. Okay, so if that's my requirement, then I would want to use sync. Okay, or let's say I want to read a file and which is important for me to create a log later, then I have to use sync. So if you see, you have fs.append file. Okay, so there is a method to append, but as a developer, what can I do about it? How can I append to a file? So I suggest you read the file content, store it into a variable, okay, and then push the data to that variable, then add that content to the file. One way to do it. But see, the easier option is you have something called as append file. So you can use this, Pratyusha. Okay, and then I don't think we need if statement, if function is called. Yes, that's the whole purpose of the if condition. So if there is an error, how will you handle it? If there is an error, how will you know that something went wrong? As a developer, it's important, isn't it? So I want to know what went wrong. And that's what this error object will tell me. That's why it is required. Not in this context. Function is not, so if that was the case, why did this log fire? This function exactly was called as a callback, isn't it? This callback may not get the error. If it gets the error, we log it here. If it doesn't get the error, we log this. Make sense? Everybody, does this make sense? Yes. All right. So this is a write file, this read file. Now, okay, see, for us to watch file, we will do that later. First, I'll show you how you can see we have done the read file both synchronously, asynchronously. We'll do the write file synchronously and asynchronously. Let me comment this out. I think I have to disable this shortcut. Hold on, guys. Okay. As of now, I'll just use single line comments. Moving forward, let us say I want to read a file. So this temp.txt file is the candidate that we have. We'll change the content. Not that it would really matter. Okay, I just wanted it to be a little different. So how do I read now? Again, reading can be done both synchronously and asynchronously. I'll show you both. So how do I read it? Synchronously. So what will happen is the FS now has read file. Now this read file is when the options are really important. The first parameter is the location, which file you want me to read. I'll say, hey, read this temp.txt file. The next parameter is how you'd want to read the file. Options are important. So here I can say, read it as UTF-8. Now let us say I don't pass this. Then what will happen? It will default to the nodes way of reading a file, which is an array buffer. Okay. So when I read this file, I get some access to the data. What I'll do is I will put that data here to this variable. So I'll say let data equals this. And now since this is an synchronous way of reading, I'm expecting the console log in the next line to be executed only after line 22 is done its job, correct? So I will use this data. So it easy, you should now be able to easily see that I get an array buffer here. Temp.txt file, read file. Sorry, this should have been sync, isn't it? Yeah. So if I run this example, see, you get an array buffer here. Correct. I forgot. So this was synchronous because we are using that pattern. First synchronous and then asynchronous. Now let us say I want to do the same job asynchronously. How do I do that? Similar steps. Okay. Again, I'll have a callback. This time, I'll not only have an error, but I'll also get the data part of it. So I'll now say fs.read file that I want to read is temp.txt file. The next parameter is how you'd want to read the file. So this time I know what went wrong. And ideally, you should have told what is the format, UTF-8. Okay. Unless you have different keyboards, why does it not display proper data? That is because we did not provide how to read the data, isn't it? Correct. Because UTF was not used. Olusola is right. So here now I would want to read this file, but this time asynchronously. The next parameter would be what is the UTF, what is the format that you'd want to use. The next parameter is a callback function. And notice, this function will take two arguments. It takes error and the data. The error can be null. Okay, so you see the default value for this error is null. And the data is usually a string. Okay, the data is usually a string. Now what I can do is I can say error and the data. And now I'll say if error. Now you see the error makes sense, because that's the first parameter, right? So I will copy this syntax as it is. I paste it here just to save time. If error displayed, if not, I have got the content, isn't it? So I'll say display the data. Okay, fs read file will read the content of the file. Yeah. Okay. Data is being commented. No, I uncommented it. Okay. Console log is being commented. Correct. So let me uncomment it. So let's now relaunch this temp.txt file, something it says data is not defined. Why data is not defined? Sorry. This is, say, task completed. So let's now run this. See, you got the task completed first, and then you got the welcome to your life. Correct? So this is synchronous and this is asynchronous. So this one is synchronous. This one is asynchronous. This is read. This is read. So you can read and write synchronously and asynchronously. So if you got this temp.txt file, and let us say now we would want to watch this file. That is, if any updates happening on this file, we can watch it. The watch file does take a callback function. So it is usually an asynchronous operation. If we need to write a file at some specific location, yes, you can. You can use the folder name. If that folder exists, it'll create or it'll work. Okay, we'll do that a little later once we are done with the watch file. Any type of data file, of course you can, Deepshika. So moving forward, we'll be creating some JSON files. Usually you would use this file system to write text files, PDF files. Of course, PDF files require you have a certain format, SVG files, JSON files, and images. So using this PDF and SVG files and images are slightly a rare requirement, but using JSON, text files, creating a configuration file is a regular requirement. So which is what we'll focus in this workshop. And I guess there's no question. Cool. So what if I want to watch a file? See, let's say I want to watch this temp.txt file. That is, if any change happens to this, I want to watch. So I will say fs.watch file. So notice, this watch file does not have sync or async. So you simply have watch file. So what will watch file do? Watch file will ask, okay, which file you want me to watch? So I can say, watch this temp.txt file. So the next parameter is, I guess, option. I can specify any option I want. It doesn't take an ASCII value or anything like that. Okay, so I can specify a callback function. I guess, let's check what are the options that we can pass. The next option that we have is a listener. And notice, this option here, it can be a file watch options, that is watch file options. If it is a big integer, or if it is undefined and things like that. And then we have a listener function. Usually this listener function is what will tell us what happened. Okay. And it can actually give us access to two different properties. So if you scroll down a bit here, you can see the watch file has the current value and the previous value. It has access to both. So what was the original value and what has been changed? Okay. And then you can specify on the current value, when was it modified, and the previous value, when was it modified, and so on and so forth. So let's go assign this in action. So you have a callback function, and this callback function will take the current value, and it takes the previous value. And here we will want to log console.log the current value and the previous value. Maybe, we'll have two different messages. Current shows us current value, previous shows us the previous value. The content was the previous value and the content is the current value. So if I now run this example, this will actually keep watching for this file. Okay, so I need to open both of these files, and you'll see how this method will keep watching for this file now. So if I now say step1 fs.js, there is a problem, cannot find. Am I not? Yeah, I think I closed and restarted, right? So I need to cd to the day3 folder, and then I should have access to the step1 fs.js file. See, now it's watching, correct? If I open temp file and I'll say I save this file, then you see the logs have been displayed. So it basically will tell you, it'll give you all the information as to when this was modified. This is the closing time. I'm not sure as to what these parameters, all of them are. But let's say we are more interested in getting the information, the data that was modified. So I think say size does not give me much of information. Yeah, basically size tells you how many characters was around, right? So when the first time when this application started, it says the size is 28. So I guess this is talking about the number of characters that were available originally. Later, no, I guess this was because there are many logs here. This I guess is referring to the previous, and this is referring to the current. So current is 46, sorry. So let me just shuffle these up. I think the logging is a problem, previous and current. So I will make sure that it logs the way we want it. Console.log. Open the temp. I'll just add one character to it and I'll hit save. Okay, so you see, I've now made some modification. So the previous was 46 characters and it became 47 characters because I just added a period there. And then, you also have the file access time, the open time, closing time, all of these being logged here. See, the very fact is that, the current is triggered. Yeah, the current is triggered. Looking at the time, everybody, started looking at their clock, is it? Okay, so the very fact that, this current is triggered tells us that there was a change, isn't it? So when there is a change, you may want to take some action. Okay, now let us move on to how to create a folder. So I'll just create few examples, okay, before we take a break. Then, at least we'll be done with one of the topics. Now I'll use fs to write to a file. Now, when I'm writing to a file, you have the option to actually write to a path. Say, for example, this temp.txt is deleted now. I would want to create I would want to write this temp.txt file into a folder called temp. Okay, so I can say temp/temp.txt file. And this write file is asynchronous operation. So the next parameter is the data that I would want to write. The third parameter is the ASCII. And you know that this is an optional parameter, but I suggest you always use it. Okay. The next parameter is a callback function, which can take an error as a parameter. If this error exists, we'll log it. See, this time around, there will be an error. Why? Because see, we have given him a path that does not exist. There is no folder by name temp to create a file by name temp, correct? So this time there would be an error. Else, I will console in the log and tell that, hey, this file is created. I'll say job done. Let's run this. Now there is a possibility that we may get an error. See, you got the error object. And this error object, see, of course, the job done came because this was asynchronous operation. And now it clearly says that no such file or directory exists. See, there is no folder by name temp, correct? We are trying to create a file by name temp.txt inside a folder by name temp, but that folder doesn't exist. Let us now create a folder by name temp in this case. And now if I run the same program, it will actually create a file inside. But since, the path was not available, that's when, this write file will throw an error. If the path itself does not exist, or you don't have permissions to write into a specific path, then you have the error that will be created. Correct. So although I have shown you asynchronous, you can try the synchronous way as well. Now, what if, I'll delete this. What if I want to create a folder and then write? Then what I do is I'll say fs.makedir. Now again, makedir comes in two flavors, synchronous and asynchronous. In this case, asynchronous is what I would want to use. Sorry, synchronous is what I want to use. Why? Because I want the next piece of line to execute only after this is complete. Makes sense? Only after this line is complete, this write file will have access to the temp folder. See, there's temp folder missing. I will go write that file here, temp. Now we have some options. Not interested. Okay. And we can frankly put this into a console log. It will tell you whether this folder is created or not. But the very fact that this line executes, that is line 44, will be called after the line 42 is complete, because this is synchronous. So if I run this program, although I don't have a folder by name temp, this will create a folder by name temp, and then it will create a temp.txt file inside. So let's go run this. See, temp folder got created, temp.txt got created inside. Makes sense? So you can make a directory, you can write a file into it. Now, there are situations where you would want to navigate to a directory. Okay. Now, why would you want to navigate to a directory? Let us say I want to delete the temp directory. In that case, you can only delete the directory if the directory has no content in it. So how will you remove the content? You'll have to navigate into the directory. You'll have to make sure that all the files are deleted, and then you come out of this directory and then you delete it. Okay. So there are situations where synchronous and asynchronous become important to you. Okay. So try and use those as when the situation demands.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
So if I run this again, I will now expect an error. Why? Why there would be an error? If I run this program once again, there would be an error is what I'm saying. Why there would be an error? Any guesses? See, because this make dir is expected to create a directory, but the directory already exists, correct? So how do we deal with it? So what I can do is I can also check if this directory exists. So you can say fs.exist. Notice, the exist, they have deprecated the asynchronous way. You only have synchronous way of checking if the folder exists. You see, this exist is deprecated. It says it is deprecated. So moving forward, there is no support for it. So you should use file exist sync. So you can check if this folder exists. What is the path? Temp. If it is true, you'll know. This will basically give you a Boolean value. Okay. Now we can use a condition to check if this is true. If it exists, we write to this folder, or we write in this folder. Else, we create this folder and write this content. So now we have a repetition of code, isn't it? So what I can easily do is I can cut this, put this into a function, write my file equals this, and now I can call this write my file here and here. Okay, makes sense. So we can use exists sync to check if this folder already exists. If it is existing, you write the file. If not, you make the directory and then you write the file. Let's go check in the log if all of this would work. Write my file is not a function. Is it not a function? Write my file is a function. Write my file, write my file. It is a function. Okay, let me check where we went wrong. I hope there is no issue with the scope. Let me check before I would. In line 53, there is an error. In line 53, there is an error. If it is true, what is its problem? Just changing the name. I don't think this would be okay, let's delete this folder. It really doesn't matter, but let me check. We return it. Correct, it is a function that you would have to call, isn't it? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, nothing wrong here. Sorry. This should be a function. My bad. Okay, I should have put this into a function, which I forgot. So now things should work. Yes, function. See, it is now created. So write my file is a function that we will call here or here. You can do various things, guys. I think, once you understand how to work with file, we'll then be able to use this idea of accessing a file to read some configurations, which we'll be using moving forward. And we'll use this write file to store some configuration, take the input from the user and store those configurations on these files. So that brings us to the end of the file system. So let's proceed further. Okay. So in the next example, so we learned a couple of things about the file system. Of course, this is not the end of the story. We'll be using file system moving forward as well. Sync allows you to go to the next line after the job is done. Okay. Async allows you to go to the next line before this job is complete. So you do that using something called as a callback function. So async allows you to go to the next line of code and start working with it before the previous line is done with its job. So both of them have advantages and their own disadvantages. So based on the context, you can choose one. So guys, we'll go to the next module. So in the next module, we'll learn about something called as HTTP. Now, what are the things that we will learn with HTTP? We'll see how to create a web server, because predominantly the node itself, a lot depends on the kind of job that you may adapt as well. You can do some network operations, or you will be doing some web development. Okay. So we'll be catering both of these paradigms in this workshop. So first I'll show you how to create some front end, and then I'll show you how you can work with that on the back end as well. So we'll address both. See, without having a front end, if you start working with backend, you'll not be able to see the application of it. Which module is used most in the real life? Again, Nishant, that's a relative question. I've seen developers who use Express throughout their life. Okay. And I've also seen people who use React throughout their life. They don't work with the Node side at all. I've also seen Angular developers, Vue developers. And now, I guess, out of the built-in modules, the most popular ones would be the FS module, because accessing the local file or a file on the internet sometimes is a crucial requirement. There are a few other modules that are also very useful. We have not discussed about them yet, but there is something called as child process and clusters. So these are mainly inclined towards performance optimization. Yeah. So if you are a server-side developer, because Node has this challenge of a single-threaded approach towards solving a bigger problem. I guess, most of these modern frameworks, the server-side architectures are also adapting the single-thread approach now. NGINX is a very popular framework after Apache, which is using Apache, of course, uses a multi-thread approach. And that is where, if many of these threads has to access each other, that is, they have to access the process of each other, that's where the problem would arise. So how do we crub those? That's where, the idea of single thread is an advantage. But when you're using single thread, your application cannot scale well. So for which, you can use these clusters and processors and web workers as well. There is one more called web workers. So worker threads can also be employed. Of course, workers are a new concept in HTML5, but it's, catching up the pace. But most of the server-side developers would be working with process and clusters. I'll give an overview of them, because see, this becomes slightly complex. And as a person who is getting started with Node, it might be an overkill. But I'll give a context when we move forward. Okay, so once we are done with some basic modules, I guess, you'll know the problems of a backend developer, and then I'll give an introduction to these. That will help you. Okay, so just to bring the context back, guys, we will see how to work with something called as an HTTP module. Now, what can we do about this HTTP module? This is a basic module which allows you to create a web server. Okay, and this is how Tomcat, if you worked with Apache's flavor, Tomcat creates a web server for us. So we have an HTTP module. Of course, Tomcat does a lot of things. Even LAMP, MAMP, WAMP, or any of these PHP frameworks have a lot of configurations. So we're not trying to compete, but I'm trying to show you how fast and how easy it is to create some similar solutions using Node, using this basic module called HTTP. So what HTTP does, again, HTTP does not have ECMAScript equivalent. You'll have to use a common JS approach itself. So you see there is no ECMAScript 6 approach to this problem, to this module. We'll have to use the require only. So let's go ahead and create a project. We'll go create a new file. This is step 2, the HTTP module.js file. So we'll say const HTTP, which is of type require, a module called HTTP. So it's a good idea that now you start practicing using this node colon. Now, what is the purpose of this? I think in the basic classes I did explain, but to do a recap, this node colon is a namespace. So let's say now you come up with another module called HTTP. This will not conflict with your module then. Okay. Say you create another module called http.js file. Okay. And you'll say module.exports equals an object. Let's say title equals, I put my name, you can put yours. So now this HTTP is a module, correct? That I've exported. Now, if I want to import this module, if I want to import or if I want to get this module, in this case, it is called HTTP, isn't it? So if I say require like this, okay. See, this is also called HTTP. This module that you want to use from Node is also called HTTP. So this might create a conflict, isn't it? So how do we overcome these? A rare scenario, but you may never know, isn't it? So there are many common names that are used by Node here, and you may encounter one of them. So in order to distinguish between your modules and Node modules, you use this prefix called node colon. Okay, we could have used it in all the other cases as well, but I did not. Okay, but moving forward, I suggest you make this practice of using this namespace, node colon. Now, from this node, you are using HTTP module, and which is assigned to this variable. So what do we do out of this HTTP module? See, this HTTP module has a method to create a server. So you have something called as create server. This create server will give away. So notice, this is an asynchronous way of creating a server. Sorry. Yeah, this is a synchronous way of creating a server. So it will not go to the next line until the server is actually created. So what happens is that this create server of HTTP will return a server back to you. So we can hold it into a variable, and it's a convention. Many of them will call with the same name. We call this a server. So when you call this http.create server, what do you get? You get a server back, isn't it? So now we will set up a configuration. So if any transaction that may happen on this server, we will have a callback function that will be addressing that. So we can expect a request that comes in and a response that goes out. Now you should think like a server-side developer. Of course, Node is a server-side technology, isn't it? Request that comes in, a response is what we as a server developer send to the client. So a request is coming from a web page usually, and a response is going from this web server. Easy. So let us now deal with this. If I get a request, I want to do something. If I get a response, I might want to do something. So as a response, I might want to do something. So what I'll do is I'll simply say response dot write. So I want to just write some text. Of course, we have other methods: write head, write processing, write continue, and write. Okay, so I'll show you a couple of them. Rest, you can easily scale from the documentation. So I'll say response.write. What do you want to write? So you basically write a chunk of information. You're not completing the transaction. So when you're working with this HTTP, basically you are using something called as a stream. We'll talk about streams exclusively in the next couple of examples. So that becomes really relevant then. As of now, I'll give an introduction. What is a stream? See, if you make a request and you get one response, okay, you don't need a stream. But what if you make a request and for which there may be a continuous response that might be coming? So that's where, you would use a stream. So this HTTP create server itself is a stream, and this request and response that we are actually using, these are asynchronous by nature, and we will keep waiting for any request that may come in. So once you set it up, the web server can keep sending requests as and when possible. Yeah, it's like a chunk of data. It's like a small bit of a huge part. So you are also using a stream to write. So you are getting a stream and you're sending a stream back. See, I will write hello 1. I can write hello 2 again. I can write hello 3 again. I can write hello 4 again. Okay. Hold on, we are not done. So I'll explain and then it makes sense. Okay, as of now, we have just created a server. What is this create server doing? It will create a server and send you a server object back. Now we have, a stream of information. And when you're done with sending all the information, when we are done sending all this information, you will say response.end. So this is an indication to the browser that, hey, the server has done sending all the information. Okay. And now that, we have this server, we need to configure this server. See, server is doing its job now. He is capable of listening and responding. Now we need to configure this server. So I'll say server dot listen. Listen is a method that we can use. See, because server is nothing but event that might be triggered. With every request that comes in, the server is basically listening to a specific port on a host. So we can use this server listen. It takes 3 arguments. The first argument is the port that you would want this server to listen on. Okay. So this is a number. So I'll pass in 2020. Any number is fine. The next parameter is a host. That is, what is the domain? Again, this port is a number. The host usually can be an IP address, which will also be a string. So I will call this as localhost, which is equivalent to 192.168.0.1. Okay. I will simply use localhost to keep things simple. The next parameter is a callback function. And you know why callback functions are important, because we never know when there may be an error triggered. And as a server-side developer, we want to know that some error happened. Okay. And so we'll keep an error. We'll listen for this error. And if an error happens, we'll log in the console that an error happened. If there is no error, we'll use a console.log and say web server is now running. See, moving forward, all of these examples that we are actually learning, guys, are very trivial. Okay, because we will scale from one example to another. These are basics. But nevertheless, we now know that there is an HTTP module, and this HTTP module has a create server, which will return a server object, which can be configured by assigning a port, a host, and a callback function. And usually you would want to pick this information. If you join an organization, you will have to interact with the hardware engineers there and then find out what is the port and host that is available. As of now, I'm going to use these hard-coded values. But moving forward, I'll show you how you can read it from a configuration file. The server will listen to the server which we create. Correct. So as a server-side developer, we have created a server which we can listen to. We will do the DB establish connection later. Okay, as of now, let us get this web server running. Can be answered later. Sangappa, React is a front-end, NodeJS is a server-side framework, and NodeJS. I can understand it to server-side integration. React is the front-end. Okay, so using Node, which is the backend, you develop the front-end as well. That is why this term called MERN stack exists. Okay, wherein all the aspects of the application development is actually on Node itself. Node is a platform on which Express is running, React is running, and MongoDB is also connected. So MVC is a framework that React follows, no doubt. In fact, it follows MVVM, model view model. Mean is another term for MongoDB, Express, Angular and React, Angular and Node. And React and Angular both follow part of those MVC. That is, both of them follow model view controller approach. The old version of Angular was strictly abiding to MVC pattern, but after the version 2, they did not want to bind that controller part to a project. Can there be a project with MVC and React together? See, Sangappa, the React follows MVC. Okay, see, the model is totally different, right? So, and the view is generated by React, basically. So React takes the place of the view, and it also has controllers, that is access to the data. And okay, let me address that a little later, but I guess, we will deviate, but let me address this part. Requests are objects. Yes, this request and response are objects that are being passed into this function that we can use. Okay, why do we write? No. See, these are objects which has methods onto it. So the request and response that we are getting, these are stream objects. So these are, they can keep happening, and they have methods on it. So write is a method of the response object that we are using. Okay, even the request object do have their own methods. Okay, so we will, moving forward, I'll show you how you can use them. First, let's get this to work. See, as of now, we are using this node as a server-side resource to create a web server. So what will this do? This will create a web server for us. I'll say, hey, node, run this step2-htp.js file. Yeah, mean and MERN implicitly, they do follow. In fact, the MVC architecture can be followed on the server-side programming and the client-side programming separately. Okay, these are design patterns that can be followed by any piece of code that you are writing. So basically, you are doing something called a separation of concern there, Nishant. Okay, and that can be implemented both on the client side and the front end. On the React side, it does bifurcate the data with the logic, with the template. So model, view, controller are nothing but model is the data, controller is the logic, and view is the view part of the application which the user interacts with. So it's like the interface, the user interface. Okay, and React does use something called as templates to create user interface. And it has a class component which can hold the logic. And the model is usually not stored in React, but it can communicate to a server side which provides them the data. Okay, and the same thing with Angular as well. Angular provides you the front end. MongoDB provides you the backend. Okay, so coming back to the MVC in Angular, Angular also has a class and it has some properties and it has services where the data will be provided. Okay. I guess, when you attend Angular or React, I make them even more clear. But I guess this overview is good enough for you to understand how Angular and React follows MVC patterns. Okay, so guys, this is now displaying this message saying that web server is now running. But what is the purpose? So we need to now launch a browser, and we need to navigate to the configuration that we have made on the web server, which is http://localhost port 2020 is what I used. So if I press enter, I will now get hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, hello 4. Okay, ignore these lockdown install. I guess this is because one of the modules that I have, extensions that I have installed on my machine, which is causing this problem. I'm not sure which one. So I've just allowed this to happen. But as of now, if I run this, you see I've got all the responses and the browser is also convinced. In that case, there will be an error. Okay, so in that case, this error will actually trigger. Okay, so you can easily figure that out. See, now the server is running, correct? So we can ask another terminal to be created. See, I got another terminal now. And we will navigate to CD, the day 3 folder. And now if I say, hey, node, run this step 2.http.js file, there is an error. You see, you're getting an error because the server is not available on that particular port. And you see there is an error, address already in use. And that's the purpose of this error. So we know what is happening. The Vaibhav is saying, I'm getting an error. What is the error? Isn't it, Vaibhav? So that's important. That's the relevant keyword. That's where we can help you. You're getting an error. What error? Just let us know what is the error you're getting. If you're launching it a couple of times, then you may get an error. Listen is just once, okay? It is actually listening all the time. Okay, it is actually listening. Let me just show you. So now let me remove this, move it out. We don't need this. And I will say write, not write continue. I'll say write. We can also write, let us say I want to write some HTML here. So I will say h1, hello there, and close this h1 tag. Okay. See, as of now, we have these callback functions which directly allow them. But sometimes as a developer, you would want to dispatch your own errors. That's when we'll use try catch. As of now, let's run this. See, it says web server is running. And you do get to see that this hello there text is displaying. But of course, with this, there are some issues as well. If you go to the network tab, and if you refresh the code, you do get this local host, correct? So if you click on the local host, see guys, you can watch what is the response that I'm getting. See, first it says that, the status code is 200 and everything is okay. But did we anywhere tell how this text should be understood by the browser? We never told, isn't it? Because we're not sending any response headers which are in line with that. See, as of now, we've got the connection is keep alive, blah, blah, blah. All of this is fine. But we did not send any response headers which will say how to deal with this. Okay. Now, that's also quite relevant. So what we should do along with this is tell the browser how this text should be understood. See, we can say response dot write head. So we are writing some header information. What is the purpose of the header information? This will be understood by the browser, and browser will treat the response that is followed after that instruction, following the instruction that we have provided. So in other words, the response that we're trying to send will be used with this configuration. This header configuration can instruct how the response should be addressed. So if I scroll down in the documentation, you'll find that there are some header configurations that we can specify. So what I'm interested in here is this right head will ask you for a couple of parameters. The first parameter is how do you want the browser to feel when he gets this response. So I'll say 200, which means everything went fine. The second parameter is a configuration object, the status message, that is, I can specify that I want to specify a content type. The content type is plain/text. I think it is text/plain, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check. Okay, I think it is text/plain. So which means that this following text or response that I'm trying to assign, should be treated as plain text. Okay, so let's now run the same example. And now in the browser, you now see the text is being rendered like the way I've sent it. And here in the localhost, you can check that the content type that I sent, this one, is what I have accepted here. Now you can write some custom headers as well. So you can say, hey, I want to send this author. And I can put my name, Vijay. This would work. So you can send some processing instruction to the browser as to how this request and response should be addressed. So if you see here, I do see author that I sent is available. So we can use it, on the client side, how we would want to, use this piece of information. If I want to treat this information as HTML, then it would be, I guess it is, I guess, let me just check the documentation. Usually I don't use this. The content type is plain text. Okay, that is one. Okay, it's text/HTML this way. Yeah, correct. Olusula, so you have read the documentation well. That's good. Usually you don't. Okay, so usually you would not do all of this. I would be using a Express framework to do all of these. Okay, so nevertheless, so you know that you can educate. Now you may say, hey Vijay, without this information, anyhow the browser was doing its job, isn't it? So without the information, without this configuration, the browser was doing its job. So are we wasting our time by providing this information? The answer to that question is no. Okay, see, the browser, when you don't give him an instruction, it is using its default logic to come to a conclusion. So which means that it is actually doing some computation to come to a conclusion, which you can avoid by passing this instruction. The browser then does not have any ambiguity. It has a clear instruction as to what needs to be done. If not, it then has to judge by reading this text. See, usually you would not be sending such small text, isn't it? You'd be sending a large file, in fact. And if you're allowing the browser to decide how this text or the file content that you are sending should dictate what would be the type, or then you are doing a mistake. So make sure that you specify what is the MIME type. I mean, how the browser should read and understand the content that you're sending. That way the browser exactly knows what should be done. So if I run this example, this will now render it as text, HTML. And now if you go back and check, this will tell the content type is text HTML, isn't it? Some browsers are really smart. Say, for example, Firefox is smart. So it actually goes through the content. Even Chrome, to a larger extent, is quite smart. It knows the content and then it delivers it accordingly. But if I'm sending some JSON file, okay, So that would be application/JSON. So the content here will have to be like JSON, and then the browser will display it like JSON. But because you say that this is JSON, browser then gains the ability to display it like JSON. Firefox does that. Say you go to this website called JSON placeholder, type I code, this one. And I guess if I scroll down, these are some mocking data that we will probably use in our workshop sometime later. But if I click on post, notice, this time Firefox does allow me to read this data as if it's JSON. But in the same situation, if I go to Chrome and ask him to read the data, it will read it as raw data. Correct? It is not like formatted. I mean, I have the ability to collapse these data and then get a tree view of the data. Correct? All of that is possible because browser knows how to deal with the data that you have sent, because we have the ability to send the content type. Okay. Some browsers are smart. They make use of the information that we send. Some browsers may not. But as of now, it's important that you know what are the configurations that are available and how to use them. But this is not the end of the story. Say, for example, I want to take this idea of creating a web server and use the previous library as well, like, the file system. And let's say we would want to come up with a small solution. So we'll mix and match two things that we have learned, the HTTP module and the file system module, with which, instead of writing a simple text like this, we will be able to read the content of the file and then serve it. Okay, and then we will graduate to allow the user to decide what file he wants to read on my server. Okay, which is what every web server actually does. So if you go to a standard web page, you'll have the home page, the product page, right? So the user is, expressing his interest to read a product page. So we need to serve that particular file to him. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another file. This is step 3, HTTP with fs.js file. Okay, see if this file is running. Okay, it is running already, correct? This file is ready. Now you want to change. Let us say you would say, hello there again. But this information will not be updated here, correct? See, no matter what you do, it's not available. That is because this is like a fire and forget situation. The server is already done, creating itself and putting it out there. So you need to restart the server. Then you'll get the update. But calling this re-render or the server to recreate itself is sometimes a pain. So we can create this, or we can ask this to be relaunched every time using a module called NodeMon. This is one of the ways. Okay, there are a couple of other alternates. I'll show you how you can use that moving forward. When it becomes a real problem, then I'll show you how you can use. It's a very popular module. I'll show you how you can use it moving forward. Okay, NodeMon. That is something that we will do later. For now, I suggest you manually do it so that you understand the pain. Okay. In terminal only, I can. Yes, you can. You just have to Control-C, up arrow key, and press enter. It's not too much of work, right? NodeMon also does the same. In fact, it is watching the file like the way we watched a file, and it can check if there are any updates. It'll relaunch Node. Okay. Oh, you are not able to rerun. Press Control-C in the terminal. Shreyas. It'll terminate the server, isn't it? Then use up arrow key and press enter again. That should work. Now you are able to do it. Awesome. Okay. So guys, what we'll do is we'll see how to create a simple solution wherein we can ask the user to provide us certain information. And based on that, we'll be able to render a file. All right, guys, watch. So I'll say const HTTP equals require. So this is one of the modules that I need. Okay, and I would also want to read files. So I'll say fs. So from node, I need fs as well. So these are two modules that I've loaded. And now using this, I want to create a simple solution wherein if the user makes a request, I would want to read a file from here and then serve. Okay, so what I'll do is I will go create a file here. I call this as index.html. Notice this is a blank file here. So I'll add some basic HTML content here. I'll say this is home page. Let's add some content as well. Home page. And now inside this HTTPFS example, my intention is to serve this file. Okay, and we have seen how to read a file, isn't it? So let us now configure let server equals http.create server. This is the code that we have written before. So we get to address a callback function, which will get the request that comes in and the response that goes out. The first parameter is the request. The second parameter is the response that we are sending. Okay, and here we will check if okay, as a response we would want to write a write head first. Okay, write head and say 200. Everything went fine. The content type is text/html. This part is ready. And now I would want to say response.write. Okay, this is where I would want to read that file and send the response. Response.end. So this end indicates to the browser that the server has nothing more to send. Okay, so this will be called immediately. So now we will use this configuration server dot listen port. I'll make it 3030 this time, localhost, and I will set up a callback function which will handle the error. If there is an error, we'll handle that error. I'm using a ternary operator to make things a little easy. If there is an error, so if error, I will say console.log. If not, I'll say console.log localhost port 3030. I know this is a little lengthy, long code, but I hope you are able to understand. If there is an error, okay, so I'm using a condition ternary operator. If there is an error, log this, else log this. Make sense? Okay. So in fact, we can achieve all of them in just few lines. Okay. But I want to explicitly write them in separate lines so that you know what is happening. Not that we cannot condense these lines. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. Control C. Now I'll say node. This time we are running the step 3 file. It says server is now running on localhost 3030. If you go back here, you will see that there are some question marks. That is what we sent, isn't it? But in reality, my intention is to send the content of the file. How do I do that? So because we are using this arrow function inside this listen method, listen would be the scope, Lakshmikant. Listen is a method, isn't it? That happens to be the wrapper function. Yeah. Let server. No. No, okay, inside this you mean. Inside this, where did we write? Okay, so this would be the create server. Create server is a method, correct? So this callback function will have the scope of the create server method. Yes, okay. So now that we are done, we can use this fs and see, this is where we would want to read this file and then send it as a response. So once we have got this, we'll cut this. Okay, I'll use this fs dot read file. You can use both synchronous and asynchronous, and you know what to do with sync or async. I will use async because this is something that you should probably use rather than the sync. There are some specific use cases. Okay, so if we get to a point where we can do authorization and authentication, I'll show you when sync becomes important or relevant for us. So I'll say fs.read file. What file? I say from this folder, look for this index.html. So I would now want to read this file as UTF-8. See, I'm not leaving any room for the program to do some guesses. Okay. See, there are some libraries which are very capable, which are far more refined to address a developer's requirement, like Express for that matter. So in such case, if you leave these room to guess, Express has a default answer. Okay, so it will definitely figure out. So in this case, I will read this file, and if I get the callback function here, see, we will get the error, file error, and the file data. These are two things that I get correct. And now here, if I get an error, I would want to log that error. So this time I would want to read that as a developer. I don't want to show my error to the user. Doesn't make sense, right? I don't want my user to know that I made some mistake. So I will check if there is an error, the file error, that is. I would want to log that on the server side using console log error and the file error. So I know if the file was available, not available, whatever. So I'll be able to understand. Else okay, in both cases, I need this end to be printed. Maybe in this case we can I'll simply say error happened. Okay, so if some error happened, I mean, in what conditions this error can happen? If this file name is a mismatch, if this file is not found, in such cases, the error will happen, isn't it? When we get the data, that's the data that we will send here. Make sense? And in case when there is an error happened, we'll also have to specify what is the error. So we'll say just 404. Or see, if there was an internal processing error, then we would say 500. So you maybe you would want to indicate what went wrong as well. Okay. And then we can say error happened. So this would be the type. So in case when error happens, you would want to say text/plain. And if we are able to read the file, then we'll say text/html. And then we'll send the data and then we'll terminate. So if I run this example, see, you can also use this end outside as well. Either if or else will happen, correct? We can also do something like this. Let's go give this a run and see if this would work. Control C, up arrow key, run this. It says it's running. Now if I refresh, I get to see the home page content being loaded. But if there is a mistake, okay, and now we cannot expect the same response. So we get to see error happened. This is what we are showing to the client. And see the response here, it says 404, isn't it? So it basically will give some useful information on the browser side as well. But on the server side, we know what went wrong. It says no such file or directory. Makes sense? See, although this file is, this example is working, we may sometimes not to hard code these files or the names. We would want to read that information from the user. I would want to read the information from the user as well. So I'll say this is step 4 http fs.js file. I'll copy paste the exact same code that I wrote previously. Okay. Now I will terminate the server that is running. Control C, up arrow key. Control C is done. Now I want to understand what file the user is looking for. See, if I go to this index file, we can create some configurations here. I will say UL tag with some LIs in it, and each LI will have an anchor tag. Okay. And the anchor tag will have a href. And I would want all of these to be created like 4 times. So I've got an anchor tag, which will have, oops, I guess this is an attribute that I had to write. Equals. Can you please paste GitHub? I have not yet uploaded them onto the GitHub. Okay, I've put them on paste bin as of now. And when I'm done, I'll put it on GitHub. Okay. Okay. So let's say, I will have 4 links. The one is for home page, and I'll just create 3. Okay, not 4. This is about page, and this one is contact page. This is the home page. Okay, so I will say this is, let's say / home will have a link usually like a /. And this one is about.html. This one is contact.html. Okay, so these are the links, but they don't exist as of now. So we'll copy this code, create it 2 more times, about.html. And here it says about, and I will create another contact.html. So in the contact.html, there's no point for me to navigate somewhere. So I'll simply say hash, and this would be index. I guess, this / is good enough. In this case, this is about.html. Okay, in the about page, navigating to about again wouldn't make sense. So I'll simply say hash. Okay, so I basically created some 3 simple pages, guys. So from these pages, the user can actually navigate, isn't it? So if I go back, I refresh, okay, server is not running. Let me relaunch this. The step 4 is a replica of step 3. So node space step 4. It's running on localhost port 3030. You should now see some links here. Yeah. About is not working. Why? Let's go check. href. That is because this about should have come in between this. I made a mistake. I guess that's the same problem with others as well. See, this about page text should come inside the anchor tag, isn't it? So I had accidentally typed it outside. Cool. So I've got this fixed in all 3 pages. Since I made changes onto the HTML, I don't have to restart the server. So if I now click on about page, I'm seeing the link as about.html, but still showing me the home page, right? See, in the about, the link should say about page. Similarly, if I click on contact page, it says contact in the URL, but I'm not seeing the contact page. So how do I actually navigate? I'll complete this really quick. Okay. So we are capable of expecting a request that comes in from the user, and usually the request object will have a URL property. Okay, so I can say a request that comes in has a URL property. Just show me what is the URL that I'm getting. Okay, so I will now say console log request.url. So this URL is a property, not a method. So if I run this, every time the user makes a request to a page, I should be able to get that in the terminal. See, watch. So if I go back to the home page, see it says /, correct? Now if I click on about, it says about.html. If I go to contact, it says contact.html. If I go back to the home, it says home. So I guess, you are able to see that I can read the request that the user is making. Of course, I don't have a valid response for each request that I'm receiving. That's something that we will do tomorrow. We know that, we are able to get this request.url, and based on this request.url, you can create a simple web server, which is what we will do tomorrow. I guess, you give it a try, see if you can solve without using any references online. Okay, everybody can become smart using ChatGPT or, using some resource, isn't it? But see, you are here to learn. See, read from the documentation. Okay, and then you can learn.
What is ReactJS? We'll try and demystify what ReactJS is and why is it important for us to understand what it actually means. Why ReactJS is so popular is something we'll take a look at afterwards, but firstly we'll have to understand what ReactJS is all about. So ReactJS is a UI library. UI stands for user interface. So it's a user interface library that allows developers to build small self-contained UI components, which can be used to build a user interface. So whenever you take a look at a user interface of any application, whether it's a web application, mobile application, desktop application, you will see that it's built using some components. These components are repeated all over the platforms. So even on an Android mobile, these components may be repeated. So the components could be a button, it could be a text field, an editable text field, a table view, it could be an image carousel in which you can take a look at all the images that are available by swiping on them or clicking on the arrow buttons. It could also be some image gallery and all of that. And many of these components are built by grouping together smaller components. So a good example of this is a form. A form which is used to collect users' information is built by grouping smaller components together. Components such as text field, input field, submit button, and labels and things like that. So ReactJS allows us to write JavaScript code that allows us to build these components. These components can then be arranged in a hierarchy structure in which we define where does a particular component go declaratively, and using that we can build up the entire user interface. The user interface built using ReactJS is built completely using JavaScript. So we don't have to understand and define how you can use these components. We just need to define what these components look like, what their styles is going to be, and how they are going to interact with the events that the user dispatches. So when the user clicks on a particular component, what should happen and should something happen or not, things like that. So React allows developers to write really declarative code in JavaScript to efficiently assemble together a user interface. So thing is that what React allows us to do is that it allows us to declare our user interface rather than imperatively dispatching commands that lets the browser know how to piece together the user interface. So React allows us to just declare, okay, I need a button, I need inside the button I need some text, and the text should be this. Instead of us having to create a button from scratch and then assigning some text to the text field and stuff like that. If you have dealt with the old school DOM manipulation way, which we'll cover in a few moments, is how it works in DOM generally is you have to create these components or elements yourself. Then you have to edit their attributes and you have to add the children attributes. Once you've done all of that, you have to assemble them together in a tree-like structure, which is the DOM tree or document object model tree, in which you have all the child components and parent components efficiently rendered together. So you have to create like a form. Inside a form, you have to attach all the text fields and labels. You have to associate labels with the text fields. You have the input fields. You have to associate types with them. So for instance, some input fields can have passwords. Some input fields can have email. Some input fields can have numbers. in a particular range, and so on and so forth. So that's how we're supposed to do that. Keeping that in mind, when we declare our code using React.js, it feels like we're writing HTML, but that's not what we're doing, which we'll cover in a later segment. But that was one of the major controversies with React when it released. So if you've seen some code in React, you can see it as being written HTML with CSS and JavaScript, which is not exactly how it's supposed to. So we'll cover that as well. So it allows us to create user interfaces using just JavaScript and writing the user interface code very declaratively. We do have to create the markup for our components so that our components understand what is it we're trying to display, fancying button or something like that. Also, React.js is maintained by Facebook and were released in 2013. So as you can see, React.js has been out for quite a while, and there have been some massive advancements in the development of React. Currently, React.js is in its 16th version and 17th version is being released. React.js is by far one of the most popular user interface libraries. It has overtaken Angular and Vue in popularity and in job requirements as well. React.js is very popular because it's very simple. It's very easy to understand and it's very easy to learn and use as well. Now, when I say easy, I don't necessarily mean simple. There is a sufficient mental model shift that you need to understand. If you worked with the old school way of creating DOM elements and then updating those DOM elements and then inserting the data, that is going to be difficult in this scenario. So we'll have to take a look at that. But overall, it works fine. So in conclusion, what React.js is that it's a user interface library that allows us to build user interfaces by declaratively writing JavaScript code. The JavaScript code is maintained by React. So if any changes happen to the thing that we have rendered, all the components, React will take care of assembling those components, re-rendering the changes, and making sure everything is done as efficiently as possible. If React was not there, then we would have to write the code to figure out what are the things that we have to change. And once we do change, then we have to display it to the user, and that's about it. And that's how it's supposed to work. And now let's take a look at what else we have. What is DOM? We've been talking a lot about DOM and how React.js keeps everything in sync with the DOM, but we'll try and understand what DOM actually means. DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it's the tree structure of our HTML components, but we'll try and get a bit deeper into it. So DOM actually stands for Document Object Model. That I think we all knew. It is a tree-like structure that is used to represent the structure of all the elements of an HTML document. So when we create an HTML document with all the markup, the tags, the attributes, and all of that, it creates a tree-like structure in which HTML tag is at the top. Then we have the body tag, which is its child node. Then we have the head tag, which is also the child node of HTML tag, and it has a lot of information about the content of our website, such as the SEO related stuff, the style sheets, and so on. So these are all arranged in a tree structure. Now, why in a tree structure? Because it makes it very easy for us to navigate from the top of our HTML tag to the particular element that we're interested in, and we can manipulate it in Java. We can manipulate it by getting a reference to it. We can manipulate it by, after getting a reference to it, we can manipulate it by changing its attributes, its content, its type. There could be a number of things that we can do. And that allows us to manipulate it on the fly. So when we click a button and we want to make some changes to our page's HTML content, we can do it using manipulating the DOM. So DOM creates a hierarchical structure. As a tree structure is a hierarchical structure that we have parent and child and sibling and grandparent and all that. And in that, what it does is that DOM can be used by programming languages like JavaScript to interact and manipulate. Now, it can be used by JavaScript, but that's not the only language that can use it. For instance, if you're into web scraping, then you can take a look at Python, Beautiful Soup, and they also understand the document object model. And you can just traverse the structure of the tree once you understand the structure. And with that structure, you can pinpoint to the content that you want to manipulate or save, and you can do that. Now, DOM is a standard interface for interacting with web pages using programming or scripting languages. So it's not that DOM is something that people haven't used yet. People use DOM all the time, and it's a standard programming interface. So anyone who interacts with the web page, who tries to get data from a web page, converts the HTML string into the DOM structure and then manipulates it the way they want to. The reason why JavaScript does it is because it's exactly the kind of thing that it was built to do. JavaScript was created so that it can manipulate and add functionality to web pages. As times grew, though, JavaScript's reach of what it could do became even more, and now JavaScript can do a whole lot more than just manipulate the DOM. But it's still one of its major features and one of the major reasons why we use DOM, right? So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now let's take a look at React DOM. We've taken a look at what DOM is, but when we're working with React in the browser, we need to also work with React DOM, which is one of the libraries that React uses underneath the hood. Let's take a look at what it is and why do we need to use it. So React is a user interface library, but it's built with the purpose of building user interfaces. It's not limited to web. It could also be extended to be used on mobile applications or virtual reality applications such as React VR or React Native, not in that order. But you can use React to build applications for the web, for the mobile platform, which could be cross-platform such as Android and iOS. And you can also use it to build applications for virtual reality apps. Now, that being said, how can you build such applications for such different platforms when you have a single library? Well, the answer is that they have separated the essential parts from the variable parts. So when we're using it on the web, that is when we're using it to build the front end of the web application that we are going to be building, then it needs to interact with the DOM. To make that interaction easy and make that integration seamless, we use React DOM. So what React DOM will do, it will take a look at our component tree and it will take care of converting that component tree into DOM elements and keep track of managing that component. So we can create the components using React, and then when it comes to integrating our components with the actual web DOM, we can basically just use React DOM and it will take care of it all for us. That's what React DOM actually is. React DOM is nothing more than just a library. Now, it's basically just a package that contains DOM specific methods used by React to enable itself to interact with the DOM. So if you're using React and you want to build applications for the web, then you use React DOM. Other libraries such as React Native and React VR have their own bridging system, so you don't have to worry about that at all. All you have to worry about is how you can build user interfaces using DOM or React DOM in that specific scenario. So all React DOM does is that it bridges the gap between the React user interface library and the web DOM platform. So if you want to build React applications by creating components that can then be translated into DOM elements and managed by React, we use React DOM specifically for that purpose. Now let's take a look at UI without React.js. So when you're building user interface without React.js, what are the kinds of things that you need to tackle? The first thing is decomposition. So we can quite easily build user interfaces without React.js. So if you want to build a user interface without React.js, you can do it. Especially for smaller applications, it's also a recommended way that you go without React.js. But for any reasonably sized application, it involves some really difficult challenges. One of those challenges is decomposition. So when you're using React.js, we can create small isolated individual components which can then be composed together to create the entire user interface. So if you have a user interface that you want to create using React.js, you can do so. But without React.js, creating smaller components, combining which you can create a larger user interface can be really difficult. Whereas with React.js, decomposition is really easy. So that's why React.js is much more preferred over other component libraries. So without React.js, we would need to create the HTML tags, then use the JavaScript to add event handling code and wire everything up. So without React.js, what we do in plain JavaScript is firstly we create the HTML code for our user interface, style it using CSS. Then we get a handle to each of the components that we're interested in, such as if we are interested in knowing when a button is clicked and all of that. We get those user interface elements, and then we add some user interface elements, add some event handling code to it. So if we have a button that we want to respond to when it's clicked on, what we can do is we can just create an on-click handler which will run when the button is clicked on. Now the browser takes care of it all. When the user clicks on the button, the event code that we have associated with the event handling code will run. This is quite easy in theory, but in practice it's really difficult because when we have multiple user interface elements and their interaction needs to be configured simultaneously, separating these concerns can be really difficult. How do you separate the event handling code of a button from an event handling code of another button, which are two different buttons, such as the submit and the reset buttons of a form? So that could be really difficult. And when that difficulty is something that we need to manage on medium to large size applications, it could be really difficult as well. So that is why decomposition comes into play, where we can just create self-contained isolated components, and those components will take care of their own logic. they don't need to worry about how other components are working, and we don't have to go through the entire DOM hunting for each element and then assigning the behavior that needs to happen when the user clicks on a button or some other aspect of the application happens. Then comes state management. State management is one of the most important aspects in any application, not just front-end applications. But it is especially important when we are dealing with front-end applications or applications that the users can see. The reason being that state refers to the data that our application stores in the memory. So that data can be used to display things later. For instance, when we are building a chat application, the messages that you have sent so far and the messages that you are going to send right now that you have typed into the chat box, all of these are part of the state of the application. This is managed by your application. And now your application needs to take that data, save it to the database, send it to the user. The user needs to be able to see it. When the user sees it, that notification needs to be sent out to all the other users who are associated with the messages as well. And that could be a really complicated task. With that in mind, what we can do as developers is we need to firstly understand how to use state. So state management is really difficult. Mainly because if you have an application that has some data that is useful for one component and some data that's useful for other component, and then there's some data that needs to be shared between those components, that is really difficult because now we have to figure out where to put that data so that it can be easily shared by child components and so on. So that's really difficult, especially in an event-driven design such as the one that we saw earlier with plain JavaScript and HTML. Because if you're doing things like this, then what's going to happen is we're going to be able to just do state management. We're going to be able to do state management based on user interfaces event system. So when we get a click, then we are going to update something. When we're going to make some changes to the state. But all the data that we need is going to be stored eventually in a larger global context, in a global object. All the variables that live on a global object, that's going to be really difficult to manage because some part of our application not knows what are the different names of the variables that are saving the information that we need, will end up overriding those variables and all the other parts of our application will start breaking. And that will be really difficult for us to figure out how that is happening. So that's why state management is really important. Now, sometimes when data is being displayed, it gets changed or updated. So if you have data, let's say you have chat application, the data that you have is all the messages that you have so far when you load the application, and new data will be when the user sends a new message, updates previous messages if they have the ability to do so, and so on and so on. So the total price that is shown on a shopping cart when another item is added also changes the total price of the entire cart. So when you add new elements, the total price needs to change as well, and many different aspects of the application need to update the data, and that is all very difficult. So this is where state management comes into play, where we can specify local state. Local state basically means just the piece of information that only one of our components is interested in and they only need to know. So for instance, if we have an application that fetches data from the external web APIs and displays images, well, the individual components are only responsible for fetching data from each of the user interface elements and getting the images from the web server and then displaying it into the user interface element. So this is why state management is important, and simpler user interfaces without ReactJS, managing state, defining local state so that if we define some other state variable with the same name doesn't get overridden, can be really complicated, which is why we use ReactJS instead of plain user interface without React. Now, React takes care of keeping all the data and the display in sync with each other. So if the data is changed, all components being displayed are updated automatically. So if you are not using React, then you have to take care of where all the state that we are using is being referenced, and then we need to update it one by one, and that could be difficult. So adding and removing elements from a DOM tree is very performance intensive task. Now, this is what causes a lot of performance hit in a lot of our applications that we build. Whenever we add and remove or completely delete the entire DOM tree structure and then rebuild all the components that haven't even changed, that could be difficult. Unless we are very smart about it and we keep a track of what is being rendered. If that is the case, then it's not really difficult. So in situations like this, we end up using ReactJS because it gives us a massive performance boost. What React does is that it takes care of rendering the user interface without us having to muddle through the entire user interface's code, without us having to figure out what are the things that need to be removed and what are the things that need to be added and what is the best way to do it. React will just do it automatically for us. That's why ReactJS is so popular. Now, React solves this problem by something called a virtual DOM, which we'll discuss later on. Now, virtual DOM allows us to make updates to the components, and then the React will take care of matching the updated virtual DOM with the current actual DOM and figure out what are the things that need to be changed. It basically dips the entire DOM and figures out what are the differences. The differences that are found are updated, and only the differences are updated. Other things are just left as they are, and that's the way it works. Finally, it comes to debugging. Whenever we're building an application that is using the user interface, it could be really difficult to us to debug this application. Debugging basically means if you run into an error, how are we going to solve it? The way we solve it usually is by going through console log statements, figuring out where the error has come from, taking a look through stack traces, but they are not really reliable ways of debugging an application. There are advanced ways as well, and you can use IDEs for that, but the tools for debugging JavaScript applications are not that good. Keeping that in mind, in React, we have React developer tools. And what they allow us to do is they allow us to, once we're in development mode and we have installed the React developer tools extension, greatly simplifies our component debugging. We can display components, we can take a look at the internal state, we can take a look at the props, where they are being passed from, at what level are the changes to state are being dispatched. There are many things that we can do, and all of that is very useful. So as you can see, React is so popular because it allows us to do these many things. Now let's take a look at some of the ES6 features that are necessary for us to use in React.js, or in order to learn React.js we need to know. So let's take a look at that. So React.js recommends using ES6 features to create more readable and more concise code. Now a few of the most important ES6 features are the ones that we are going to discuss now. ES6 basically refers to ES 2015. ES stands for ECMAScript. It is basically JavaScript, but it has been standardized. So new recommendations are proposed, and then browsers implement those recommendations, and that keeps evolving. And those recommendations are given by the ECMAScript Recommendation Society. So that's how we do that. So this is why we use the ES6 features, because new recommendations were proposed in 2015. Those have been implemented and are now widely supported, and they let us write really clean and concise code. So the first thing is variable declaration. Now in ES6, we can use let or const variables and to describe variables and constant values in JavaScript. Before ES6, we would have to use the var keyword, var, which allows us to describe variables, but there were certain issues with var. If we were to define a variable inside a loop, it would still leak out to and be available outside the loop inside functions. That was really difficult for us to understand, and that led to a lot of issues. This was called variable hoisting, and that led to a lot of undesirable effects. This is why we ended up using let and const, and that's why they are most important. Then comes arrow functions. So arrow functions are used to write anonymous functions in a very concise way without using the function keyword. So when we're using arrow functions, all we have to do is we have to use the simple syntax. Instead of writing anonymous function with the function keyword and just not giving it a name, but the whole single brackets, all the element names, and then double curly brackets, what we would have to do is we would, for arrow functions, all we have to do is create arrow like syntax, and that will work. And we'll take a look at the syntax just in a moment. Then came classes. Now classes are the fundamental construct of an object-oriented programming language, such as Python, Ruby, Java, C#, C++. All of them have the keyword class associated there. But in JavaScript, the keyword was not present. In order to create a class, you would have to firstly create a function, which is called the constructor function, then create a new object out of that function and add things to its prototype. That was really difficult for people to understand. So what they have done is they have created, instead of creating functions, we now can use class keyword and just use classes the regular way, and that works just fine. And then comes array destructuring. So what destructuring allows us to do is it allows us to get the variables out of objects and arrays. So if we have an array with 3 elements that we know are going to be 3, and we want to get these 3 variables out into 3 variables, instead of assigning them one by one, we can do it all in one line using this destructuring. Same with objects. So if we have objects that are key value pairs, we can do the same thing with objects as well. So that's why we do restructuring, and it's a concept that's available in many other languages as well. We'll take a look at the advantages that you can use to use ReactJS, the advantages that you get when you're using ReactJS. What are the advantages that you should be looking for when you're using ReactJS? So when we're using ReactJS, it provides us with several advantages. The first one is scalability. So ReactJS works well with applications of all sizes. If you've built ReactJS applications, you've built simple small applications like to-do list applications to really giant e-commerce applications. A really good example of this is going to be Flipkart, because they have built their entire front end using ReactJS, and it's scalable because we can see that their front end is working quite well. So you can build applications using ReactJS for smaller applications to applications that are of giant size. Another example of disadvantage would be Facebook. The company that has created ReactJS has built more than 100,000 of UI components that are being used in Facebook. Instagram also uses ReactJS, and many other front ends of the online websites that are of the giant scale use ReactJS. So it's quite scalable in that regard. When it comes to compositional UI, compositional UI basically means that it allows us to combine our user interface elements or smaller user interface elements that are usable into other user interfaces, and then we can modify the things that can be modified and replace the user interface elements if needed. So we can just pick and choose the user interface elements that we want to combine in our front end, and we can easily do it by importing the component, then rendering it, and then changing its behavior if it's possible and if necessary. So that's why we use compositional UI as one of the advantages. Then comes portability. Portability is one of the major advantages of ReactJS, mainly because a component can be ported from one project to other project without much hassle. If I have a project in which I have created a button component and I want it to be used in my other project as well, all I have to do is just import the button component and then display it on the screen, declaratively creating the markup. Nothing more than that I have to do. If I want to configure it, then there's a bit more work to be done, obviously. But for simple usages, it's very easy to do. So that's why portability is one of the major advantages of using ReactJS, and that's why many people use ReactJS, because it's very, very portable. Portability also helps across devices. So if you're using ReactJS on the web and you want to use it for your native mobile application, there are some components that you can carry over, not all, because the environments are so different and the platforms are so different. But if you want to, you can just create the styles for one component and then at least can share the styles for those components across different user interfaces. So that's usable. And then comes performant. So ReactJS is very performant. What it allows us to do is it allows us to, instead of accessing real browser DOM, allows us to use virtual DOM. That virtual DOM can then be used in order to boost the performance when it comes to DOM manipulation. If we were doing it with the virtual DOM, then there would be a lot of issues. The performance would be really cumbersome, it would be really clunky, the user interface would lag at certain points, and that would be really difficult for us to get started with. So we don't have to worry about that. That will work just fine. And now we are done with the advantages. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the disadvantages of using ReactJS. So ReactJS is a library, but it's not free. So there are going to be some consequences of using it. So it's better to be advised of what the disadvantages might be. The first thing is its learning curve. Although it's quite easy to pick up the learning curve, the number of things that you have to learn in order to become a ReactJS developer are going to be quite a large number. Also, there's a big mental shift in the way you look at applications. So earlier we used to build applications by creating the markup, then getting the user interface elements, and then attaching event handlers to perform some tasks on it. Now we need to change that kind of thinking to applications being a function of our markup and our state. So the markup will be what our application should look like, and state would be the data that our application holds. So if the user logs out of the application, what are the things that need to change? If the user deletes a particular message, what are the number of things that need to change? That's the kind of thinking we need to adopt when we're building applications, and that could be a little difficult to understand right at the beginning. So a lot of practice is needed in order to get understanding how to build applications like that. Then comes documentation. So ReactJS rolls out updates and new features quite fast. So every now and then new features, new updates, new experimental features are available as well, and old features are removed, new features are added with different syntax than the experimental one. Lots of changes are happening quite fast. So because of this, online documentation tutorials might not be up to date. Some new ways of doing things that are much more efficient might have come out, maybe there are patterns that allow us to build our applications in a much more robust way, but we can't use those patterns right now because we don't know those patterns because they have been discovered recently and we're not aware of them. So documentation isn't always up to date. The tutorials aren't always up to date. There are new things that are happening every now and then. So it could be really difficult and frustrating, especially for a beginner. Then comes JSX. So JSX is the extension to the JavaScript language that allows us to write HTML like stack, which allows us to declaratively describe our user interface. And React will take care of creating that user interface and displaying it to the user. So what happens is, to work with React, we need to learn how to use JSX. JSX is not the easiest thing to learn, especially when you come from plain JavaScript background where you're supposed to separate JavaScript into a separate file and HTML to a separate file. When you look at JSX code, it looks a bit funny. It looks a bit difficult to understand. It looks like we're breaking some commonly used good patterns, like not mixing your JavaScript and HTML. That could be tough. Then comes state management. Now, depending on how your application is structured, managing the state of your application is among one of the most difficult aspects of React applications. If you want to manage state, you need to understand where does a particular piece of information needs to go in your component tree. So if you, for instance, if you have some list of users that need to be displayed and they have certain properties, but those properties are needed by other components as well, you need to find the lowest possible common ancestor and put the data there. It's called lifting up the state. So these are the kind of things that we need to understand. We need to be very cognizant of where a particular piece of information is going to live in our application component tree and how we are going to be able to use it. So that could be a little tough. Again, it's also a shift in the mental model, which could be very difficult to understand right at the beginning. But overall, it's quite easy to understand once you get the hang of it. And now let's take a look at how we can create our own applications that performs DOM manipulation. So I have an empty folder here. What I will do is I will open it up in my code editor. You can use any code editor that you want. I'll create two files. Let's close this one. First one is called index.html. Alright. So this is an HTML file. Alright. And inside the file, the first thing I want to do is I want to right, and there's a button with the ID of add button, and finally an unordered list. Yeah, and it should have an ID of list. So I save it, and after saving it, I have it saved and created in my application or in my Explorer. Now all I have to do is I want to open it up, and this is what it looks like. So I need to add some text in the button. So this is what it looks like. Now if I want to create a new file, I can just create it, name it script.js, and finally I have to add it in my HTML code. So now that is done and we have our script. Now I need to get all the things, right? Firstly I need the list. So I just use document.getElementById, and the ID that we gave to the list is list. Alright, that's done. Now I need the button, so I need to do the same thing. Now what I want to do is I want to create a variable named index. I'll show you why. Now button, which is the button on our page, dot add event listener. So when I click on the event, what I want to happen is I want to create an element. So I'll just create equals to document dot create element. That element needs what kind of element I want to create. It's just an li, which is a list item. Now element dot text content is going to be task hashtag plus index plus plus. So it will be task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth. And now all I have to do is I have to append it as a child element to my list. So I save it, go back, refresh. Yeah. click on add, and as you can see, I'm able to manipulate the DOM. And to make sure that this is what's happening, I open the source code. As you can see, there are no list items inside the list. I can open my developer tools here as well. Click here. This is the body tag. This is the list. It's empty. Click on add. Something's added to the list. This is the task with the new tag. Add new, and as you can see, I can add them one by one, and it's working completely fine. So that's how you can do that. Now let's take a look at what else we have. We will now build a user interface without React. So this would be us performing DOM queries on ourselves, and we'll be using plain JavaScript, and you can see how tedious it is. So this is what we have right now. And if I open the folder that I have created things in, this is what it looks like. I have a simple ReactJS application or a simple front-end application without ReactJS. All it has is a script file and an index.html file with a main tag. And now we want to build the user interface inside it. So we will be using the code that we write inside our script tag. So for that, we'll need to create a few functions. We want to display an h1 tag with the text UI without React as being displayed. So that you can understand how difficult it might be, let's take a look at that. So what we'll do is we'll create a function, render. Render will take children, and what we will do is we'll create our app, and for that we need document.getElementById, and the ID is main. The main is basically a div inside which our entire application will live. App.append child. That's all we need to do here. Now we need to create a few functions that we can compose with each other. First function I'll create is for creating an h1. It will also take children, and what it will do is it will first create an element. H1 is what we want to create, so we do that. Element dot, and what we want to do is we want to append the child, and then return element. Finally, we want some text content to be displayed, so for that we need to create function named text. This will also take some content that we need to display. So now all we have to do is we need to return document.create text node with the content that we have provided. And now all we have to do is we need to compose these functions with each other. We need to call the render function. We want to create an h1. Inside the h1 we need to pass in the text. The text would be UI without React. Save it. After manually writing all those functions and creating everything, if we rerun our app, I think we've run into some issues. We run into the console and everything is working fine. Inside the body tag, we have forgotten to link our script file as far as I can see. So all I have to do now is just type script src script.js, and since it's the same file, and now it's working completely fine. So as you can see, if we don't include our JavaScript, then it won't work. And we have a div tag with an h1 tag, and the h1 tag contains the text content UI without React. So that's how you can build a user interface, a really simple one without using React. However, as you can see that we have to plumb together all these components and figure out how to get things done. That could be really cumbersome. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at some of the new ES6 features that we have discussed thus far. We'll try and understand what these features are and what they look like and how they compare to the old syntax. So for that, all I've done, I've created an HTML page. I have created this is the HTML page. It has nothing but a reference to a script file and a console that I have opened. This is the HTML page. It has nothing, just the basic HTML skeleton and the script.js reference, and every code that we write will be written here. So let's first understand our variables using let and const. So the things that we have to understand are let and const are the first one. So what we do is if I create a block, so if I create variables inside a block, inside an if statement, let's say. So x is equals to 1, y is equals to 2, and z is equals to 3. So if I try to console log them outside my if statement, although I've declared them inside the if statement, they should not be available outside. Look what happens. As you can see, they are available. In fact, I can put them inside my console as well. So the reason why that happens is because of a feature in JavaScript called hoisting. What hoisting does is that it takes all of the variables and the function declarations that we have created, no matter how deeply nested they are, and it gets bubbled up to the top. So now it's available everywhere we want to use it. The reason that happens is because if we declare a function, let's say I declare a function named function a app, right? And inside it I have written whatever I want to do, and I call it before I have declared it. Now that would have been an error because my application knows nothing about it. But if I have done it using hoisting, then it knows that, okay, this is a function, I'm going to bring it when it tries to interpret it, brings everything at the top, and then tries doing things. But it doesn't make sense with the variables, and that causes a lot of issues. So to solve this scoping issue, developers of these languages came up with an idea. The variable is going to be there. We can create one for let, and we can create one for const. Now if I run this, as you can see, y is not defined. If I remove x and y here, sorry, y and z, just use x, it's available. Now what is the difference between let and const? Both of them are scoped to a particular scope, but what the difference is this dot log and let x is equals to 10, const y is equals to 11, right? And now if I print x plus plus, it works. So now the value of x is 11 after I printed it. I can also do it the other way, plus plus x, and that works. Now if I want to do it this way, it's going to give me an error. Assignment to a constant variable. So I can't change the value assigned to a constant variable. That is the only difference. So which one should you use? I recommend that you choose const as much as you can, because if you use const, then there's no way that someone who is using your code can end up changing it and changing variables that your application depends on if they are not allowed. Only when you explicitly need to change a variable, use let. So with that, we have come to the other part of it, which is us creating arrow functions. This is done. I'm going to delete it all. Now comes arrow. Arrow function basically allows us to create functions in a single line. So if I want to create a function, right, and what that function is supposed to do is it's supposed to print something. So let's say that I'm creating a function, perform, okay, and then we have milliseconds, and then we have a callback function, right? This is pretty standard so far. Set timeout. I'm going to simulate a delay for the milliseconds and then execute callback. So handler and then timeout. So callback and then millisecond. Now what will happen is if I call the perform task function, pass in 1000 milliseconds, and I pass in the function, I have to create a new function with all the syntax, and then I have to write console dot log done. Run this, wait for a second, and then everything's done. But I can also do it in one other way, which is I can use arrow functions. Inside arrow functions, I can keep the function body to be the same, and I can remove these things. So now all I have to do is create an arrow. As you can see, I can do it in a single line, run it, and then it's done. So what's happening is I'm just defining the list of parameters that I want. If I have some parameters, I can pass it here as well. But since I don't, I'm not going to be passing it. And then a single line of function, I can do it this way. If, for instance, it's a multiple line function, then I can wrap it in curly braces and do it whatever I want to do with it. As you can see, it still looks more concise than using the whole function syntax. So that's why we use arrow functions. Arrow functions are more concise way of writing code. Right. Now we move on to classes. So classes are, these are the classes. In old school JavaScript, we had to firstly create a function. Let me call it app. This would be my class. Inside my function, I would console log constructor. So this is the constructor function. And now I have to add things to the prototype. Prototype dot say hello is going to be equal to a function. And that function is going to log hello. Right? So I can create a function. Const object is equals to app. But since it's a class, I have to use new keyword. So I create a new class, which is an object. Now after creating the object, all I have to do is say hello. Now if I run this, first the constructor function gets called, then hello function gets called. Now same thing I can write using class. The changes I have to make is just class app constructor and instead of doing it this way, all I have to do is wrap all of this, and this should work similarly. Refresh it, as you can see constructor and hello. So everything's working completely fine. This is just syntactic sugar. And now if I want to create subclasses and superclasses, all I have to do is I can just since base app. If I had a class named base app, I don't, but this is how you would do it. On the other hand, on old school syntax where we used function, we would have to do assigning the prototype, extending the prototype, and there would be a lot of tricky situations. So we don't do that. Finally, we have destructuring, which is one of the newest and one of the most used features. Destructuring, and what it allows us to do. So let's say I have a variable names A, B, and C. Now I want A to be assigned to a variable named X, B to be assigned to a variable named Y, C to be assigned to a variable named Z. To do this, I would have to then go const X is equals to names of 0, Y is equals to names of 1, and finally Z is equals to names of 2. Now if I console log X, Y, and Z, and I run this, ABC is there. But as you can see, this is just a lot of code for something so simple. So instead what I can do is I can use the destructuring syntax. And now if I run this, it's working just the same. So what's happening is it's saying, okay, this is a variable. The variable at the first index goes in X. Second index goes in Y. Third index goes in Z. If there are other variables as well, they will be ignored. So that's how you can destructure an array. What about objects? So let's say that I have person, right? And they have name as John and country as England. Now, if I want to create two variables named name and country to be assigned with the variables with the keys of names and countries, what I want to do is earlier I would have to create const name is equals to person.name, that, and similarly for country. But here all I can do is I can just use name country, and now if I want to log name and country, I can do so quite easily. Fresh, everything's working as expected. That's how you destructure things. These are called syntactic sugar, basically because they just do things in a different way. They're not changing the performance, they're not changing anything underneath the hood. They just allowed us with a more convenient way of describing the things that we want the language to perform. So that's why we do that. So with that in mind, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at Virtual DOM, or VDOM as it's called. Virtual DOM or VDOM is one of the fundamental concepts that React uses to keep the application performing. How does it work and what does it actually mean to use a virtual DOM? So let's take a look at that. In ReactJS, virtual DOM is just an ideal. So it's just an idea or virtual representation of the user interface. So to give you an idea, this is just basically how your DOM should look like. This is just an ideal or a virtual representation of what the UI is supposed to look like. That is kept in memory and synced with the real DOM. So the real DOM is the browser DOM or the tree structure that we have discussed earlier in module 1. That structure is what it is then mapped onto. The real advantage of using virtual DOM is something that we'll see in a moment, but the real reason why we use a virtual DOM is because the actual DOM is quite expensive to work with. Whenever you make changes to it, there are going to be a lot of changes that you have to make here and there, and that leads to a lot of performance degradation. A good idea of getting over it is to use virtual DOM. In virtual DOMs, what we do is we create inline similar structure, and what we do is we use that structure in order to make sure that what we're doing is taking effect and then mapping those changes over to the real DOM. So a virtual DOM is used to encapsulate things, and it is encapsulated in the React DOM packages. So if you've taken a look at the module previously, what that taught us was that React was supposed to be, it's something that is supposed to be used with multiple platforms, ranging from the web to native mobile applications to virtual reality applications. So in order to abstract away all the DOM related functionalities from ReactJS, we use React DOM. And the virtual DOM is a concept that has been encapsulated in React DOM so that it can only be used on the web. Virtual DOM is not a concept that gets carried over to React Native or React VR, because these are different environments. They don't have the concept of DOM. So React uses virtual DOM to improve performance, as we've heard many times. But the real question is, how does it do it? Well, React uses a virtual DOM as in to improve the performance so that the real DOM is updated only when it's needed, and all the necessary updates and the transitions are made in the virtual DOM, which is in memory and it's really fast. This process of updating the real DOM from the virtual DOM is called reconciliation. It's a concept that basically means that when we are done making changes with the React DOM, we try and figure out what are the changes that need to be persisted to the actual DOM, what is the current state of the actual DOM, and how are we going to do those changes. So for instance, if I have 3 nodes in my actual DOM and 3 nodes in my virtual DOM, and only one of those nodes in my virtual DOM change, we'll go and look through all the DOM nodes that are available, figure out what are the DOM nodes that have changed, and update those only, so that we do the minimum work required for DOM. That this is mainly because DOM is very expensive. The document object model, it has a lot of issues in itself, which is why we don't like to use simple plain JavaScript, because if we do use it, then it's going to lead to a lot of problems in terms of performance, and the performance issues really degrade the user experience, which is why React is so popular, because it takes care of managing the performance behind the scenes. So we don't have to worry about how to manage the performance. React will take care of all of that, and the way it does it is using virtual DOM. So you don't have to actually deal with the virtual DOM yourself. React does it itself, but this is a concept that is used throughout the React community, and we have to understand what it actually means and how React does the actual performance optimizations that it needs to. And now that we have done that, let's see what else we have to learn. Now that we have taken a look at virtual DOM, next is we have to understand JSX. JSX is the syntax extension that allows us to use ReactJS much more declaratively and efficiently. So under the hood, React uses the create element method to create a new DOM node that need to be attached to the nodes. So React at the end of the day is creating DOM nodes, but for us to tell React that we want to create a DOM node of this type, we can use plain React, which will involve us writing react.createElement, and inside the function will pass in 3 parameters, and that is going to be really cumbersome. The main reason why React was not really that popular at the beginning was because it was really verbose. So as you can see that it's very difficult to use, especially when we have components nested into each other. So this can make our code really unreadable. So if you have react.createElement calls going from start to end of your code, it's going to make your code really unreadable. It might be fine for smaller applications, for smaller elements when you only have 3 or 4 DOM nodes that you need to add and manipulate. but it could be really difficult for the other parts of the application when you have like multiple applications or multiple DOM nodes interacting with each other, keeping the data in sync with the DOM nodes. It could be really problematic. So to solve this in React, we use a special syntax. That syntax is called JSX. So what JSX allows us to do is that it ultimately compiles to React.createElement calls, but it makes our code easier to read. So underneath the hood, once you've written your code in JSX, you just run your application, and JSX's compiler will take care of everything else. It will take your code, compile it to React.createElement calls, and it will be interpreted by the browser, which in turn will use the React library and build the DOM nodes. Or so that you can build applications much more easily and much more effectively, and you don't have to worry about making the calls that need to be made in order to create DOM nodes. Now, React does not mandate the use of JSX, which is to say that React doesn't need you to use JSX. You can reuse plain React in order to build your applications, and if you choose to do so, that's fine. But do understand that once you use the JSX, it makes your code easier to read and understand, and it is thus far the recommended way of doing it, unless they come up with a new way. But so far, this is the recommended way, mainly because it makes your code more readable, more concise, more understandable. So because of these features that React JSX provides, we use JSX throughout our React code. Most of the developers currently using React will use JSX as their primary syntax. In case you wish to use some other syntax, you are more than welcome to, but JSX is by far the most popular way. If you don't want to use JSX, then you would have to use the plain React.createElement calls, which are going to make your code much more unreadable and really not that concise. Could be difficult to parse through a large DOM structure. So that's all about JSX. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at props. Props is an important concept in React.js. It's one of the two ways through which you can store data for a component. So props stands for properties. Props is the short form of properties, and they are arguments passed to a component by a parent component for it to use. So one of the differences between the other ways of using internal data and props is that props is not internal. This is data that is passed from a parent component. So if I have a component that is rendering other components, I can pass in some data for those components to render. And that's how the data should flow from in a React app, from a parent application, from a parent component to a child component, and props allow us to do that. Props are read-only and should not be modified by a component on its own. So if you have a component that has some data being passed into it via props, you should not modify it. They can only be modified by the parent passing those props. So if you are a parent component that are rendering a few child components and you're passing some data, you have the ability to modify that data. But the component that is receiving that data as props cannot change the data. This is one of the concepts in React in which you cannot change the data that is being passed to you. The reason for that is because if all the components that are being passed the data, some components pass data downstream. So anywhere down the stream, if some component ends up changing some data, then it's very difficult to reason about, and it's very difficult to debug. So in order to overcome this, these are the few guidelines that we have to follow in order to make better decisions about the code that we write. And change in prompts from the parent component will lead the child components being updated and re-rendered to the DOM. So if you have some data in your parent component, since that is the only place where you can change it, and that is the only place where you're supposed to change it. When you do change it, it will lead to a re-render, which means updated data will be merged with the current representation in our DOM node, and the reconciliation process will happen, and anything that needs to be updated will be updated in the child components. And nothing in the child components could actually change the props, so that would not lead to a re-render. So this is why when you get something from props, make sure that you know how to change it, and the only way to change it, or the access to change these things, or the code that needs to change it, needs to exist in the parent component. If for instance you have some reason to make your data be changed by your child components, or you need some way to access the code that changes the props in your child component, then you can pass in functions that do the same, and we'll take a look at that in a moment. So that's how you're supposed to do it. Right, so now we're done with props. Let's take a look at what else we have. Now we come to state. State is the other way that we can change data in a component. So props were passed from parents to child component. State is the internal data. So if you have some component that needs to have data that's only localized to itself, and the parent component doesn't know about it, doesn't care about it, and doesn't have access to it, that's state. So let's take a look at it. State is similar to props, but it is private and fully controlled by the components. So if I have a component and it needs some internal data in order to display something, that data is something that needs to be stored as state. If it's something that the component that is the rendering my component needs to be able to pass in, for instance, the color of the border or something like that, then that is something that needs to be turned as props. But if it's something like a behavior when the person clicks on the button and I want it to be just one thing, then I use state. So this is where state and props come into play. State holds data that is internal to the component, that is required by the component, and the parent components need not know about it. The state is used by components to determine what is to display on the screen and has been managed by the component itself, as other components do not have access to the state. As we have discussed earlier, that once we're building a component, we need to be able to understand that that component, if it has a state, that state is not visible to outside components. That's its state only. So that could be passed down to child components as props, but still, you are the one who is able to manage it. You're the ones who are able to figure out how to manage the data and how to change the data. The other components don't have access to it. So that's why we use that. So what exactly is child components and parent components? We have all taken a look at that. That's just the hierarchy, and that's how we create components. So in React, a component state should not be changed directly. It should be done via a special setter method, because React keeps track of the state. So if you want to change the state, you don't just go and fiddle with the variables and mutate it, which is to change it. So if you have a state that's containing the name of the currently logged in user, if that needs to change, then you don't just reassign the variable to the new name. What you do is you call a special setter method. Depending on what kind of component it is, usually the method is called setState. So inside setState, you pass in an object. That object contains the key and the value. Key is the variable you want to change, variable is and the value is the value that you want to assign to it. In React, the state is kept as a JavaScript object. So that's how you can do that. In functional components, which we'll take a look at in a moment, we use hooks, and we'll also take a look at that in a moment. So that is a little different from the setState function, but the idea is the same. You have a variable and you have a setter function. The function's only job is to set the data and let React know that something has changed, re-render the thing that needs to be updated, or at least be aware that things have changed, and with the next time you re-render, make sure that you change these things. So that's how state works. State are quite the opposite of props, in the sense that you don't have to get it passed from parent components. You derive the data yourself and you take care of the data itself. So those are state and props. Now let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods allow us to hook into important events in our React component lifecycle. Let's take a look at what that means and how you can use it to your advantage. React manages the lifecycle of the components. So tasks such as adding or removing the component from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. So you just need to declare the component, and when the component is mounted, when the component mounted basically means added to the DOM, when the component is removed from the DOM, all of that is taken care of by React. Now that presents some challenges to us, because there are tasks as web developers that we need to perform when the components are being added and when they're being removed from the HTML page. So some of these tasks may include fetching some data and displaying it to the user. So only after the component is displayed on the screen, then do we want to update the data onto it. If it's not on the screen and we're updating the data, we're wasting time. Also, with that, another issue is that event handling is something that we need to take care of. If we are on a page where a component is mounted and it has an event handler attached to it, once we move away from that component, when that component is removed from the screen, we need to disassociate those event handlers. The reason being that that could cause a memory leak. These are the kind of things that we need to be aware of when we're using React components. And this is why lifecycle methods are such an important aspect. There are many other things that you can do with lifecycle methods, but these are some of the things. Let's take a look at a few lifecycle methods. So to allow developers to execute code during these lifecycles, React provides them with lifecycle methods, which you can override. So these are component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. There are many other lifecycle methods available, and sadly we can't cover all of them, but these are the most important ones. So the component did mount lifecycle method is something that you can override when you want to execute some code after a component is added to the DOM. So you want to, let's say you want to propagate an event that the component is available on the screen, and so that other components can manipulate it. It could also be that after the component is mounted, you want to make sure that it has a particular style. You can only do that once it's been mounted. Whether or not it's being displayed, that's a completely different thing. Now, this is ideal for when data is fetched and we want to add it to the DOM. So we have a component such as an unordered list, and we have a lot of list items in our components, and we want to add them to our unordered list. That can only happen when the list is added. So to do that, what we do, create list items. We wait for the component mounted. When the component does mount, we write the code in component did mount, which will get executed. And that's the code that will add all the things into the components, and our code will work just fine. Then comes component did update. This is a lifecycle method that allows developers to execute code after a component gets updated. So these components may get updated due to props or state change. And if that's the case, if the props of your component change and you want to propagate those changes elsewhere depending on the props, then you can use this lifecycle method. You can also do this for state as well. If you want to pass some data down to child components as props, you can use the state components or use state, and that will work just fine as well. And then comes component will unmount. This is a lifecycle method that gets executed before the component is going to be removed from the DOM. So right before the component is going to be removed from the DOM, if a developer wants to execute some code that can be run at that point specifically, then we use component will unmount. This is ideal for removing event listeners from components to stop memory leak. So if you have an event listener attached to all the DOM nodes of your component, and that component is going to be removed, you want to make sure that all of those event listeners are being removed as well, so that your component don't leak things to memory. And if we have removed it, then the JavaScript garbage collector will execute, take everything away, and we can move on and with a clear of memory. So with that, we have come to the end of lifecycle method. Let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at components. Components are the building blocks of any React application. We use components to encapsulate our UI logic of a particular element of our web page or web browser's front end. And what we want is for those components to be reusable. But what are they? In React, a UI is built using individual independent pieces called components. These pieces are used to encapsulate logic, markup, and styles, and then they could be reused into other places. The user interface is built as a tree of components that are managed and converted into native DOM elements by React. So what React does is that it allows us to write components that can then be used by other components as well. And for React DOM takes care of changing those components from React.createElement calls to the native DOM elements that need to be displayed on the web page. And all of that is taken care of by React. So all we have to do is understand how to create components, how to make data flow through our components, and how we can use those components in order to work with our application's internal data representation. And all of that is then extremely useful. So components allow us to build single, reusable, and isolated piece of UI, which can be used to efficiently render the user interface. If you have components, then you can use those components, use simple components to build complicated user interfaces. Because if you have a form that needs to be displayed on the screen, it is built up of very small components such as the text field, a button to submit the data, a button to reset the data inside the form, and many other things. So that's where you can use components. Components are really useful in that regard. Now in React, there are two types of components which are created: class components and function components. So these have their own distinct advantages and disadvantages. These have their own distinct reasons to be used and not to be used. Let's take and understand what they are and how they compare against each other. Now let's take a look at class components. Class components is one of the way we can create components in React. So class components are created by creating classes that we have seen in the previous module, how to create classes in JavaScript using ES6 syntax. And those classes need to be extended using the React.component class. So there's a class named component in the React package, and we need to extend that class and override its render method, which we'll take a look at. The class name will be the same as the name of the component. So if you have created a class with the name of login component, that is going to be the name of the component that is going to be rendered on the screen. So a class component needs to override the render method using JSX to describe the markup of the component. So if you have a component that has a form and you want to display that form, you need to firstly you need to use JSX syntax, or you can use React.create element as well, but JSX is the preferred way. And inside the render method that you are overriding from the React.component class, we return the JSX. That return JSX will then be compiled to React.create element, which will then be converted into the real DOM by our React application. So we don't have to do a lot here. We just need to know how to write JSX and how to extend a class and create a component using that class. That's the entire gist of what we have to learn. Now, class components are still supported in React, but it is preferable to use functional components to React boilerplate code. The reason why is because, and we'll take a look at that, but in essence, it allows us to reduce boilerplate code, and React class component has a few problems, and we'll take a look at those in future. But right now, all we have to understand is that there are class components, there are function components. Class components are still supported, and there are reasons to use them, but mostly it's preferred to use functional components, and we'll take a look at that next. So now let's take a look at functional components. Functional components are the second way that you can build a component in React.js. So you can declare how a component is supposed to look and function. So let's take a look at that. In a functional component, we create functions instead of a class. So as you can see, functions are something that are taken to the extreme in the React ecosystem when we create a functional component. The reason why we use a function is going to be cleared out in a moment, but since we don't have to use classes, we don't need to use constructors, we don't need to use class properties and all of that, it's simply a function. It's going to be very easy for us to build. That function is supposed to return some JSX to describe the component markup. That JSX may be littered with some function calls here and there, which also can hook into the React ecosystem and allows us to describe what should happen. Now, functional components take props as parameters and have state to keep track of the data to be displayed. It's very similar to the class components, but in class components, we take props in the render function, whereas here the component function takes in the props. And we'll take a look at that. That simplifies our code greatly. We don't have to write a lot of this boilerplate code where we write the class, then the class name, then the extends keyword, then React.component, then create a constructor and binding those functions, and a lot of different tasks need to go right in order for us to create a class component. And functional component is simply a function that can have state, that can have props. Functional components can have a lot of different moving parts put to them as well. So in React, functional components are given preferences as they are less verbose and more maintainable. Now, the reason why functional components are given that preference now and earlier class components were given these preferences because of a new addition to the React ecosystem called hooks. We will take a look at hooks in future, but right now you need to understand that this change in the mental model is because we have introduced a concept of hooks that allows functional components to have state in them and have lifecycle methods in them. Two of the concepts that we have discussed earlier. Before that, what functional components were limited to do were to just take in some props and return some JSX. They were not allowed to have any internal data of themselves, which was a bit difficult and a bit tricky to get around. So we had to rely on class components. But now, since class components are not the only way you can do it, it's much more easier for us to use function components. With that, we have come to the end of functional components. Let's take a look at what else we have.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS, and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards the career growth with the full stack developer course.
Alright guys, so now let's take a look at class versus functional components. We have two ways of building components. Let's take a closer look as to when to use or what are the criteria you need to consider in order to build class components or functional components. So the first thing is backwards compatibility. If you have a project in React that's using an older version of React and it's not been updated and there's a lot of code that you need to update, then using functional components right at the beginning is going to be really tricky. Since class components have been supported since the beginning and are still supported in React, functional components on the other hand were always supported in React, but they could not hold any state until React version 16.8. So if you want to use functional components in previous versions of React, you need to firstly make sure that functional components can be used the way you want them to use. If you want some state, then it's better that you don't. If it's a really simple component that only needs props and displays the data and then that's it, then you can use React quite easily with that. How comes state and props? So in class components for state, we use setState function, which is something that we get by extending the component in our class. So we get a react.component is extended in our class, and now we get access to the setState function. And for the props, we use parameters passed to the render function. So all of that is useful and all of that is easy to use. But in function, the fundamental difference is that in functional components, we use the useState hook. So instead of us having to extend the class and then use this .setState, all we have to do is use the useState function, which is also called the useState hook. And using the useState hook function, we can create state, which when changed will cause a re-render of the component. This is how you can change the component in React, by changing the state variables. Then comes lifecycle methods. Lifecycle methods are useful for class and function components both, but the way you implement them is different. So in class components, you have defined methods that you need to override, and that came with its own set of challenges. For instance, if you had a component that used the same code when the component is mounted and when the component is updated, in situations like this, you would have to use class component, you would have to duplicate some code, which was an issue. In functional components, though, you have other ways of doing this. We have the use effect hook, and the use effect hook allows us to just define the code, and then we can define the variables that the hook needs to watch. And if those variables change, then the effect needs to run again. So that's how we do class components and function components. We'll take a look at that in the demo as well. And then comes verbosity, which is one of the major drawbacks of class components. Class components are extremely verbose. There's a lot of boilerplate code that you need to get over in order to build anything useful. This is why developers prefer using functional components, but so many developers prefer using class components only when they are necessary. So if there are certain functionalities that we want to build that is only available in class components, then only we will use class components. Otherwise, we'd end up using functional components. And this is why we use functional components in React, because they are not very verbose. So functional components are really concise. Hence, they are the preferred way of building components in React applications instead of classes. Right. So now let's take a look at what else we have. Now we have come to prop types. Let's take a look at what prop types are. Prop types allow us to define the shape of the props that our components are expecting. So since props are something that the parents can pass, they can end up passing anything of any data type. Even if we are expecting an email to be of type string, they could pass in a boolean saying true. And we would have to take care of whether or not the props are being passed correctly. That could be a lot of issues. So in situations like this, prop types come to our rescue. Prop types allow us to define the shape of our props and the types and the whether or not a prop is required to be passed in or not. And with that, we'll come to understand, well, how are we going to use those prop types. So using prop types, we can define what is the data type of a particular prop, if it's required, if it's not required, and many other things that we can do. Using prop types, we can then understand how you can use we need to then define the shape of our props, different kinds of props. Props is data type. So if you're expecting a boolean, an integer, a number, or whatever, and then our ReactJS will take care of validating the props on its own. It'll throw a warning if the props are of incorrect shape and size and incorrect, and they're not following the standards that we have set, and that will cause some issue. So prop types are validated by React automatically. All we have to do is define the shape of the constraints. So React will throw an error or a warning depending on what the prop types library you're using is. React has extracted the prop types into a separate library. So if you want to use prop types in React, you have to import that script, and then it will work. And whether or not props are passed in correctly or not is what's going to determine the throwing of warnings. So we'll use prop types to figure out how to do that. If we're not using prop types, then we have to do the manual plumbing of figuring out what the data type of a particular prop is, whether it was passed or not, whether it's undefined. If it is undefined, then how we're going to use it, so on and so forth. So that's how we use prop types. So now let's take a look at what else we have to do. So now let's take a look at how we can create a React component. We'll take a look at how to create a React component without using JSX, so the plain JavaScript syntax. So let's take a look at that. Now let me just show you the setup that I have. I have an index.html file. It's empty. It doesn't contain any code relating to displaying anything on the screen. As you can see, there's nothing there. Let's just start writing some code. HTML React. Now I need main div tag with the ID of main, and I need these two scripts. So let me just explain what these scripts are. This is the React development version. This is the React DOM development version. If you're building for production, you need to change this to production as you can. But right now, since we're building for development and we want to see the errors and warnings, we want the development version. Now I'll just write the code needed for React in order to show our component. So the component that we have is going to be called greeting. I'm going to use a function to create the component. Right. So for that, I'll have to firstly write function. We'll be using the simple JavaScript syntax in order to write the code. So we need to write greeting, and this is going to return a React component. So it's not taking any parameters. Return React dot create element React dot create element. Inside it, we need to pass three things. Firstly, the kind of element we want. We want an h1. Do we want any attributes to attach to it? No. And what are its children? So we just want a text node which says hello world. Right? Save it. It's done. Now we need to render it to the DOM. So we need to use React DOM dot render. We use the greeting function, which in turn returns the React component we want, and we want to render it inside the element with the ID of app. That is done. I've saved everything. Refresh it, and if I open it up inside the console, as you can see that target container is not a DOM element. That's because .app its main, and now it's done. As you can see that it's also being shown in our console that download the React dev tools for better experience. Right now we're not using the create React app version, which comes in with a local server. We're just importing it in a file and using it. From there on we can expand, and if we're building applications that are much more complicated, then we can set up create React applications. And we'll take a look at that in future lessons. The reason why we're not doing it is because that's going to be a little complicated and it takes time to set up any application that way. So that's why we're not doing it that way. But if you are doing it that way, then you can take a look at React Dev Tools as well. So we have done this. If I go to my code, this is what it looks like. We have a React development version. We have the React DOM development version. Using React.create element, we create a h1 tag. As you can see inside the div, nothing's there right now. But if I open up my console, go to elements, and you can do it in your browser as well. It's dynamically added new data. So that's how you can create an element in React. Alright, now let's see what else we have. Alright guys, so now let's take a look at how we can create a React component using JSX. So earlier we had taken a look at how to create a React component without JSX. Now let's see how easier the process is with JSX. So again, I have an index.html page. No code to display anything on the page yet. All I have is the previous setup. Now I need to just add these three scripts. So earlier you'll remember I had two scripts. Right now I have three. First is the React development version. Second is the React DOM development version. And third is the Babel compiler. This is what will compile our JSX code into our JavaScript code. Now for that, we need to write the script. Now, one thing you have to do when you're displaying using JSX is you have to describe the type of script. Text/Babel. This instructs the browser that whatever I'm about to write in here is not just plain JavaScript. It's something that needs to be compiled using Babel, and Babel will take care of the rest of it. Table is the compiler that will compile it from JSX to React.createElement. Now all I have to do is create a component. So create a functional component because it's going to be easier. I don't need any state right now. And I will do the same thing. As you can see, it looks like I'm writing HTML, but I'm not. And now all I have to do React DOM.render, and here I have to render it as greeting. As you can see, again, this is the name of my component, greeting, and I have to render it as if it's an HTML page or an HTML component. I can, for instance, instead of doing it this way, I could have just done it this way. This is how you open and close a tag in HTML, same as you can do here. But since I only want to render this component and there are no child components, I can do a self-closing tag. So it opens and closes in one tag only. I don't need to create an opening tag and then a closing tag. Now I need to pass in document.getElement by ID, and it's going to be main. Save it, refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading 3 giant files. Take a look at if we have gotten any errors. We have not, and we have a hello world element. As you can see, here it is, hello world. And if I take a look at the code, it's just 3 lines of code. Essentially, it's just 3 lines. Not even 3 lines. It's just 3 lines. 3 to 4 lines of code, and it's not really difficult to understand as well what we're doing. We have a greeting component that needs to return this markup. Instead of us having to specify the h1 tag, its attributes and children's in 3 specific stages, all we can do here is just write it as HTML. It'll get compiled to JSX. JSX will compile it to pure JavaScript. And then all we have to do is say, okay, when you compile this, whatever return you get, whatever response you get returned, display that within this element, which is this one. That's how we do that. Now that we are clear on how to use JSX with React, let's just recap what we have learned. Need a basic HTML page, need somewhere to display our code. If I didn't have div main, I could have just written get element by tag name, and here I can just type in body 0, and that will work just fine. 0 would mean, because since we're getting a tag name and we could enter a tag says p, and p can have many elements on the page such as a paragraph, so we can do it that way. But that's not very useful, so we have this. This is the preferred way, by the way, to have a single div element that contains your entire application. And now we just, after creating this, we import all the required libraries: React DOM, Babel. We describe to our script tag. This is an important bit. You should not forget this. If I remove this and then I run this, my browser will try and interpret it as plain JavaScript and will run into an error. If I refresh this and I see nothing on the screen yet, and it just runs and runs, and I get an error. It doesn't understand why do I have a less than symbol in my browser. If I change it and then if I refresh it, it works just right. So you have to unfortunately do it this way here. Then we just describe a function that will return this. You can also describe it as a class, which we'll take a look at in a moment, and then we can display it. Now that we have come to an end to the JSX portion of our hands-on, let's take a look at what else we have. Now let's take a look at how we can pass props to our component. We'll create a component and then we'll modify its behavior by passing in some props. So for that, all we have to do is follow along with the previous hands-on. I'll just show you. So I have the same index.html page. It has no code to display anything on the page yet. Everything is just boilerplate HTML, and we have a div tag with the ID of main. We have the React development version. We have the React DOMs development version. We have the Babel compiler, and we have a script tag that is going to contain some JSX code. All I have to do now is create a component that we had created earlier, and it's going to have the same code, but I'll show you what I have done differently this time. So, and the semicolon is not required in JavaScript, but many developers like to write it, so do I. So inside the React DOM, we now document.getElement by ID. This should all be familiar since we had done it earlier. Not add, it's supposed to be main. So after I've saved it, I'll refresh it. It'll take some time because it's downloading these files, and now we have it. But let's say that I want to, when I'm rendering it, I want to change things. The way I can do this is by changing it here. So if I want to say hello John, I can do hello John, and if I want to say hello Jane, I can do it this way. But that's really cumbersome. I want this to be dynamic. I want this to be able to be changed by the person who's rendering it. So the way I can do it here is by accepting some props. Props. I can call it anything I want, but I like to call it props here. And now if I want to dynamically display anything inside my JSX code, I have to wrap it inside a curly brace, like this. As you can see, the syntax has changed, props dot, and I will call it name. I will save it. So just to recap, all we have done is we have passed in some props. I have hello, and I want to display anything that has the value of the name contains inside our props object. So how do we pass in the value? Basically, when we're rendering the component, all we have to do is pass in name to be equal to, and it's supposed to be a string. So let's say I call it John. Save it, and a very good. Let's hang on for a moment. It's rendering everything. Just take a look at all of it. Since it's downloading the file, and yeah, sounds done. So we have hello John. But you might be wondering, why do you have to use it? I mean, you could have just written hello John and save it, go back, refresh it, and the answer is the same thing, right? What's the reason for using a prop? So the reason why is, let me just show you, because this makes our component dynamic. Now our component is not just limited to John. Let's say that I want to have 3 components, and I'm just going to create them here. Function demo, and this is going to return a div with greeting. And whenever we're returning a component, we can't return 3 components as it is. We have a demo component that's returning our JSX code. It's wrapped inside a div, so this should work. Okay, we've run into an error. Oh, that is because we have to pass in props.name. And now, as you can see, we have hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson. Now, in case you want to use hello John, hello Jane, hello Johnson, and you can even create more of these components by themselves, right, just as an HTML markup, this is the power of props. So I'll just remove it and bring it back to the normal state with greeting, name John. And since it's working fine, all I have to do now is just reload it again and see if it's working, and it is. So with that, we've come to the end of props, understanding what props are and how to use them. As you can see, we did not change them anywhere in our code because that's not allowed. Now let's take a look at what else we have to do. Now we'll take a look at using state in a React application in React components. State is local to a component, so we don't need to pass it to a particular component. And we'll take a look at how that works. All right, so let's take a look at that. Again, we have our simple apps setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing on the screen. The code is quite simple as we had earlier. And now all I have to do is create some state, right? And since we're using a functional component, I can just, don't worry about the syntax right now. We'll take a look at that in a moment. Just understand that this is how you define state, and from here we have to just return an h1 tag, name being printed, and nothing more. And all I have to do now is render it to screen. So greeting We don't have to pass in the name. Right, so everything's done. If I open it up and if I refresh it again, as you can see, it's showing John, which was the name. And if you want to make it completely compliant to what we had earlier, hello, save it, refresh it, as I did. Now, where does state matter here? Because we were clearly able to do it using props. Well, sometimes what happens is we get some data not from we don't get the data from external services or external components. We want to get it from our web server. For instance, if it's a user-based application and we're logging in a user, we want to display the username. So for one instance, let me just show you. I'll just simulate a network call instead of getting a network call. Function get user info. This will return a promise that resolves to username being John and age being 28. Right. So now what I can do is at the beginning it's supposed to show nothing, but when I get user info, this will return a promise, and I can use the then function to get the user. And now all I have to do is set name to user dot name. As you can see, we're not using age right now, so we don't have to do that, but we could very easily do it. Now if I refresh it again, as you can see, it says hello John. Now, but this is something that we have gotten from an external component. So if this is something that only my component needs and other components don't, then this my component can get it from the user's internet and make a request to a web server, get the data, pass the response, and then paste it onto the user screen using this syntax. So this is how we do this. Now that we have covered state as well, let's see what else we have. Now let's take a look at how to create a class component. So again, we have our same setup. We have an index.html page. It's not displaying anything. And we have our code. We have a div tag with the ID of main, React DOM, and Baby. So we're going to create a class component. Now for that, let's take a look at the anatomy of how do you create a class component. You start with the class keyword, then the name of the component. Earlier, we would have, for the ES6 class syntax, we would have to use function, greeting, and do a lot of complicated tasks for something as simple as creating a class, but now you can do it this way. This will extend the React component class, and as you can see that now we have to type in the constructor function because we want some initial state, and it takes in some props. We have to call the super function, pass in the props. This is why the class components are not so preferred over functional components, which we'll take a look at that in a moment. But the reason why is because there's a lot of boilerplate code you have to write. We have written 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of code for not any reason, because these are not the kind of things that you would have to write. They don't have anything pertaining to our business logic. Now let's set up a state. This is something that we would have to do. And I'll write a greeting to be hello. This is something that's going to be internal. I can create a render function. That render function is going to return. And again, because it's a class, I have to use this keyword, greeting. Here, I'll just get the name from props. That's it. So now, if I want to see something happen, I would have to render it to the page. React DOM.render greeting. I have to pass in the name to be John. Document get element by ID. Wait. Save this. Refresh it. And it displays everything. But as you can see, that just for a simple component like this that takes one bit of content from state, other bit from prop, and displays it on the screen, we have to write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines of code. So by creating one component, it was 9 lines of code. That doesn't have in much. It needs something from the state, something from the props, and needs to be displayed here. That's basically all that needs to be done. So that was an issue. And so this is one of the issues with class components. Now let's take a look at what else we have. Alright guys, so now we'll take a look at how to create function components. Earlier we've taken a look at class components, and we saw that although it was relatively easier to do creating class components, but there are a lot of verbosity involved. We had to write a lot of boilerplate code. Let's take a look at how function components can solve that. So again, the same setup. We have an index.html file, displays nothing. Here's the code. Now we'll create the same component, but here we'll be using function. So as we know, it was called greeting. It will accept some props. And when we need a greeting and we need a function to set greeting, that needs to be something that we need to use using React.use state. Inside it, default value is going to be hello, and now all I have to do is return h1 tag that prints out greeting as well as the name from the props. Yeah. So finally, now all we have to do is just react dom.render, pass in greeting, pass in name, pass in John as the name, and document.get element by ID. The element is going to be me. So now as we have this, let's see if this actually works. So we refresh it, and as you can see, everything works correctly. Now the thing to notice is that we didn't have to write a lot of code. Even from a purely aesthetic point of view, we only had to write 3 to 4 lines of code in order to create a component. There we had 9 lines of code, and to be quite honest, each line of code was really long. We had to write how to get state. For accessing the greeting, we had to write this state.greeting. For accessing name, we had to write this props.name. And for small components, it's fine. But for larger components, these things really do matter because you'll be writing thousands of components. So you'll have to write thousands of 10,000s of more lines of code. And that's really the kind of code that you're writing is something of a problem, because if you're writing more code, that means more code that you need to maintain, more code that you need to manage, and more code that you need to keep in your mind in order to understand what's going on. So this is why functional components are more preferred. So let's take a look at what else we have. Okay guys, now we'll take a look at prop types. Prop types is an external library, so we'll firstly have to import it, and then we'll have to make it use with ReactJS. Let's see what the implications of using prop types are and how to use them. So again, the same code. This time I'd also like to open up my console. As you can see, nothing's being displayed right now. We are using the Babel transformer in development. Everything's fine. So let's just take a look at that. Here's our code. Firstly, I'll have to import the prop types library. This is what the current version is. You can import any other version. And from here on, I have to create components. So I'll create a greeting component that will just return hello in the props name. So function greeting takes in props, returns an h1 tag, which is hello and name. So that's done. We render it to the DOM using React DOM. To document.get element by ID. The ID that I want is the main. The name is going to be John. I refresh this. Hello John is being displayed, but there's an issue with this. If I'm someone who has exported this into a library and another person wishes to use it, what they can do, instead of John, they can pass in 5 is a number, and we want it to be a string. It's going to display it nonetheless, that's fine, but still it's a problem. Also, if I type in true, and then I refresh it, nothing's going to be displayed because true and false are not something that is displayed in JSX. So the user has the liberty to passing in something that's completely useless for us. So in order to prevent that, or at least have the developers or people who use this component some idea whether or not they're doing things correctly or not, we can prop types. It's equals to, and this is going to be an object that has the name of the prop, which is the name, and it is going to tell us that inside it we want string and it is required. Now if I save it, go back, refresh it, as you can see we're getting a warning. Failed prop type. Invalid prop name is of type boolean supplied to greeting expected string. Another thing that's important is that if the user doesn't pass in a prop, which they are at the liberty of doing, we will again raise an error. And it will say failed prop type, the prop name is marked as required in greeting, but its value is undefined. So as you can see, we have ways of now a lot more control over how our props are being passed into our components. There are other ways as well, such as Flow and TypeScript, but they are a bit advanced. And for smaller applications, prop types are a great way. They check our props at runtime and they make us understand how we can use our props and how we can use props in other libraries. If we don't find it, then we'll have a warning issued in our console. So with that in mind, let's see what else we did. Alright guys, now let's take a look at problems with class components. There are several issues with class components, and that's what led to developers using function components with hooks. Hooks were there to provide function components the same capabilities that class components have. So with that, we will take a look at the problems that class components have. So class components have several issues with them, and we'll discuss them one by one. First one is constructor. So when using class components that uses state, we have to create a constructor that just isn't optional for us anymore. We have to have a constructor function, and in that constructor function there's another bit of functionality that we need to add. That is, we have to call the super method and pass in the props that are passed into the constructor. The issue with all of this is that although this is something that we would have to do on every classes, this is something that takes up a lot of work. We don't want to do all of these things specifically, mainly because when we're using constructor functions, when we're using class components, we have to write this lot of boilerplate code, which we don't intend to write at all. And this leads to really clunky and messy code and a lot of, and there needs to be a lot of boilerplate code for us to write. Then comes binding. So if you've ever worked with JavaScript's event system, the problem with event handling in classes is that when you have a class and you create an event handler function inside a class, the value of this keyword inside the class changes. And we'll take a look at that in the demo, but the main problem with that is that if to solve this, we would have to always, after creating a function that's going to be used inside an event, needs to be bound to the current class, and we need to in the constructor write this dot method name equals to this dot method name dot bind, and in the brackets we have to type in this. That's really annoying and that's really cumbersome. We don't want to do that because that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of effort, and that's not something that's necessary for us. Then comes sharing non-visual logic. So sharing non-visual logic is one of the major reasons why we like to use React, but the problem is that when we have non-visual logic, we would have to use a lot of complicated patterns like higher order components or render props. Don't worry if you don't know about them, it's just a little difficult to get started with it. It's going to be really difficult to understand what this means. So because of this, we have a lot of mental overhead in order to use class components. And finally, there's duplicated lifecycle logic. So in lifecycle methods, if we want to use the same code in different lifecycle methods, what we would have to do is we would have to copy and paste the code. Mainly because this is how classes function. You could extract it to a function, but still that function needs to be copied to multiple places, and that leads to a lot of problems as well. So with that, these are the kind of problems that we reach in class components. Specifically in the lifecycle methods, we would have to duplicate the code between different lifecycle methods, and that's one of the major reasons why React is not in React community. Lifecycle methods and all of this is used using hooks, because functions, these problems are not there. Alright, so now let's take a look at what else we have. So what are React hooks? Well, React hooks are used to create functional components with the same capabilities as class components. As we have discussed, class components have several disadvantages associated with them. So we want to create functional components that can counteract those. Functions are quite simple, quite straightforward, and they have quickly become the preferred way that React developers like to build their components. So let's take a look at some basic React hooks. We have useState, useEffect, and useContext. Let's take a look at them one by one. So as you can see that these are the three React hooks that we'll be taking a look at. But there are many other React hooks that we can take a look at as well. There are many that have been already created and many that are being added in the libraries that are already existing. So you can take a look at those at your own time. But these are the most common ones, and others are built on top of these. First one is useState. So as the name suggests, because in the class components we would have to create a state variable and use the setState function to update the state. In this case, we can use the useState function, and this will add some local state to our functional components. How to use this, I'll show you in the demo. Then comes useEffect. The useEffect hook is used to define code which is run either a component's loads or when some state changes. So if you have some component in which some state changes and you want some code to run whenever that happens and the component re-renders, then you can use the useEffect hook. It's very much like the class components lifecycle methods. However, it has some added benefits, and we'll take a look at this. So then comes useContext. Context is a way to share some data or some state among multiple child components without passing them through every child component. Now, without using the useContext hook in class components, you would have to do a lot of complicated patterns like the render prop pattern. But in our case, we don't have to do that because useContext allows us to just extract data out of a context quite easily. So now let's take a look at a demo. Now, in the demo, we'll take a look at a few implementation of how we can create hooks. Now you can create this demo quite easily. I will be using Code Sandbox. I'll just click on create a free sandbox. It will open up a web page and it will show me all the templates that are available. It's free, so you don't really have to even create an account and log in and sign up. It's quite easy to use. It's loading, and when it loads, it will show me a few templates. Templates will tell us what kind of a sandbox I want to create. I want to create one for React, but if you want to use Angular, Vue, Vanilla.js, Vue 3, static HTML page, React, TypeScript, and there are other components as well. But I want to use React. So I will click on this and make sure you are choosing the template by Code Sandbox because that's the official template, or you can create your own if you wish to, in which you add your own libraries and all. So this will create an anonymous sandbox because I am not logged in, I have not created any account. You don't have to either. In case you wish to do this in your own PC, you can do that as well. I just want to show you a working environment in which can be set up in seconds. So this is what it looks like. This is the starting code. This is what we can see. Let's wait for a moment because it's initializing the JavaScript language features. As you can see, it's written here. So this is what we have. So right now we have everything we want. Let me just remove a few things. App component, not the app component, but the, yeah, everything's done. Now I will just remove this, and this is what a class component look like. Had it been a functional component, I would have to export default. Instead of being a function component, I would have to use class. Instead of being app, it would have been this extends react.component. So this is done. Now this has to be a function named render, and what it does is that it returns some JSX code. If you've been using React for a little bit of a time, you know that this is how React works. And now, yeah, so nothing is being shown here. If I were to add a p tag, which is a paragraph tag, and this is, by the way, not HTML but JSX, it will be converted into JavaScript and then run into the browser. Type in hello, save it, and one other thing that you have to do sometimes is call a constructor function, and to do that, constructor and call the super function, and you can also pass in some props, and you can pass in some props here as well in case you wish to, or if you don't wish to, you don't have to do that as well. So that's how our class components work. Let's take a look at whether or not it's working. Export default class app and we import it here. Yeah, so that's an issue. Classes may not have a field named constructor. So that is a problem that we have to solve. And that's the constructor function by default. If you don't want to use this, then you can simply just use the function component, which we have created earlier. Now let's take a look at how hooks allow us to solve this. And if we just, yeah, so this is what it looks like. We are exporting a default function named app, and you can either choose to not rename it as well, but you can name it if you wish to. And this is what it looks like. Now, if I want to add some state to it, I have to use the use state hook. It's quite simple. I want to add some value to it. So let's say a number and set number. Now I have to use react.useState. It's a function. I have to pass in some default value. By default, it's going to be 0, and now I can use it. Let's just put it in an h1. And in React, if you want to output some data, you do it this way. And we have it here. Now, how do you update the data? Or how do you update the state? The way you would do that in normal JavaScript or in normal React is by using the use set state function that was on the class. To call this, you would have to use the this dot set state function. That would be really difficult. So in order to overcome this, in functions you don't have to use this keyword. I'll just create a button, and that button is supposed to add something. So this will have an add button, this will have a decrement button, and now what we want to do is want to add an event handler. So when this button is clicked, what I want to do is I want to call the set number function, and this is going to take in the current number and return a number that is current number plus 1. So if I click here, as you can see, it is incrementing 1 for me. But if I want to change it a little bit, I can do that as well. Instead of incrementing, I can now decrement it. As you can see, now I can change it. So instead of using class components, I can just do it this way. And that works quite easily for me. So that's the set state. Now you can also use the use effect function. We'll take a look at that now. So this is how you can create state. Let me just remove all of this. Now if I want to use a state or use effect, react.use effect. This is how you do it. Let me just create some state as well, so I can tell you how you can use seconds, and set seconds is equals to react.use state. Pass in 0 as the default value, and what I want to do is, as the time progresses, I want to just show the amount of seconds that have passed. Quite easy, but in React it can be a little difficult. So it takes in this. Now I want to use a function that is the default function called set timeout. So firstly, timer ID, set timeout and set interval. There are two functions that can do this. Let's take a look at set interval first. And it has two things that it takes in: the timer handler and the timeout. So firstly, I'll just take the timer handler. What it's supposed to do is that when it runs, it's supposed to call the set seconds function and increment the seconds by 1. And it's supposed to do this every 1000 seconds. And that's about it. So when we call the set interval function, it takes in a function and it takes in a timeout. And seem to have run into set is not defined. Oh yeah. Let me just type it again. I think there has been some issue with the IDE, but it's not to worry about it. And If you run it now, let's see what happens. Basically, what we have done so far is we have created a function that is supposed to run it again and again and again on each second. And as the second elapses, it's supposed to increment the second, and then it's supposed to make the changes. So let's see if it works. To do that, we firstly have to wait for a few seconds, and then okay, so it is being shown here. I'm not seeing anything right now because I'm not created anything. P, and now all I have to do is show the second. That's the first thing. And the second thing I have to do is I have to return a function that will call another function called clear interval and will remove the timer ID. So that is done. Let's take a look at any error that we might have. It says that there is unterminated JSX content. I think it's talking about earlier content. So let us just rerun this. Sometimes the code sandbox servers don't work as well. So it will just reload in a moment. And because we didn't have to do anything, it works just fine. So as you can see, it is working now. 7, 8, 9. So all of this is working. Now let's just explain what happened. So we created an interval. I'll just remove this one. So we created an interval. The reason why we use the use effect hook is because we want to run it after the component is being displayed on the screen. So with that, we create a set interval hook or a set interval function, which is available in JavaScript by default. Then what we do is for each 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second, we increment seconds by 1. So we have 1 more second each time. After doing that, we return another function named clear interval. What this does is that it allows React to know that when this component is being removed from the screen, I want to clear the interval, which basically means I want to remove this from the memory, this function handler. And that avoids something called a memory leak. Whenever you are using React hooks, you can pass it this and it will work just fine. Another thing you can do is pass in an empty parameter like this. This basically means that only run this when the component loads for the first time. Then when subsequently the component loads, when the state changes, don't run it again. So if you had some data that you want this effect to be dependent upon, which is if this effect should run when some data changes, you can put it here. And React will take care of keeping that in sync for you. So that's how you can use the use effect hook as well. There are several other hooks available, such as use context, use memo, and many others. Now let's take a look at what is Bootstrap. If you've been doing web development for any amount of time, Bootstrap is definitely one of the things that you have come across. So let's take a look at what that is. So Bootstrap is a styling library that allows developers to style their user interface components without writing too much CSS. In case you are a developer or you wish to be a software engineer that writes front-end code, then Bootstrap is a useful tool, especially in the prototyping stage. When you're building a user interface for a specific application and you want it to look a little more than just bland HTML, what Bootstrap does is that it allows you to use its already existing styles, and you can just show it to the developers and they can take a look at the user interface, and you can just use those user interfaces for yourself. Now, these user interface components can be used in React, Angular, plain HTML. There's no need for you to use them just in React. But the point here is that it allows you to build UI components that look good quite quickly. Instead of you having to hand roll the CSS yourself, you can just use Bootstrap stuff. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that Bootstrap provides. So there are several advantages. The first one being that it's cross-browser. Bootstrap is cross-browser, which basically means that since styling is one of the most important aspects of an front-end application, and the major hiccup that comes when we're styling is that we have to take care of several browsers browser versions, and which one of those versions support the features that we are trying to use in our code. For instance, Internet Explorer might not support box shadows while Chrome might. So these differences need to be accounted for when you're building your own user interface. And when you're using a library, you want it to be performant on at least the latest versions of all these browsers. And Bootstrap delivers on that promise. It has a really good support for all the browsers. It allows us to make sure that even if we implement our user interface using Bootstrap, majority of it will be displayed on the screen, and none of it will look inconsistent from one browser to the other. If you're using if you're using Internet Explorer, we're using Safari, we're using Chrome, everything will look just the same. Then comes lightweight. So when we're including a new library or new framework in our application, we're introducing some size or some sizable amount of code to be sent over the wire on an HTTP connection. If we are trying to serve our application in regions where the internet connection is slow, then this could be a problem. Although Bootstrap takes care of this problem for us by being lightweight. Bootstrap doesn't take a lot of time, it doesn't take a lot of memory as well. It's only a few kilobytes that needs to be transferred over the internet, especially if it's gzipped, then you can just use it easily. Bootstrap also allows us to customize our own version of Bootstrap so that we only take in the components we need, and we can take a look at that in a moment. But that's really an important feature, especially when we're trying to learn new technologies. Then comes responsiveness. So responsiveness basically means that styles are responsive, which basically means that if you were to shrink your browser size, that things are fluid and they adapt to the currently available size instead of just being cut off with an ugly scroll bar showing up. So React and Bootstrap does that for us automatically. It is responsive by default, and we can customize the responsiveness by providing classes of Bootstrap classes into our HTML code. And we'll take a look at that as well. And then finally, documentation. Documentation is an important aspect of a web application. We want to use documentation for developers to get started with it, or you can learn more about the technology. So in case new versions come along and you want to explore the new features that have been introduced, as a developer, all you would have to do is open up the documentation and look at how things are structured, how you can use the new code to build your own features. So finally, we have come to the hands-on aspect of presentation. So let's take a look at that. Before we go to the hands-on, this is the Bootstrap documentation site. You can go to getbootstrap.com. This is the site on which you can find anything and everything that you want to find out about Bootstrap. So in case you wish to learn more about Bootstrap and new technologies that are relating to Bootstrap, what you can do is you can just go to the home page, go to documentation, and you can go down and you can see all the technologies or everything. And if you want to learn about a specific concept such as layout, grid layouts, and utilities for layouts, if you want to take a look at other components, you can take a look at the code, images. If you want to learn how to build a card, carousel, or forms, you can just click on one of these. It will open up. Another thing that's great about Bootstrap is that it provides these things called scroll spice. So if you want to scroll to auto sizing, just click on this and it will take you to that piece of code and it will explain how this is working. If you want to take a look at other forms such as form control, you can take a look at it here. It really doesn't matter, it will take care of it entirely for you. Also, you can take a look at input groups, you can take a look at jumbotrons. There are a lot of components that forms provide us with. So in case we want to get started with it, first things first, we have to get some link to Bootstrap. And again, for that, you just have to click on get started. The first link here is the only link we need. It's the bootstrap.min.css. You can download it and install it on your own system, but we don't have to do that because we just want to use it once. Also, if you want to use it with ReactJS, you can use this. It's called Code Sandbox. Click on the Create Sandbox feature or button, In case you're trying to follow along, just use Code Sandbox because you don't have to install anything there. And just click on React. It'll open up in a few moments and it'll show us the output. And this is what it looks like. This is the default code. You can change it whenever you wish to. So that's the default code for Code Sandbox. And there's another project called React Bootstrap. When you click on Get Started, this basically is a library that has Bootstrap integrated with React component. So basically, you can just import a component and use it. So for instance, if I wanted to create a Jumbotron, instead of me having to write all the HTML code, all I could do is import Jumbotron and just type Jumbotron in my code and it will work. So if you are willing to not learn Bootstrap from its scratch and you know Bootstrap and you just want a library that does it entirely for you, you can use React Bootstrap. So that's one way to get started. But what if you want to build everything in ReactJS and Bootstrap from scratch? Well, there are ways of doing that, and we'll just take a look at those right now. But for that, firstly, you would have to have npm installed. Npm stands for Node Package Manager, and you also need to have after Node.js, you need to have ReactJS installed on your system, which is Create React App. Let me just show you how you can do that. Make sure that you have ReactJS installed or Bootstrap in Node.js installed by typing node -- version, and it gives you a version that's at least this one. Then it'll be fine. Now let's take a look at how you can create a React application. Do that, just type npx create React app, and here you can type the name of your application. If I want to create an application that says React Bootstrap, then I can just call React Bootstrap and press enter. Now I already have it done. In fact, I'm in the same folder. So I'd just like to show you that. Once I'm done, this is the folder structure. It comes with a lot of files in the source folder. I have removed all of those and just kept the app and index file. Now if I run this, npm run is the command that will run our React application. Okay, so it's saying npm start should be the one. I can just type this and this will work as well. If you want to run tests, you can run npm run test and it will work that way as well. So we are incrementing and this is what it's showing right now. Our code is running. This is the user and this is the command line interface that is being shown. We have a local network server that is localhost 3000. And now what we have to do is I have opened up the code in my browser and my code editor as well. So now if I want to make any changes, let's say I make a change by typing in h1 tag. In the h1 tag, I say hello, I save it, go back, and this will be reloaded automatically. I didn't have to reload it at all. So as you can see that this makes our development quite easy. So now let's start by creating a form using Bootstrap and React. All I will do is I'll create a folder. I'll call it components, press enter. Then I'll create a new file. I'll call it form.js. And you can call it form.jsx. It really doesn't matter. But I like to call it form.js or JSX. So now we need to create a component. Before that, I'll just like to use it here. And to do that, all I have to do is use the form component by typing in form. And now I need to import it. And for importing it, all I have to do is type the import form from, and I have to type the word form correctly. And I'm using components / form, and we're done. So now I have to return a JSX code. Firstly, in the form, I have to import React. Now that that is done, all I have to do is export by default a function. I can give it a name, but I don't really have to do that. And now all I have to do is I have to return some JSX code. In case this doesn't make much sense to you, stick with us till the end and we'll show you how you can learn these things. But by default, what we're trying to do is we have created a JSX code, and now we're trying to create a form. Creating a form is quite easy. We just use the basic HTML commands. Now I'll create a div tag. This is where our Bootstrap code comes into play. So Bootstrap basically works with classes. If you take a look at the documentation, they will have code that has the word class in them. But if you take a look at React, it allows us to use the keyword class name instead of class. This is because we are using, even if it looks like we're writing HTML code, we are writing JavaScript code. And in JavaScript, class is a keyword that actually means something. So to avoid the confusion, we have a prop named class name, which when converted to HTML will be converted to class. So if you want to apply a class, here we have to apply a class known form group, group. So this makes Bootstrap available to our user interfaces and tells us how the user interface should look like. By default, it's not going to look anything like a Bootstrap form because we have not included Bootstrap in our project yet. But I'd like to show you how to do that in a moment. Firstly, I have created the form group. Now I need to create a label and an input. The label is there for, and we use the HTML4 in order to make it accessible. So it's going to be for an email field. I'm basically creating an HTML login form. And now email address. So I want the user to enter their email address here, and this will be inputted in an input of type email and the ID of email, because this is what the for tag is going to look at. Then we want to use a class of form control as well, and class name is going to be the one that we are using, form control. And if you want to add more attributes, you can, but here we don't really have to. And finally, we can add another text that tells us something more about our form, but we don't have to. So if I save this, if I go back to my code, this is what it looks like. Now, this does not look very pretty, neither does it look anything like what we have seen in Bootstrap. The reason why is because we have not added Bootstrap in our code yet. So all we can do here is just copy this code, which tells us how to use it, copy and paste the style sheet link into the head of our code before all of your CSS loads. So when you're using Bootstrap, you go to the public folder, index.html, paste it here, right before title, save it. Now if I go back, now as you can see, this looks much nicer. However, it looks very contrived, and we'll just take a look at how to solve that in a moment. But before, let's just build our component. So the first form is done. Second, I'm just going to steal it from here. Here I want a password. Password type is going to be password. If I save this, what you will see is it's the exact same thing. Now comes the interesting bit. Now after I've done that, I can also create a checkbox, a kind of checkbox that you would see when you are working on a form that tells you that allow it to remember you for a long time. So here I have to again use a class name. I'll call it form group, and it also needs another HTML tag, form group form check, and that's done. So that's how our form is supposed to look like. We have a form group, we have a form check, and now we need an input, and we can also have a label. First, let's create an input. The input will be there so that the user can tell us what they would like to be the value of this input. So checkbox is there. Then we have class name. Class name is equal to, and it's going to be equal to form check input. And these are all the things that you can take a look at the documentation for in order to get a greater idea of what it actually is. Also, you can create an ID for checkbox because we are going to put this in our label. Now the label is going to be for checkbox, and what I want the label to say is remember me, and also you can add a class here so that Bootstrap can style it, and the class is supposed to be form check label. This is done as well, and now finally we need to have a button. Now the button doesn't need any div to wrap it. All we need is a button that can say a lot of things, but all we want is it for it to be of type submit, and we can call it login, and it needs to have a class. Now the class is going to be, for us, it's going to be btn primary. The primary is what's going to define its color. And now all we have to do is save this. If I go back, this is what our code looks like. This looks like a typical input button, and as you can see, when I click on the labels, my inputs get to be active. I think the password one, I made it incorrect. Let me just see. If I go to password, firstly I have misspelled it. Now it should work. So if I click on the password label, it activates my input. But as you can see, it's very stretched out. Again, Bootstrap provides us with styling that allows us to deal with this. Go to my div outside my form component, and I have to add a class name. This will be called container. When I put container here, as you can see, everything squishes in between. Now this does not mean that I have to only use Bootstrap styles. I can add my own styles, as I'll show you here. So all I have to do is use style, and I want the max width to be 500 pixels. Save this, go back, and as you can see, it's squished down. Now if I want to reduce this even further, I can just type padding and make it be equal to 50 pixels. Save this, go back again, and as you can see, now it looks like an actual login form. I can put in some HTML, remember me, and I click on login and it will submit. But since it's not an email ID, click on login, and since it can't submit anyway, it just submits it to itself. And we have our code. So this is what it looks like. This is what Bootstrap looks like. In case you were wondering how did I got those styles, you can take a look at the documentation. You can take a look at the kind of form that we built. It's something that's exactly like we built here. You can take a look at the code. If you want to take a look at individual components, you can, such as checkboxes are here. You can click here and take a look at the checkboxes, how they are built, what are the classes that we need there, what these classes do. Everything is displayed here, so you can use them to your own advantage. Now, in case you have learned these things, these are the technologies that you can use. You can use Code Sandbox to build your form components. You can use ReactJS to build your user interface, and you can use Bootstrap to provide it with styling.
First, technology type. So Angular is full-fledged MVC framework which is written in JavaScript, whereas ReactJS is nothing but a JavaScript library, right? And guys, second parameter is that AngularJS was developed by Google in 2010, and in 2016 Angular team created AngularJS 2, which was pure copy of AngularJS, and it was actually a completed new framework. So in order to avoid the confusion from previous version, the Angular team decided to remove JS from the original name, and since then this new framework is known as Angular. And in case of ReactJS, it was developed by Facebook in 2013, and since then it has been used as it is. And of course, with some changes and updates made regularly. Now the third parameter that we have is language used. In Angular, TypeScript consisting JavaScript plus HTML is used, whereas ReactJS uses JavaScript plus JSX, where JSX is nothing but an XML or HTML-like syntax used by React, which extends ECMA script so that XML or HTML-like text can coexist with the JavaScript or React code, right? Now the fourth parameter that we have is debugging and testing. In Angular, the testing and debugging for a complete project is possible via a single tool. But in case of ReactJS, it requires a set of tools in order to perform different types of testings. Now the fifth parameter, which is data binding. In Angular, two-way data binding method is followed, so it helps us to ensure that model state automatically changes if any change is made. Whereas React allows one-way data binding, that means the user interface elements can't be changed without updating the corresponding model state. Sixth parameter is the version. So guys, the latest stable version in Angular is 7.2.0. since React always keeps on updating and making changes. So the latest stable version in React is React 16.7.0. Now in our 7th point, Angular is ideal to use if you want to develop large scale rich featured applications, whereas in case of React, it is ideal to use for modern web development and native rendered apps for Android and iOS devices. Now moving on to our last parameter of this section, that is the learning curve, which can also be considered as difficulty of learning. So for beginners, learning Angular is not at all easy. A lot of training is required, whereas React is easy to grasp. How did I conclude this? That we'll discuss in this session as we move forward. Alright guys, so now let us discuss about the pros and cons of using both of these technologies. First and foremost, pros of using Angular. So guys, code written in this is comparatively cleaner and structured, right? It offers higher performance and error is handled in a better manner. It has material design like interface. Angular framework takes care of routing. That means if you want to move from one view to another, it will be easier. And in case of cons of using Angular, if you're a beginner, then Angular features can be difficult and confusing for you. And Angular sometimes becomes slow with pages embedding interactive elements. If you want to integrate Angular with third party, then it will be really difficult. And if you want to switch from older versions to the newer ones, then you may face several difficulties or issues, right? So moving forward to our next point, that is pros of using ReactJS as well as cons, right? First, discussing pros, it has better user experience. It is easy to launch and has faster development. If you're using ReactJS, then it will be a lot more time saver than Angular. It has code stability and one directional data binding. It also allows you to use third-party libraries, right? Now let us discuss cons of using React.js. So if you want to integrate React in traditional MVC framework like Rail, then it needs complex configuration and setup. And the React's users would be expected to have in-depth knowledge with respect to the integration of user interface into MVC framework. So guys, as we discussed previously, now let us understand the learning curve, or in other words, the difficulty level of learning Angular and React.js. So guys, learning curve or difficulty level of learning plays a very important role when it comes to choosing a new or a trending technology. So let me tell you, if you're a beginner and want to learn Angular, then it will need a lot of efforts as Angular is a full-fledged framework. So guys, if you're looking for making a project or an application, then certain things you need to learn. You need to go through TypeScript thoroughly with all the concepts clear, right? And MVC, Model View Controller Framework, you need to have a grasp over it, right? And other concepts like directives, modules, decorators, services, components, dependency, injection, pipe, templates, and a lot more, right? Another important thing is that it has very strict coding structure. But if you want to enter into Angular's world, then you have to learn a lot of many things, and the entry barrier is clearly higher in this compared to React.js. On the other side, ReactJS is just a JavaScript library, and so it has lesser concepts to learn in the comparison of Angular. You don't need to be a programming expert in order to learn ReactJS. It uses JavaScript XML, that is JSX, right? JSX is nothing but a way of writing HTML into JavaScript, as I discussed earlier, right? So you just need to know certain things to learn React. I'll name a few of them, that is the syntax of JSX, how to write the components, how to manage internal state, routing, props of configuration, state management using Redux, and so on. Code written in React.js are simpler and easy to understand. You don't have to learn any loops or new logical structures in it, as it's a plain JavaScript. Another important difference is React provides flexibility and options to the developers to do the same task in different manner. But it definitely does not mean that React is better than Angular, right? Now moving on to another factor, which is popularity and growth of Angular versus React.js. So guys, before you go to the libraries or frameworks to use, it is really important to have a look at its popularity and growth. Popularity of a technology is directly proportional to the job opportunities, isn't it? Simply put, in most of the cases, for more popular or trending technology, you can find more job demands. For better understanding, let us have a look at this data on our screen. So guys, if you observe here, you can see the significance difference. React obviously has more than double the amount of GitHub contributors and stars as compared to Angular. Another important factor you should consider is what Google Trends search hit says that about the popularity of these two as per the downloads and the visitors. Currently, React has around 10,000 more downloads than Angular. So according to the above metrics, it is crystal clear that React is more popular than Angular, right? Now, as we proceed forward, let us see where these technologies are used or the companies using them. So high-scale companies are using both React and Angular. I'll list down some of the biggest brands and companies in the world that are using them. For Angular, Google, Nike, Sony, Forbes, General Motors, Upworks, HBO, and the list goes on, right? In the case of React, you can see that Facebook, Airbnb, Instagram, WhatsApp, Netflix, Dropbox, Uber, again, the list goes on. You must have observed by now that working in these two technologies is not at all a cup of tea, right? So now we have the mobile solutions offered by both Angular and ReactJS. So guys, both Angular and React can be used for creating mobile applications, and in order to develop the hybrid mobile applications in Angular, Ionic framework is used, and Ionic uses a Cordova container which is incorporated with Angular. Ionic provides a robust UI component library that is easy to set up and develop the hybrid mobile applications. Hence, if you see the created applications on any gadget, it seems like a web app inside a local web application holder, right? So the apps can be quite slower. In ReactJS, React Native platform is used for creating native mobile applications. Syntax used in React Native is slightly different from Ionic's syntax. React Native produces a local user interface which allows its developers to make their own paths or components and tie them to the local code, which can be written in Kotlin, Java, or Swift, etc. As we move further, let us discuss about the next factor, which is testing tools and their usage in Angular and ReactJS. Right, guys? So in Angular, Jasmine and Karma, etc. are the testing framework which can be used. And in Angular IO, a single tool can be used for testing and debugging the complete project. Hence, the output is very difficult to read in such scenarios. Whereas Facebook uses Jest tool to test its React code, right? One additional benefit to use this tool is it does not require any configuration to use, and it is included in every React project. Jest also contains powerful mocking library. Most of the time, Jest is used in combination with Enzyme, which is a JavaScript testing utility, also used in Airbnb. So in React.js, set of tools are used for performing different set of testing. Now let's move forward and discuss about their code style and syntax. In React, code is written using JSX plus JavaScript. In most cases, JSX just looks like the HTML. Let's have a look at the code from testingprogram.jsx, where we are returning div, right? And it is a simple hello world program. Note that React has some different kinds of components, but here we have started with React.component subclasses or child class. So guys, that's how our React code looks like. Looks easy, right? So now in Angular, you can write a hello world program, like you can see that testingprogram.js file, right? So guys, as you observe here, the code to write a simple hello world is little complex than our React's code, right? In case of Angular, isn't it? So syntax of Angular is quite lengthy as compared to React.js, isn't it? Now, as we have discussed about their difficulty level,
just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the Full Stack Developer course.
So let us begin by taking a look at Full Stack Developer beginner interview questions. First, what is the use of a namespace in web development? A namespace is a single global object that contains methods, properties, and other objects. It adds ease of use via modularity, thereby providing users with the ability to reuse the code and avoid naming conflicts. Second question, what are the latest trends in full stack development? Candidates interested in full stack development should be aware of the following trends according to industry experts. Increased use of frameworks and libraries such as ReactJS and Vue.js, as well as progressive apps, real-time web apps, and mobile web development. JavaScript enhancements are beneficial to programmers. Finally, the development of a more compatible extension. Third question, is it possible to reduce the load time of a web application using image optimization, keep JavaScript and CSS in external files, reducing redirects, load CSS and JavaScript files asynchronously can reduce the load time of a web page. Let's move to the fourth question. What is the use of CORS? CORS is an acronym that stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It is a mechanism that allows multiple resources to be requested at the same time from a domain other than the current request domain. Fifth question. Explain pair programming. Pair programming is the practice of having two programmers share a single workstation. Formally, the code is written by one programmer, known as the driver, at the keyboard. The other programmer is the navigator, who looks over each line of code, spell checks it, and proofreads it. In addition, programmers will switch roles every few minutes and vice versa. Sixth question. What is long polling? Long polling is a web development pattern that is used to improve data push from the server to the client. The client requests information from the server using a long polling pattern. Instead of sending an empty resource, if the server does not have any information about the client, the server holds the request and waits for some information to become available. Let's move on to the seventh question. How is GraphQL different from REST? The primary distinction between REST and GraphQL is that GraphQL does not work with dedicated resources. Instead, everything is viewed as a graph which is connected and can be queried to meet the needs of the app. Eighth question. What is a RESTful API? REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is a compositional style used to create web services. It accesses and uses the information via HTTP solicitations. We can create, update, read, and delete data. A site's API is the code that allows two programming projects to communicate with one another. It enables us to write mentioning administrations from a running framework or another application. Ninth question. How is multi-threading used? The primary goal of multi-threading is to provide multiple threads of execution concurrently in order to maximize CPU utilization. It enables multiple threads to exist within the context of a process, allowing them to execute independently while sharing process resources. 10th question. Explain inversion of control. It is a design control used to invert different kinds of controls in object-oriented design to achieve loose coupling. Controls refer to any additional responsibilities a class has in addition to its primary responsibility. Control over the flow of an application as well as control over the flow of an object creation or dependent object creation and binding are examples of this. So now let us look at full stack developer intermediate interview questions. First, what do you mean by data attributes? Data attributes are used to store application or page specific data. They enable us to store additional data on standard semantic HTML elements. The saved data can be used to enhance the user experience on the JavaScript page. A data attribute is made up of two parts. There must be at least one character after the prefix data and no uppercase letters, and a string value can be used as an attribute. So let us move on to the second question. Explain the distinction between blue-green deployment and rolling deployment. Blue-green deployment strategy. This deployment strategy creates two distinct infrastructure environments, blue and green. A blue environment contains older code, whereas a green environment contains most of the up-to-date code. At any given time, there is only one live production environment. Whereas in rolling deployment methodology, this deployment strategy completely replaces old versions of an application with new versions by completely replacing the infrastructure on which they run. The third question, how do you protect against screen scraping? A simple and effective technique is to use JavaScript to set a cookie value that is checked by the web server. Captchas are also an effective method of preventing scraping. If an IP sends too many requests, captchas can be presented to the end user to validate human interaction. Fourth question, which technologies and languages would you need to develop a project from scratch? So this is a hypothetical question designed to help you understand how the hiring manager will evaluate your readiness to start the job. It is a simple method for distinguishing between a good full stack developer and a novice. Therefore, it is important that you choose your answer accordingly. Fifth question, explain mean stack. Mean, MongoDB, Express, Angular, and Node is a well-known set of software development tools for breaking down language barriers. A mean stack is built on MongoDB and a NoSQL data storage text. The Express and Angular HTTP servers are used to build the JavaScript frontend. The stack's top tier is Node, which is used for the server-side programming. Next question, explain event loop in NodeJS. Asynchronous programming is possible in JavaScript thanks to the event loop. Every operation in JS occurs on a single thread, but we can create the illusion of multi-threading by using smart data structures. Any async work is handled by a queue and listener in the event loop. When an async function or an input-output function needs to be executed, the main thread relays it to another thread, allowing the V8, that is the JavaScript engine, to continue processing or running its code. There are various phases in the event loop such as pending callbacks, closing callbacks, timers, idle or preparing, polling, and checking with different FIFO queues, which is first in first out queues. Next question, what is a connection leak in Java and how can we fix it? So a connection leak in Java is defined as a situation in which the developer forgets to close the JDBC connection. When using a connection pool, the most common type of connection leak is encountered in Java development. We can resolve it by disconnecting the connection and paying close attention to the error handling code. Next question, what is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to execute IOC. Object injection and object connection are handled by the container rather than the object itself. There are three types of classes involved. First, client class. It depends on the service class. Next, service class. It provides service to the client class. Finally, injector class. It injects service class objects into the client class. Ninth question, what are the two phases committed in the database? Explain. So the two-phase commit, 2PC, is a feature of transaction processing systems that allows databases to revert to their pre-transaction state in the event of an error condition. The two-phase commit strategy is intended to ensure that either all or none of the databases are updated. As a result, the databases remain in the sync. 10th question, what is closure? Give an example. So closures are made whenever a variable that is defined external to the current extension is reached from within some inward degree. It grants you access to an external function's degree through an internal capacity. Closures are created in JavaScript whenever a capacity is created. To use a conclusion, simply characterize and uncover a function within another function. Now we take a look at full stack developer advanced interview questions. First, what is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? In JavaScript, event flow refers to the propagation of events within the DOM, that is the document object model. The event flow specifies the order or sequence in which an event is received by a specific web page. As a result, event flow in JS is determined by the following factors. First, event bubbling. An event is captured and handled by the innermost element first and then propagates to the outermost element. And in event capturing, the event is captured and handled by the outermost element first and then propagates to the innermost element. The second question, what do you mean by temporal dead zone in ES6? So the variable declarations were only possible before ES6 using var keyword. We now have let and const in ES6. Let and const declarations are both block scoped, which means they can be only accessed within the quotation marks that surrounds them. Var, on the other hand, does not have this restriction. Unlike var, which can be accessed before its declaration, the let and const variables cannot be accessed until they are initialized with a value. The time elapsed between the declaration of let or const variables and their initialization is referred to as the temporal dead zone. Let's move on to the third question. Do you know how to prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? It is technically impossible to completely prevent data scraping as long as the data within the API is accessible to the public. However, bot activity can be reduced by throttling or rare limiting. Rare limiting can prevent a specific device from making an unlimited number of requests within a specified time frame. A 429 too many attempts HTTP error is thrown if too many requests are made beyond the defined limit. Fourth question, what is callback hell and how to fix it? Many full stack developer interview questions are all about explaining certain technical terms. Callback hell is a JavaScript phenomenon in which the developer attempts to implement multiple asynchronous operations concurrently. The nesting of callback functions to produce difficult to read, error prone, and difficult to manage code. We can efficiently resolve it by employing the following methods. First, dividing large functions into smaller ones. Then, use promises. And finally, use either async or wait. Next question, what are the types of design patterns? A design pattern, in general, is a repeatable solution to common problems in software design. These patterns demonstrate the interactions and relationships that exist between classes and objects. Design patterns are classified into three types. First, creational. These are about the creation of objects or the instantiation of classes. These patterns are further subdivided into object creational patterns and class creational patterns. Next, structural. These are concerned with organizing various classes and objects in order to form large functionality and provide new functionality. Finally, behavioral. These are concerned with identifying common communication patterns amongst objects. Sixth question, what are the advantages of using a content delivery network in jQuery? CDNs are widely used in jQuery because they provide numerous benefits to the users. The server's load is significantly reduced as a result of CDNs. They result in significant bandwidth savings. jQuery frameworks load faster due to optimizations. And finally, CDNs have caching capabilities which contributes to faster load times. Next question, what are the types of CDNs supported in jQuery? So there are two widely used CDNs with jQuery. First one, Microsoft. It is used to load from jQuery Ajax CDN. Then Google. It is used to load jQuery from the Google Libraries API. Eighth question, give an example of a project you have worked on and the technology is involved. How did you make these choices? So this allows you to understand the full stack web developer's methodology as well as his sharpness and precision in selecting the right toolset. When discussing why you chose a specific toolset, you should be as specific as possible and go into detail. Demonstrate your ability to develop both the front end and back end of a web application. Ninth question, what do you think of AMD versus CommonJS? So both are methods for implementing a module system which was not native to JavaScript until ES 2015. AMD, that is asynchronous module definition, is obviously asynchronous, whereas CommonJS is synchronous. CommonJS is geared towards backend development, whereas AMD, with its support for asynchronous module loading, is geared towards browsers. Most people would find AMD syntax quite boring, whereas CommonJS is more akin to how you would write import statements in other languages. Most of the time, AMD is unnecessary because if you served all your JavaScript in a single concatenated bundle file, you wouldn't get the async loading properties. Furthermore, CommonJS syntax is more similar to the Node style of module writing, and there is less context switching overhead when switching between client-side and server-side JavaScript development. The last question, what was your best implementation or debugging in the past? The hiring manager will gain an understanding of the type of complexity of previous projects you have completed by asking this question. You should describe the difficulties you encountered and the steps you took to overcome them. You can also discuss the lessons you learned from the situation.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack developer course which enable you to learn tech stack from both front end and back end. Through this course, you will gain hands-on experience with the skills and technologies such as SQL, Java, data structure, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, NodeJS and React under the guidance of industrial professionals. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonial on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit the course page link given in the description and take the first step towards a career growth with the full stack developer course.